What's up, guys? Welcome in to your Easter Sunday DK Sim Sunday. Nothing says Easter like the New York Jets and the Arizona Cardinals. That's going to be your starter for the day here. It's me, Jeff Ulrich, with Brandon Cristal. Very first game of the day, DK Sim fam. Hope you got your lineups in. Hope you got in that free roll, the league free roll, the free roll, everything free roll. Hope you guys are ready for 6 games because holidays be damned. We are running these things all day. Brandon, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Up early because we have all these little kids, plus my niece and nephew are here with my sister-in-law and brother-in-law. They drove down from Fort Collins here, and so we've done an Easter egg hunt. We've done breakfast. We have gone through Easter baskets. So everybody's pretty well covered, pretty well sugared up, and I'm glad to be down here as opposed to up there. These kids will be cruising towards nap time.
Yeah, it's always a little bit chaotic. Definitely a little bit of a fun morning in my house as well. But again, sports don't stop. I mean, we had obviously a thrilling basketball game on last night, and we've got some thrilling sim action on here. So, quickly, give me your lineup. Who'd you captain for the Cardinals and the Jets? This probably isn't as bad a matchup as I'm making it out to be. Like 2 years ago would have been terrible, but who'd you captain?
Boomer bust play. I went with Christian Kirk as my captain. So we'll see if that pays off. Obviously, if he scores, it has a chance to be big time. Then got both quarterbacks in because you got to play Kyler. Problem is, I feel like he fumbles every single game. So I played the Jets D. Jets D can be a little bit better than advertised. Certainly better than advertised in these sims. Then got Darnold, as I mentioned, Herndon, and Kenyon Drake. So evenly balanced 3 cards. 2 Jets players plus the Jets D because of the cost. I could have gone with one of the kickers. I just feel like the Jets D might come up with a pick or a fumble. Who knows? Maybe they turn that into a score.
I like the Jets D. They do tend to get a lot of turnovers. T. Green,
especially with Kyler Murray though, dropping it on the carpet.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. With the DSTs against the mobile quarterbacks often do pay off from the turnover perspective. T. Green agrees with you. Says Kirk might break the showdown. Definitely a good value. We'll see.
Who's in your lineup?
A lot of people are over that play. I just captained Kyler Murray because to me he's got the best pure upside. But
sure,
definitely kind of like the Kirk thoughts where people are going, oh, down goes Darnold. Arizona D getting off early there.
Look at that, Patrick Peterson on the corner blitz.
So. Did your kids get up like super early for Easter, or are they like
no? It's not that. It's just they're up early because they're little.
Because they're up early, yeah.
Yeah. What about yours?
No, they just kind of got up at the regular time. We did tell them though before. It's like you gotta just stay in your beds because the Easter Bunny, he needs a lot of time. He needs time to hide the eggs. So
Easter Bunny took care of that last night. Thankfully.
And I think they took it to heart. Like, I think they actually took it to heart. So it worked well.
Good.
It's good parenting skill by me.
Good.
They got up there like, Dad, is the Easter Bunny done? Like, are we good to go here? So, yes. Very, very good job, I felt like getting them more Easter eggs. But, no, it was good. I know when they were little, when they were even littler, like when they were 2 or 3, I used to let them find all the Easter eggs, and I just hide them again.
No, sure. I'm sure that's inevitable because
you can't do that. They're too old now.
Well, yeah, for sure. But my niece and nephew, they're 7 and 5, if my math is right, and they're gonna head home with whatever eggs they actually take with them. It's more about what's inside the eggs. And the little one, he'll just be happy with finding the eggs over and over. Eggs. Although he'll want stuff in them. So I remember even last year because he would find them to 1.5, but I would put 1 goldfish in them. Or whatever, a cracker, a cookie. Not a cookie, if you can help it, but they don't always have to be jelly beans or candy, right?
Yeah, totally.
Piece of cheese. Although a piece of cheese, you better find it that day.
Yeah, or a mouse will find it eventually.
For sure.
Kyler had a nice little run there, start things off. Marching downfield.
I may regret not captaining Kyler, but I guess we'll see. Not with throws like that, jeez.
No, definitely not with throws like that.
I was proud of myself. 2.5 hours ago, I remembered that. Well, I checked to see. I thought I was working with you. I checked, and I was like, "Oh wait, Jeff's not making a contest. Let me do it." And I was able to figure out how to name it. So feeling good.
Yeah, that's very good. That's one
I'll let
thing
Koff make the one because I'm doing 3 today. I'll let Koff make the one for the 4 o'clock Eastern. Look at Kyler. He's gonna have 100 yards in the first quarter.
No, there it is. Your good call. Fumble.
Larry Fitz. Luckily, Fitz was there to scoop it up.
Fitz did get it back though, so lucky there. But that is why you target the rushing quarterbacks. The defense is often like to the good values in these games. So.
For the record,
at the Arizona D in the captain spot. So
I almost just put 10 a.m. Mountain since you and I both live in the Mountain time zone, but I put Eastern because they're like, oh, we always start with Eastern. I get it.
I try to just keep my mind in Eastern time because everybody works off Eastern time in this industry. So
yeah, right.
But it is kind of nice to be on with someone who is also in the Mountain time. So
exactly,
we're at the same time in the day.
Exactly. How about that game last night, man? I know you mentioned it.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Look, you saw UCLA give their best shot, and their 2 players really play outstanding. But Gonzaga's been the best team, and I'd like to see them win it all. I'd like to see Mark Few win a championship. He's run his program the right way for a long time, especially in recent years. They put a bunch of guys in the pros. They've got a pipeline into Europe. But they've also found some gems just, across America, across North America to help fill in some of the holes. They got to the championship game and lost a tough one to Carolina a couple of years ago. So I'm pulling for the Zags. And look, I've got no love for Baylor, a Big 12 guy, somebody who, not only went to Kansas. I don't like seeing anybody better than Kansas in our conference, but growing up in Dallas, I didn't. I was a Longhorns fan, so I didn't like Baylor at all. And my friends that went there, I like giving them a hard time. So I do not want Baylor to have a national championship, certainly in basketball or in football.
Fair enough. Definitely the matchup that people wanted is we get a missed field goal there.
For sure. And they were supposed to play in December, January, and with Baylor's COVID pause, they couldn't. But they were going to play in Indianapolis earlier this year.
So there you go. Yeah, that would have been interesting if we'd had the one game to go back on, although it kind of makes it more intriguing now because no one really knows what to expect. So, but yeah, I mean, just from that game last night was just so weird from so many angles. Obviously, one massive favorite on the other side, and still coming down to the wire there. So,
and what a shot too by Jalen Suggs.
Oh, insane! I mean, it's just you always see always in college basketball, you just don't see that in the NBA. There's 7 game series, but I remember being at the game where Chris Jenkins hit that shot for Villanova, and kind of doing the math in my head. I think it surpassed any other shots that have gone in as the biggest shot in the history of basketball because it won a championship. Yeah. And while this didn't do that, it certainly is as big a shot in a semifinal. Because there's been some big shots, and Leitner's shot was obviously enormous in the NBA. We could do it forever. We think about Ray Allen against the Spurs, and there's plenty that come to mind. But for the shot to go up and win a championship, I don't think it had ever happened in a Game 7 or a closeout game of an NBA Finals and or college basketball where the shot was released at the buzzer and that won the championship. Yeah. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Jordan's against Georgetown, but there was time after the shot, right? Jenkins' shot hit, the buzzer goes off, just like last night. So it was pretty fun. What's funny, so I was working with Westwood One and was in the car with Kevin Kugler and John Thompson after that Jenkins shot in Houston, and so they're talking about it. I go, Coach, isn't that the biggest shot in the history of basketball? I kind of just made the same spiel I just did, and he said, I don't get into all that. It was a great shot by a great player and a great. I was like, okay, Coach, I'm not gonna try to convince him of my argument. He's in his 70s at that point and seen more basketball and forgotten more basketball than I'll ever know. So I just kind of shut up and stayed in the back of the car since I was just happy to have the ride leaving the dome there in Houston. They asked producer Drew asked about Chalmers' shot. Chalmers' shot was to tie it to send it to overtime, and so then in overtime, Kansas won the game, which I consider the best basketball game ever. And again, that was a championship game. Last night was a semifinal game. There are plenty of people. Mike DeCourcy in Sporting News wrote that was the best college basketball
or Final Four game of all. He wrote something along those lines. We do have a recency bias, but the way UCLA was able to stick around, have the lead, I guess. But even when Gonzaga goes up 7, UCLA hits a 3, and they keep it close. There's a touchdown.
Yep.
Le'Veon Bell.
It is. Lev Bell taking it in. Nice little red zone run for him. 21% owned in the captain spot is Lev Bell. 62% in the flex. That is the free showdown percentages. So lots of people playing Lev Bell.
There's a handful of players, and Le'Veon Bell qualifies, that if they don't perform well for me in a sim, I won't roster them again. And I think that's what happened with Le'Veon Bell one time. Was he didn't do anything, and so I was
just
like, all right,
written
I'm
him
done
off.
with you. Done with you.
Eventually, you're just going to cross everyone off. You'll be playing like the tight end fours. So.
Yeah. And conversely, if you had a good game, I play you every time, and that's probably a flawed logic as well. Like I captain Funchess every time there's a Packers sim.
I do that too. I do stuff like that too. Bell was even highly owned, more highly owned, excuse me, in our little DK free roll, over 70%, 76% owned in the league free rolls. So definitely was a popular target. I didn't think he'd get up that popular, but again, no dominant wide receiver on the Jets. Jimmy B likes it. Ashley says Arizona Wildcats gonna win the championship today.
That'll be cool. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday with the women's. You know, they missed an opportunity, though. That UConn Baylor game being on opposite of Elite Eight games, there was no reason, right? With them all being in these bubbles,
yeah,
they should have just gone and staggered it, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, and it would have been fine, right? Or Wednesday, Friday, however you want to do it. There's no reason that those games, since they were all already in San Antonio, maybe do it Wednesday, Thursday, and then Sunday, Tuesday, and you would have been totally fine. And everyone would have seen that UConn Baylor game instead of just seeing the foul on replay.
And you're referring to
the women's Elite Eight.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because
I'm saying the NCAA, which can't get out of its own way.
Yeah,
most of the time, totally blew it.
Definitely. I mean,
right. Producer Drew says, shocking the NCAA didn't prioritize the women's tournament.
Yeah. Especially in this environment, you're dead on. Like, this is the chance where you can be like, okay, we're in a bubble here that's still like a little bit limited. The sports schedule's still not quite back to normal. You could promote it a little bit better for sure. Even regular times, they should. There's Drake. I think we had Kirk on the catch before that. So Kirk was picking up a few yards. That's a nice run by Drake. Arizona's got an answer here. It's a nice drive by the Jets, to be honest. Last one. Bell, 25 rush yards. Kyler up to 43 rush yards already, so he really did get it going on that first drive. Yeah, Kirk with one catch for 14 yards. That's going to do it for the first quarter. So I'm already on top of the stats here, folks.
You're all over it. You're ahead.
Let me know what you guys did in the chat for Easter. What did you guys get up to? Did you do like adult Easter eggs hunts? You did like sim Easter egg hunts? If you live by yourself, did you just buy some Easter eggs and eat them for breakfast? You anti-Easter? Give me all your Easter takes.
Easter's an interesting holiday, and look, I'm Jewish,
it's not
but
really my favorite. I'm not.
My wife isn't. Now, my wife's not very religious, but she is excited about big holidays, Christmas and Easter being two of them. And she'll kind of joke about some of the silliness of this holiday, but how the bunny was incorporated and the bunny with eggs as it relates to the resurrection of Jesus Christ, it feels a little convoluted. Like there's a lot of elements that are like, well, let's add this and let's add this. Like you're making gumbo, I guess.
It's a very gumbo holiday. It's a good way to put it. I don't like it because of the 4-day, like the quasi 4-day weekend. Like, let's make Easter Monday either nothing and just like not even call it Easter Monday, or like an actual holiday.
Wait,
are the
Easter
banks open on Easter Monday? I know most.
Are they not in Canada? Because in America, America, it's just Monday, I think.
I know, and most things are, but some things are still closed. Like up here, it's very weird. That's why I don't like it. Like, it's a 4-day holiday? Is it a 3-day? It should really just be a 3-day. But
sure. But so what's interesting is, and I was asking my wife this kind of rhetorically yesterday, but Good Friday is a holiday in America. no banks, no mail. And I didn't realize that. I was coming home from playing golf and waiting for something in the mail, waiting for my camera. And that just arrived yesterday. And so that's sort of the point of the story. No mail, no bank on Friday. Well, forever, the U.S. Postal Service never worked on Saturdays, and banks weren't ever open on Saturdays. It's changed over the last, we'll call it 15, 20 years. But so Good Friday, they all get the day off. But now Saturday, if you work at a bank or you're a postal carrier and you work a 6-day week, or Saturday's one of your days, you're working. And then Sunday's Easter. So your 3-day weekend is broken up with some work in the middle when, to your point, if you're going to get the Friday off, you should really get Friday through Sunday. But I suppose people want to get their banking done and want their packages and letters to arrive.
Yeah, exactly, right? So
there's a fun Paul Pierce story. I'm not going to get into the details, but Black Sports Online has it. We'll just say Paul Pierce having an adults poker night, and we'll leave it at that. You can find it online.
Okay.
I don't know. Last night. I don't know what this means for Paul Pierce's ESPN status, but we'll see. We'll see.
We'll have to check that out. Yeah, we're not going to get further into it, but that's cool. I'll have to check that out. I missed that one. Billy Keeley says his girlfriend hides a 12-pack of Keystone Light. Let the keister egghead begin. Like that. Kenny's therapist says, I'm about to put ham and scalloped potatoes in the oven.
Nice. Had Easter ham last night, then had a little bit left over with eggs and bacon and sausage. This really is the least Jewish holiday possible when I incorporate all the pork into it.
TK says Amazon's delivering today. Amazon delivers every day, though.
Amazon delivers every day.
Yeah,
Jeff
holidays do not.
Yeah, he didn't make $58 billion in a pandemic by letting his delivery people take the Sunday off. And everybody needs the money.
One thing I don't worry about is whether the Amazon's operating today. Amazon is operating. I don't care what day it is.
They may take Christmas Day off.
Maybe Christmas Day. That might be like the one day where I won't expect my Amazon package to come. But
first time playing Fortnite, says I work at a bank. We didn't get Friday or Monday off, so I don't know if Easter's even really a holiday. Let me ask you this, though, because you just brought this up and it popped in my head. So Amazon obviously is not just an American company, and we understand that Canada and America share plenty of things, like you and these Sims. But when you order something on Amazon or even on eBay, is getting it shipped to Canada a hassle, or is it just like sending something from Toronto to where you are? Or Vancouver, whatever. In terms of a cost and there's convenience.
There's always Canadian sites, like there's Amazon.ca and there's
that makes sense.
And there's eBay.ca. So what it does is basically it offers you all the same things that you can get on eBay.com and Amazon.com, but it gives you different shipping options. So for the stuff that isn't imported, like the shipping is like nothing, right? Like it's just,
well, if you're buying relatively generic things or brands that are easily found at stores there, whether, and I guess most of them can be American type brands or whatever, basic household needs that you would get at, say, Walmart or Target or whatever. I get that, because if you're gonna, like yesterday when I thought the camera came, it was diaper genie inserts, right?
Yeah.
You don't need those from America. Like obviously someone in Canada distributes them. But if you find a Larry Fitzgerald jersey from a seller on eBay in America, or even if it's listed in Canada, does it become more of a hassle? It's just more of a cost, I suppose.
No, definitely. Yeah, it's generally, well, with the pandemic, the shipping, down goes Skyler.
Let's take the pandemic out. Let's say non-pandemic time.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, the shipping actually is still pretty quick, like, especially with Amazon, like, it'll generally be quick. But you have to watch the cost, because there's import taxes and import duties that you're generally going to have to pay. So Amazon's pretty good at just being you up front, and sometimes even giving you, like, I think a better price than, like, realistically. It's really, if you're doing like eBay and stuff like that, that's when you have to be really careful, because like people are setting their own prices, and eBay sets like insane shipping prices for stuff sometimes. So eBay's way riskier for that. Amazon is really good at just like giving you the upfront and just being like, and they like, honestly, sometimes it doesn't even cost you that much more. So
is Amazon Prime available?
But not big.
Is Amazon Prime available in Canada?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have Prime here.
But again, that's related almost exclusively to Canadian shippers.
Yeah, I think so. I'm actually not. It might even help us on the international stuff. I actually don't know. But yeah, Kenny Drake there. Running backs, folks. The running back.
That helps me out. I almost captained Kenyon Drake, but I didn't want to pay that.
The punter.
He's actually on my roster, so it's not just me saying I almost captained him. Yeah, Hunter said hi. What's up, Hunter? I had another. Oh no, I was gonna make a statement. I've kind of gotten in the habit of scavenging eBay and even a little Amazon, some other sites recently for some sneakers. And I go to the Super Bowl most years, and I like wearing golf pullovers. But I always forget to buy them because when you buy them early in the week, they're $90. If you wait until the day after the game, if you're still around, they're $45 or whatever. So I've been in a bunch of recent Super Bowls, been going back and buying them online for $30 on eBay or whatever. There's a website here in America, and I assume you can get it there. A website, Poshmark, that has all this stuff. Not once, but now twice. I tried to buy a Super Bowl 50 white Nike golf pullover. They sent my money back. Before that, I tried to buy this teal Nike Super Bowl 54 one from last year. They take my money and then they send it right back within a day. Like the seller no longer has this. Like how does this keep happening? Are they just messing with me to like, oh, we have the item that you'd like to buy or an item you'd like to buy? Yeah. Here, give us your PayPal info. Oh, you know what? Nope, refunded. So I don't know if it's even a real site now. It's just photos.
That is beyond tilting. When you find something and like a site has it available, and then they're like, "Oh, actually, we didn't have that." And they just didn't bother. That nothing tilts me more, especially.
Well, and these are third parties, right? So obviously they're a clearinghouse of some sort. Yeah. But it was posted by an individual that has the picture. It's got the tags on it. I assume that it'd be a weird, messed up, silly prank to just be messing with people. It's not a $10,000 item. It's $50 or $30. But you're right.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just someone not updating their stock or whatever.
Sure.
I find super annoying as well. So
yeah, if you're going to sell something, you have to then mark it as sold and no longer available. Pretty basic, right? If you want to live in the world of e-commerce, then do that little, that little gesture of just clicking sold.
Yeah. No, and what bothers me is sometimes you can be searching for things forever, and then you finally find what you want. You're like,
that's exactly what happened with this, because I've got a Super Bowl 51, a Super Bowl 48, and one other one that I found, 53, real easy. So I'm trying to get the purple 52 one from Minnesota, because they make them in all colors, gray and whatever. Yep. But I figured the color's kind of associated with that Super Bowl, with that city. It's like the teal with Miami or whatever that color's, aquamarine. And the Super Bowl 50 stuff was real sharp with the whites and the blacks and the gold. So this white one's really cool. And I finally found it, and $50 is obviously a reasonable price. And nope, they pulled the rug out from under me. It was like Lucy with the football with Charlie Brown. And what's just annoying is that probably about 6 weeks ago is when I found that teal Super Bowl 54 one. That's on me, though, because I stayed in Miami for a week with my wife and, at the time, just a little one. And when I went to a mall that had a shop, they had just closed it down. Like I went on Wednesday, and had I gone on Tuesday, I would have found, some stuff half off or whatever. But, oh well. I'll find it. Part of it is the hunt, I guess. Because I can only wear one of these at a time.
That's true. But that is pretty tilting when you find something and then it's not available. Guys, hit that like. It'd be cool if we get up to 100 likes for this first one. Everyone's just got fresh likes to give out, so do that. Tony says, "What up, peeps? Happy Easter." Now, was that a reference to Peeps? Like, are you eating Peeps for Easter, or?
And what I see, there's some Peeps flavored something. Like
Peeps flavored Pepsi.
Oh, Peeps flavored Pepsi. That's what it was. Did you get it? I want to try it. I should send the 14-year-old up to the store to get it. I'm going to send him up to the store to get it. The store.
I have no interest in Peeps flavored Pepsi. Sounds disgusting.
Of course it sounds disgusting. Like, no one's going to make that their new favorite drink.
I don't even drink Coke or Pepsi. Well, sometimes I'll Coke.
Yeah, I don't actively do it unless my
it.
Kids are keeping me up all night.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of with you.
So it's not like something I'm like going to go out of my way to get, but yeah, I guess it would be interesting to see what it tastes like, but I can kind of already have an idea in my head of what it's going to taste like.
Yeah, it kind of makes me sick thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, well, so I have an idea and it's not good, right? So
if you're watching college basketball, you're seeing all of the orange vanilla Coke commercials. And so at the Final Four in Minnesota, that was the first time I tried it because it's everywhere, right? That's the one thing about when you go to these events, the sponsor stuff is just kind of, the food stuff is, Buffalo Wild Wings is all over the place.
Throwing stuff
at the fan thing and all that. So I must have had a half dozen orange vanilla Cokes. I have bought 0 since, but I saw somebody tweeting about it the other day, and I was like, it's actually not bad. Because I don't think you're going to drink orange Coke, but the vanilla mixed in kind of offsets it.
No, and vanilla Coke.
I like cherry Coke, and cherry vanilla Coke I like.
Yeah.
Cherry vanilla Coke, you put that in ice cream, you can't come up with something better.
No, I don't mind the vanilla Cokes either. I mean, when I did drink like a little bit of Coke, I mean, I would sometimes get those because I agree. Like I like that mix, but there's some things that like with Coke you can just, like you said, like orange Coke on its own would be dumb. I mean, that wouldn't even be like anything anyone would ever imagine. But yeah, you throw a little vanilla in there, sure, maybe it works. But
I just turned my mic off and told the 14-year-old there's peach flavored Pepsi. He's like, there's peach flavor, and his eyes got, as white as Mike Tomlin's on any press conference.
Car dead.
Yeah, so no, he can walk. It's literally up the hill. It's a grocery store. So he's gonna go get it, and by either the end of this sim or the second sim.
Well, yeah, then we can do like the taste test on the second sim. I mean, perfect.
This kid made out. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law somehow. How much money you got there, dude? $61.
Wow, just from Easter?
Oh, wow. Good for you. Just for Easter. Congratulations. Well, then you can go buy the Peeps flavored Pepsi. Go right now, please. You have money.
Support the Sims.
Who got a PS5 yesterday?
Right. Oh, wow. The PS5 guilt.
Yeah. You'll lord it over him for months.
That's right. Yeah, that's like a year thing right there.
Well, so what's funny is, no lie, I did the first 2 sims of the day. It came in between, or like right at the end of the first sim.
Right.
So, I'm looking at producer Drew's. That's almost 77 Canadian dollars. But so we set it up in between. You got to do all the porting over, and then I downloaded 2K with Zion on it and Fortnite for him to play Fortnite, and then later in the night bought FIFA. But no lie, left it on all day. I come downstairs after all the little ones are down, and I think my wife had gone to bed. It's like 11, and he's playing Fortnite, and I'm like, hey, all right. No, it's 12:30 a.m. I was like, you're done, because it would have been enough. And I'm like, I want to see 2K just for a minute before I go to bed. It was still downloading and had 15 minutes left at that point. So it basically took like 10 hours to download the 2K game. And I don't know if FIFA's been downloaded yet or not, because we haven't turned it on today.
Really?
But
that's crazy, man.
This will definitely incentivize him to actually get his homework done and keep his room clean. So.
Oh, man.
All right. So are you going to go, dude? All right. You taking your cousin with you? Okay. I'll pay you back.
The racket of being a teenager, getting free money, and then also getting your parents to pay for everything. It's amazing.
Here, let me, because, wait, are we at the end of the quarter?
Okay. Oh, no, we got 29 seconds.
Okay, I can get this story in, I think, before the end.
Yeah.
So my mom, for Christmas, sends, like, a ring light kit, right, for making videos with the green screen and the tripod. You can put your phone in it, right, or whatever. So I had been using that a bunch because, as anyone that works behind the scenes knows, I was aggravated with my lighting and this and that. So I was using it all the time. So took it when we did those couple days that we stayed up at the hotel a couple weeks ago, and it broke, like getting shuffled back to the house. And, he's sad or whatever. I go, here. And I literally go onto Amazon, buy a new ring light, $40. Okay. It comes the next day. But even before it comes, he's online. He's like, can I buy this? It's $7.99. I go, why? He's like, well, because you broke my ring light. And I go, what are you talking about? The new one's coming tomorrow. He goes, yeah, but that whole kit that your mom sent was $50. And I was like, well, the green screen still works. and the
So he wanted full compensation.
He wanted full compensation for something he didn't buy that wasn't completely broken. And I'm just like, I was trying to think, would I have pulled the same thing 30 years ago when I was his age? I might have.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's unbelievable just the stuff like your perspective changes so much when you're on the other side of this, because there's obviously nothing he can kind of say or do that he or his mom and I haven't thought of and or done or know someone, so it's more just a question of how much do we let him get away with in general in life, right? That's sort of what being a parent's like.
Yeah. That's classic though. Can I get we need to, he said rad all the way up, pal. Yeah. You broke it, you buy it. So
yeah, I was like, well, then give me the green screen. You can put that up behind me, and we get have real fun with these backgrounds.
The 2 touchdowns come from the RBs here. No big yardage though. Drake with only 31 yards.
Here, let me see how I'm doing.
I think it was a banger to get that bonus. Kyler with 43 yards. That was a pretty slow quarter outside of the Drake touchdown. Crowder leading receiver, 43 yards. No one else. Really.
Obi-Wan says, love the dad flex.
Oh, completely.
No, not $61 for V-Bucks or not soft drinks. He's right. V-Bucks are where it's at.
Kirk.
That is such a good business. I wish I could come up with an app or a game where people just give you money to keep playing your game.
Oh, completely. Yeah, no, I know.
That's really the best. Like as good as obviously Amazon, because it does what it does and people have their issues with Amazon's, non-union beliefs and all of that stuff. That's a different conversation. But virtual goods, right? Getting you to just buy add-ons after you already either got the thing for free. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've definitely given Candy Crush a couple of bucks. Not a lot. I fundamentally am opposed, but every now and then I get so frustrated. I'm like, fine, here's $3.99 so I can just get all the help I need to get through the stupid level.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
It's one of those things like you think about and you're like, why would anyone pay?
Yes, it seems insane, right?
But people are doing it and they get addicted to it, or they just that's just their thing, right? I mean, look, and people pay for cigarettes to put like tar in their lungs. So
yeah, sure.
Realistically, paying a couple bucks towards like a video game, whatever, it's probably not much different. It's just a different.
No, but you're probably doing it while you're still smoking said cigarettes. So.
Well, I mean, that's that.
But I get your point. There's worse ways to spend money, I suppose.
Exactly.
But it is just kind of silly.
It is.
And good for anyone that can make an app that'll get you money.
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, those things are, I know, I don't know if your kids are into like what's it called? Roblox?
Yeah, I know. My ages are too spread apart.
Yeah.
The 2-year-old and a 5-month-old and a 14-year-old.
Yeah, right. So,
but I understand what it is. Are your kids just constantly peppering you for cash to help enhance their whatever?
No, I mean they're under 5 still, so like they get limited. They don't like learning apps and stuff. I pay a monthly thing for them to have a learning kind of thing, and they can play it every once in a while. But we're not big into like
Louis Daniel with virtual dollars. That's me and DK. There's no question that between the cost of how easy it is to throw in some lineups, especially on NFL Sundays for me, or I'm like, I don't know if I'm making back as much as I even when I win $15, how should I? No. Or certainly with the DK Sportsbook or really any of these, electronic or these phone-based apps that you can just throw a couple bucks down on a game. It is convenient, right? You're like, it's not real money. I never had it in my hand. So what's the difference?
Well, there you go. That's one way to look at it. But I mean,
have the discipline to pull it out every now and then. People, DraftKings makes it very easy when you win to withdraw funds easily. Trust me, I say that every single day when I do my reads. And
look, I'm not trying to convince people how to spend their money, but DraftKings, obviously a form of entertainment as well. But with DraftKings, you have the ability to actually win more money than you put in.
Sure.
You don't get that with Candy Crush and some of these other things. Right?
No. Candy Crush has, and that's the thing. Like my wife and I were talking about maybe going to Vegas just for a day or two if we can, especially if things go well when my mom comes to visit. And our nanny's going to get to come over from Ireland now. And so, maybe we could just do it. Even we did it for 36 hours. And I'm like, plus we're going to win all the money to cover the trip. So it's no problem. She's like, yeah, that's a good strategy. I'm like, well, it's worked for me in the past. How many times? I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I won a lot at my bachelor party weekend.
You do that one.
And that's the last time I was there. And that was 7 years ago.
you have one good trip to Vegas, and you're like, oh yeah, you can just pay for this. Don't worry, I'll make one.
You want to hear
poker tables? It's fine.
This is how my last 2 trips to Vegas have been bookend weekends. That one was for the Final Four in 2012 when Kansas was there in New Orleans.
Ooh,
and I was so tired. I had all these friends there, and I was like, I couldn't even like keep up because I had been in Vegas the weekend before. I'm like, you know what, I'm good. I'm just, so I was shutting it down or just taking it easy. It was such a waste. And then my bachelor party I did on the weekend between the championship games and the Super Bowl in New York. And that was an even worse idea because I was home for like 18 hours, fly to New York, and then you're up till 4 a.m. every night with Super Bowl stuff. So by the time Broncos friends and fans got there, they're like, hey, what are we doing? BK, I was like, look, I've been here, and I was in Vegas. It's like, this is New York. It's a Super Bowl. Figure it out. I'm going to be at the bar next door to my sister's apartment, and that's where you can find me. Or I'll see you back in Denver. Yeah, so I guess the advice there is if you're going to go to Vegas, take it easy on the backside. Don't do stupid things like that.
Vegas can take it out of you pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome, believe me. And my bachelor party.
I love it too. I've been there plenty. Trying to think.
But I haven't been in 7 years.
It's been
not
about
intentionally.
7
Like I
years
haven't
for
been.
Me too, actually, 6 or 7, 6. Definitely haven't gone to that kid. So yeah, I think it's 7. Whew, it's a long time. Now the Raiders are there though, so I have a good excuse to go again. So
Give me. Oh, this is a question for everybody. Let's make this a sim-wide question.
Oh,
a story. Is that Chris Hogan?
It is.
I want a story about biggest losses. If it's a good story, great. But biggest wins for either you or a friend, and not a crazy rich friend. Like I got a buddy who's got lots, and I mean his family has more money. He's trying to tell me what a good blackjack player's dad is. I'm like, when you can just keep going and going and going, and doubling down and split, it doesn't count. Like you're not a great blackjack, even if he is. It's like the guy's got hundreds of millions of dollars. So I don't want to hear it. But like I have a friend that one time won 22 grand because his number hit on roulette 6 times while he was there.
What, do you just keep doubling down?
No, he's 6 separate rolls throughout the weekend. So he won 20, he's putting 100 on, or whatever the, I don't even know what the odds are or how much but he ended up plus 22 grand.
That's absolutely insane.
Like the math odds on that. So that's what, without getting too bogged down in the gambling part, let's just talk about, I don't want the story. I want to know the amount. And if it's got a quick story to it, what's the most, a normal person, it's not a millionaire, won. Like my mom won 15 grand on 3 nickels when I was in 9th grade on a slot machine. Swear to God. Do you have any good stories like that, or do you know anybody?
Look, I never played a slot machine in my life.
Yeah, that's obviously the easiest way to put 3 nickels in and win 15 grand. But you went there with 600 or 700 or 800 bucks and you left with 6 grand. That's a good story. That's what those are the types of stories I'm looking for.
I mean, I definitely I partaken in a lot of big poker tournaments in Vegas, like pre like 2013. So
what's the buy-in on those?
I played in the World Series main event. I played in a couple other ones.
You buy into that, or did you get sponsored?
No, I qualified online. So
okay.
That back in the day, again. Yeah. So
good for you.
Went a couple times.
Because it's 10 grand.
Yeah. And I've never cashed the main event. Well, I've only played twice, but I had one good weekend there where it was, I can't even remember what the tour was called now, but it was like a 7 grand buy, and I ended up making like day 3 or something. So I got a little bit deep, but that was a good week, and I'd won like a bunch before that. But then probably my funniest Vegas story is just like, I think I was waiting for my plane, and I had to just like hang out in the casino for a couple hours before I went to the airport, and I just started playing roulette, and it just got insanely hot, like ridiculously hot, and I ended up making like 30 times my buy-in or something like that. So it was pretty. Getting hot
at roulette seems tricky, right? Because there's really zero way to control the odds.
It's stupid. I mean,
touchdown, Darnold to Perriman.
Perriman there on the touchdown. I was basically just playing the same numbers over and over, and they just kept hitting, like kind of like your buddy, right? Like,
yeah.
I wasn't even doubling down or doing anything crazy. I just legitimately kept hitting the same numbers.
I thought you were about to tell me you had a crazy weekend and it didn't go great, but then you were at the airport, put a coin in and won 13 million, like in Ocean's 13.
Right? Yeah, I wish. I don't even think I think I was actually up for the week on that one. I think this was the last time I went to Vegas actually, and I was like I had a pretty good week because we'd gone down there to play in some tournaments and stuff. And
did you sit at the main table? Were you on TV at the main table? Somebody wants to know.
I did get on TV once. But I was on TV for bad reason because I had Pocket Kings versus Pocket Aces cracked. So, well, not cracked. We had an all-in, and I had the Kings, and he had the Aces. So I was on TV for like 20 minutes. It wasn't the main table. This was like early in the tournament. But
I'm gonna get to play cards next weekend. Neighbors having people over, and since both my wife and I'll be fully immunized by then. I figure, what the heck? We're playing his garage, and the doors will be open and spaced out a little bit. Do we know in Vegas, are they switching out decks every single hand in every single game?
That's a good question. I haven't even considered playing live poker.
Or any casino, really, not just Vegas.
I know they have like the weird separators, but I don't know what they're doing with the cards or chips, you know.
Well, like you can put your cell phone in those things that sanitize them. Does that work with cards? Can they zap them with those machines?
I have no idea. Possibly. I assume they're switching out decks a lot, but
right, and they do that in Vegas anyway. Because I've definitely found myself buying, the deck with the hole punched through it. Kenyon Drake. So it isn't Kenyon Drake's fault that the Cardinals were losing. What a boring game.
Yeah, pretty much. Obviously, we had the two running back touchdowns. I was here. Oh, Perriman. Yeah, Perriman did score the other touchdown for the Jets. Sorry, just making sure.
Wait, Perriman has both?
No, he scored one. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Oh, no! Kenyon, come on. You're walking the end zone.
You get the bonus, Kenyon, and you get a touchdown. Everything's going to happen for you. I can't believe you got tackled there with a shoestring.
Where'd Kenyon sign again?
Raiders.
Oh, yeah, Raiders. I don't get that. With Jacobs there?
I don't think anyone got it. It's very weird. My opinion is I'm not sure if John Gruden likes Josh Jacobs. It kind of feels like he doesn't. So,
which is weird because Gruden's the one that Larry Fitzgerald scored on that play on Friday. Or Thursday, whenever the last time I flashed. And I do Cardinals. If it's Cardinals, Colts, odds are I'm calling it. It's in my contract. How can you not like Josh Jacobs? Because all he does is run hard and score. But I was gonna say, he signs. I mean, they're his picks, even though Mayock's the personnel guy. Gruden has final say on the roster.
Yeah, I know. It is weird. I think he just really liked Kenyon Drake. I think he likes the idea of getting two running backs in there or something. Crowder's still stuck on 3 catches. Kirk 3 catches. Yeah, they're just the passing aspect of this game. It's a very run-heavy game so far. Cardinals need to make it. They need to start airing it out. I don't know if they're going to have time.
Stats are updated. Thanks, Tom. Producer Drew wants to know if anyone from the AFC West not named the Chiefs are making the playoffs. I'm never going to believe in the Raiders until they make me believers, so I'm never going to pick them. The Chargers, new coaching staff, but Justin Herbert in year 2. Look at Kyler just rolling. He's going to hit the bonus on the ground, right? Oh, he's only 2 away. The Broncos have a better roster than Colin Cowherd realizes, especially on defense, because he said this week the Broncos have holes all over the place on defense. That's not true. But the question mark at quarterback is going to be too big to predict them to make the playoffs. Like, if you wanted to go to Vegas and pick it or whatever on your app, that's one thing. But for me to sit here today and say the Broncos are definitely a playoff team, the one thing that we have to remember every year now, though, guys, is the 7th playoff team will keep. I mean, there were 18 teams in the hunt with a shot at the final playoff spot, I think, on the last weekend of the year. Or 18, right? Because 18 teams that still had to look at it or something. I saw J.C. Treader wrote that in his column on the NFLPA website. But I guess if I were going to pick one, I would pick the Chargers because I'm a believer in Herbert, and their roster's pretty nice on both sides if they're healthy. And that's the biggest if in football, because when's the last time the Chargers have been healthy for an entire season? And you can't answer it because the answer is never. So, I mean, honestly, even when they make the AFC title game, right? LT's banged up and Rivers is playing with a torn ACL, and that was obviously a million years ago.
Yeah, definitely. They have issues there. New coach, and they tried the old RPO. Should just give it to Drake.
Yeah, Brandon Staley's the new head coach, young head coach, 38, 39. He's calling the D, obviously. And on the other side, Joe Lombardi is calling the offense. I don't know if he's been an offensive coordinator. He was most recently he's with the Saints. He's Vince Lombardi's grandson. So his name's on the Lombardi trophy. But he's been with Sean Payton for a long time. And so I imagine the offense will have a lot of similarities to that. It'll be multiple. It'll do a lot of stuff. It's probably going to be Austin Eckler feels like he'll be a good fantasy play. If you think Alvin Kamara is a good fantasy play, Austin Eckler may be Alvin Kamara light. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Eckler is going to be highly up there for me next year. I like the moves that the Chargers made from the coaching perspective. But would you? I guess let me, because I spent most of the time there doing the talking. Would you pick any of the AFC West teams? If you're going to pick, we don't know who the quarterbacks are, right? Other than Trevor Lawrence, but knowing what we know, and for the sake of the conversation, let's say quarterbacks don't change. Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson is a member of the Texans, whether he's their quarterback or not. He is Texans property. We'll call it that. Playoff Lock is, as of now, the starter in Denver. So knowing what we know with the quarterbacks, the way too early playoff predictions, and Ashley Edwards and Congo Cap, of course, are all in on the Raiders. Give me your division winners right now. Okay, division winners. I mean, look, AFC West. We're gonna go west to east because hey, that's how we do things in the Mountain Time Zone. That's right. Yeah, West is easy. I mean, I'm not going to pick against the Chiefs. Not until they give you a reason to, right? Yeah. I do think the rest of that division is pretty wide open. Like, I could see either of those three teams maybe rising up, challenging for a wild card spot, but I'm not going to pick against the Chiefs. No, you can't. You absolutely can't. Although there's a chance, like I've talked about it here before, one of my guys in KC, I said it the other night, that could be the best team that Mahomes has ever played with. They got, before he went into the AFC title game. And even going back to last year, but by then, right, he had both tackles. Anyway, so Chiefs for sure. Let's go south or north. You pick. I guess north because south also includes Jacksonville, and that's too far east. So north next. Yeah, north is crazy. Although Baltimore's in the north. You can pick pretty much anyone there. It feels too early on the Bengals, especially with Burrow coming back. So we'll take them out. I'm going to go Browns. I'm going to go Browns. You're going to go Browns over Ravens over Steelers. Okay. I mean, they're certainly trending in the right direction. Okay. I like their coach. I like the moves they made, bringing John Johnson. All right. So he's a heck of a player. That's the safety that they got from the Rams. Yep. Okay. So, and they need help on defense. They have two players really that anybody's excited about. Yeah, they still need more help. Now they have two really good players. Okay. Yeah. So Chiefs, Browns. Let's go AFC South. AFC South is Carson Wentz. We don't know about the Texans. Yeah, Titans are the safe. I'm not a believer in Carson Wentz. I do recognize the Colts. I am. I think that Carson refined some of that MVP form, but maybe it's just because I've seen him do it, and now that he's not an Eagle, it's easier to pull for him. All right, I do like the moves the Titans made on defense. Bringing in a couple guys, so maybe that'll help. But I'll getting rid of Clowney. Not that he did anything, but just having him around, I think, it's bad vibes. Okay, so that's three playoffs. AFC East, it feels like it's easy to pick Buffalo. But if you want to give me somebody else. Yeah. Right now. You going to go Jets, maybe? No, definitely not going Jets. Right now, I'm going Buffalo, too. Remains to be seen what Miami Dolphins. Rick Welch says Dolphins here in the chat. I think the Dolphins are a really interesting pick. But until Tua can show me otherwise. Here's the thing: the Dolphins are a pretty good team. Like they're pretty well coached. Their defense is still, it's pretty good. They got a really good lockdown corners. Tua doesn't necessarily have to do that much. So if he takes even just a little step up, that could be enough for them to win the division. At the same time, I'm a pretty big believer in Sean McDermott, what he's done there, and getting Josh Allen becoming just super efficient. I'm not going to pick against that. They need pass rush help, and maybe they find it in the draft. They still need a little help. Buffalo got beaten pretty easily by KC. They need some help. I think they need to upgrade those running backs. I don't love either. To me, they're just kind of guys. I thought they should have gone harder after Phillip Lindsay or Kenyon Drake. Not that you're really getting people to rush to Buffalo, and their salary cap wasn't great. I know they obviously were in heavy on J.J. Watt. All right, so there's four. Now give me your three wild cards. Are the Dolphins a wild card this year? You got Steelers, you got Ravens. Yeah. It's hard to not have the Ravens in the playoffs until Lamar, misses significant time. I'm actually going to say
the Ravens don't make the playoffs. I just don't think they
fading
have
the Ravens. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Lamar could get figured out a little bit, and he's still.
They added Sammy Watkins.
That's just like adding to my argument. I'm gonna go Steelers, Dolphins,
okay. Steelers, Dolphins. Somebody out west, Chargers.
Yeah, someone out west. I think I'll just go with
Chargers,
the same
Raiders.
The Chargers. I'll go with the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Raiders were balling, then they went to Atlanta and forgot how to play football the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, their defense, right? Like I just don't think they've made enough moves to improve their defense.
We'll see what their draft looks like.
Yeah,
I like Crosby. I like Abrams when he's healthy.
I actually think Denver would be like the potential dark horse wild card because their defense, I think, is going to be really good next year.
Denver's kind of become the Chiefs before Patrick Mahomes got there in terms of on paper. You're like, wow, I like their pass rush. I like their secondary. O-line's a lot better. They can run the ball with Melvin Gordon. Like, he's not going to blow you away, but
yeah, like, I mean, if you added like a Justin Fields, to the Broncos, like, I mean, all of a sudden that team would look a lot different, in my opinion, and in people's eyes. They have really good receiving core.
Right.
They got Fant as an elite tight end.
Right. And you got Jerry Jeudy, you think can show us what he showed in the final game of the year, the 92-yard touchdown. He just catches the ball. Plus, they got Albert O coming back off the ACL.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's not hard to sell the Broncos beyond, and that's why I think Deshaun Watson had them on his list.
Maybe
I'm surprised Russell Wilson didn't put them on his list.
Yeah, no, I know, right? I think Russ was more about the markets and stuff like that.
Seems
but
like
maybe Denver is the team that like goes hard after Fields if San Francisco doesn't take them and they end up with Mac Jones, because I think Carolina is going to be in there too.
Could they get to 4 if Atlanta realizes just with the Matt Ryan financial situation they just can't do anything, and if they can do all they can to either get Pitts, I can't think they get another wide receiver, but could Denver get from 9 to 4? And look, when you're still kind of building around, you got a new GM and a new head coach, they've got a little bit of leeway. So let's say in order for the Broncos to get from 9 to 4, they have to do similar to what San Fran did. You're giving up at least next year's number 1 to go with 9. You might be giving up 40, which is their second round pick, and or you're giving up 2 number 1s like San Fran just did. 2 more number 1s.
Yeah.
I would do it for Fields. I don't know if I'd do it for Lance, even though I'm intrigued by his athleticism, and I certainly wouldn't do it for Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement there. I think Fields is the target. If he's there at 4, you kind of unload the clip, so to speak, and you go for it. I think that makes a ton of time. You get a young quarterback on the rookie contract with potentially the same kind of talent as the first 2 picks, and you go for it, man. Like I think the Broncos are like I said, I think they're kind of getting underrated here. Like they brought, I like the moves they made, getting Fuller and stuff like that. The defense is all back intact. They still got Fangio as like the defensive.
They brought in the kid Darby too, who's really talented. He's just been hurt, but last year he played more snaps than any corner in football. So he's trending in the right direction now.
Yep. No, and that's what I mean. Like I think their defense is going a little bit under the radar. So you add in Courtland Sutton is still an elite talent. I know he's coming off a bad injury, but he should have lots of time.
What's going on? Oh, the Jets are kicking the field goal. I was thinking they would drop. I was like, I looked at the score backwards. I'm like, why are you not going for it? Well, this should ice it. Sam Ficken.
This is it. Again, we're just talking over this because the Jets legitimately just been burning clock here as they're running down. So no excitement to really talk about. Cardinals with the field goal made it once.
Hyro says BK stopped selling the Broncos. No one is buying. I'm not sitting here trying to influence
I'm the
Jeff.
one selling the Broncos.
Jeff just sold the Broncos.
I'm the one who brought him up, man.
Look, my life is made better when the Broncos win because we're the Broncos station, and that means more money coming into the station as they make the playoffs. But I'm still going to go to work, and if they stink, we're still going to talk about them, and I'm still going to cover them the same way when they're 5-11 as if they're 11-5. But the quarterback is going to be the question mark, and maybe Drew Lock gets there, because to predict that they definitely get Fields or anyone else we can't do that now. A month from now, when Jeff and I are sitting here Derby weekend, then we can talk about the Broncos just did in the draft and how it relates. Did they make a trade on draft night? Because I think a trade for Teddy Bridgewater is still on the table if Carolina can move up to 4 or 5 to get a quarterback. Because you hear the owner doesn't like the Bridgewater contract and doesn't necessarily love Bridgewater. It's not inspiring. So Bridgewater could be here as a plan B to Lock. Is that an interception? Jets D?
Jets D getting some points there for you.
I haven't checked my standings forever.
I'll do a recap here. I know I haven't checked it all.
I was in 9th to start. I'm lower now. I'm in 62nd before that hit. Victory formation, something you didn't even know was in the Jets playbook. Does the INT change things at the top? Field goal and the INT.
We got Paw Sox up at the top of the little Happy Easter free roll for the league. 86.81 points. This is before. Score's not finalized. Kenny Drake in the captain spot, though. He almost got the bonus. Was a shoestring tackle away. 83 rush yards, 2 receptions, and a touchdown. Darnold, 15 points. Actually, like a little decent game for Darnold. Lev with 21.6 points. You need to stack the RBs here because the receivers basically did nothing today. Perriman caught the touchdown. He still only had 12 points. So that's about it. Who you got for your player of the game for this one? Anyone stick out? I mean, there's a couple players, but.
Well, I'm trying to click back into it, and it's not loaded. So there's that. Perriman, what were Perriman's final points? I mean, I can't get this.
12.8 points. He had 3 catches, a touchdown, 38 yards. Kyler had 76 rushing yards and only 69 passing yards. Kyler had more rush yards than passing yards, only 9.36 points. So pretty brutal game for him. And then Drake had 26.25 in the captain.
Yeah, that was part of the winning lineup. I might be inclined to go Drake. I know he's well owned.
Either Drake or Bell, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, Bell, I guess Bell in the captain spot had 30, huh?
He had more points than Drake, yeah.
What was ownership numbers one more time on that?
76% on Bell, 55% on Drake.
Oh, then it's Drake because the difference of 5 points with that ownership is so significant. And then I guess, look, I get that Jordan Lindenbaum's accusing me of not paying attention. I did see how many people needed Herndon in the tweet or in the chat. And Herndon did not deliver 3.9 points. And I know he was a popular play. So there you go. Chris Herndon is your babysitter Billy, not my kid. Crusty Crystal player of the game goes to Kenyon Drake, the newest Raider.
All right. There you go. There you have it, folks. Scores just obviously getting finalized. Still not quite up to date.
What place are you?
What position was I?
Yeah.
I was 32nd. I captained did I captain Drake? No, I captained Kyler.
You captained Kyler. I captained Kirk. Hey, Captain Kirk. I captained Kirk. He did nothing. It was a big swing and a big miss. 57th place. Jets D though.
Yeah, my lineup wasn't terrible.
Jets D got me 9 points.
Yeah, Jets D was a pretty solid play. 6% owned. So
yesterday I stupidly played 2 quarterbacks and 2 defenses, which I don't know. I finished higher than Jordan Lindenbaum, even though he gave me a hard time about doing it. I still finished in a higher position.
There you go. All right, guys.
Here comes the Pepsi.
Oh,
did we get the Peeps
here.
Flavored Pepsi? They didn't have it. No, it's a buzz.
Oh no. Well, that's really shocking because it's Easter and stuff. But all right, well, no Peeps. That's too bad. I was going to be like the big reveal on the next one.
I know. I was really excited, and I can't really. Well, I know we finished early. I don't even know what stores are open though, so I try to go find it. Well, that was a big time letdown. I'm gonna see where I can find it. Maybe the Walmart that's not too far away has it. I'll race up there right now.
Who knows, man? Yeah, we do have a little extra time. So
yeah,
Brandon and I are back for the next one. It's 49ers at Cowboys.
I already got my lineup built. The contest is in there. I can tell you what it's called. It's called, hey, another Easter sim with BK and Jeff.
All right.
It's just Jeff and BK.
This is good. I'm glad that you've come to play on Easter because, again, I am completely unorganized. But we got 49ers Cowboys. You got any early thoughts? Like, who'd you put in your captain spot? Just give us the captain. Give us a little sneak peek.
I did it when the Niners play. You got a Captain Mostert. So I think Mostert is in my captain spot. But then my lineup, I really like my lineup, which means it'll probably be terrible. But
I'm going to make my lineup like 2 minutes before lock. So
I may have to change this up now that I'm looking at this.
Oh, okay. He's going to make some changes. So anyways, he initially liked Mostert.
But no, Mostert's staying. That's not the issue. I may have too many Cowboys receivers. Anyway, you need to make your lineup right now.
Let's get out of here, and then maybe BK will have a chance to get us the Peeps Pepsi. We'll see. 49ers at Cowboys next, and then you got Patriots at Packers, Bills at Giants, Seahawks at Browns, Falcons at Lions. You got Kaufman for 2 sims with Brandon and Lamarca, Glasheen for the last 2 sims with double Tom and Glasheen to end the night. And then again, BK and I net back for the next one, 49ers at Cowboys. Thanks to all our guys in the back, Thomas, Andrew, probably forgetting someone. No, looks like it's just Thomas and Andrew. I don't know. Anyways, we will be back, folks, in about 50 minutes.
Jim did the scores and bounced. He went to go get some pizza.
He bounced. That's what he did. Yeah, he's tired of us talking. Okay, so Jim on the ops team as well. Guys, we'll be back in about 50 minutes. Cowboys at 49ers. See you soon. Boom, bang, bang. We're back, folks. Second sim of the day. How's your Easter going? You got the chocolate hangover yet? I'm still going strong, but I just had a couple more Reese's Pieces, so I'm good. Brandon's back with me. We got San Francisco. We got Dallas, a couple NFC powerhouses. You know, this feels like a early 90s matchup or something. You know, Aikman versus Young or something. Except this time we got Mostert versus Zeke. You know, the two kind of fantasy studs in this game. Brandon Cristal is back with me. Brandon, who did you captain in this one? Is it still Mostert? You said you were going to change.
Stuck with Mostert, but did just switch my lineup around seconds ago. And I know lineups have locked, but I realized I had Dak and then the Cowboys' top three receivers, and that just didn't seem like a good mix because there's no way they were all going to perform, not against what we think is a pretty good Niners D, right? So I ended up going with still Dak, added Zeke, and then I actually need to find the rest of my line. Here we go. Lamb and Zerline to make it all fit to go with Pettis and Mostert. So four Cowboys to go with Mostert as my captain. But feeling good about Zeke. The Zeke-Dak combo feels like obviously whatever the Cowboys do on offense, I'll have a piece of it.
I kind of like the idea of just playing, you know, going mainly heavy Mostert and just hoping he has the monster game, gets all the touchdowns. That definitely works. I went a different direction. I captained Cooper with Dak. I actually played both QBs, so I got Kittle in there as well. So I guess I faded both the stud running backs. Really doesn't seem like a good strategy now that I'm talking.
Seems like a bad strategy based on what I've seen, at least in Niners sims. Zeke can be hit and miss, although he seems to always find the end zone just about.
He does.
He's got to be one of the higher touchdown scorers.
Yeah,
I have to think.
I've got to think Zeke has like 100 touchdowns at this point. He's got 60. That's really high. What does Mostert have? Mostert's got, they both have 60 touchdowns exactly. So
it seems like a risky move by you then.
It's risky. Let's see how it pays off for him, Cotton. Anyways, Cowboys getting the ball first here. Hope you guys are still having a good Easter Sunday. Like I said, get those Cadbury cream eggs. You know, you're going to have a hangover tonight, just a chocolate hangover. Regardless, so you might as well just get one more in for this sim.
Producer said risky is one word for your strategy of your lineup build.
Oh, okay. A little trash talk in the chat. We'll see. I
think he's just being honest.
I know. It's pretty dumb. But I did go past everything.
Pretty dumb.
Oh, yeah, and there goes Zeke. You like that already. I mean, look, we have two of the most consistent, like, upside RBs in this game. So, yeah, fading both, probably not the long-term winning strategy, but it's one game only. It's a little free roll action. Maybe I'll get, like, 40 points from Amari Cooper.
Take the under. Jimmy B captain Kittle.
Kittle's good value. Kittle is cheaper than Deebo Samuel, cheaper than a lot of receivers. Oh!
Look at that throw.
That wasn't
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee.
You know who's got CeeDee Lamb and Dak in their lineup? That would be yours truly.
Good start for CeeDee Lamb. I wonder if he was popular in this contest. Let's find out.
Zeke was 66% owned, 12% captain in the $250 free showdown.
Actually surprised CeeDee Lamb didn't get a little bit more love. 30% owned in the flex. It was only 5,400. Good value. Good start anyways.
Hey, so last sim, look at Zeke walking into the end zone just about.
Too easy. Oh, yeah, okay.
No, he's down, but I think he should get 3 looks at it. Of course, I'm not calling plays. We talked about the AFC teams. I guess we can review it for people that are new to this sim that weren't with us last sim. But I think Drew ask the question? Somebody asked the question, anybody in the AFC West make the playoffs, not name the Chiefs? And that made us just do the 7 playoff teams. And I didn't really have a strong look at that. Chiefs, that's easy money.
That's just a monster drive for Zeke right off the top. Had a bunch of yards as well.
So I didn't, I guess I'm just regretting captaining Mostert and not Zeke to this point. Let's see what Mostert does. He may have as easy a time, if not an easier time. To review, we think, and I didn't disagree with Chiefs. You went Browns to win the North. We both agreed Chiefs until we're proven otherwise. Both went Browns to win the North. Wouldn't surprise us if it's the Ravens. It would surprise you. You took the Ravens not to miss. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think the Steelers are going to win the North, even though it's Big Ben's swan song. Yep. We'll see. Losing Bud Dupree doesn't make you better. I know he was hurt towards the end of the year after he tore his ACL. But anyway. And then the East, we both like Buffalo. Some people like the Dolphins. I need to see it from Tua before I really believe it. Think it maybe win it with Brissett, I guess. But then if it's Brissett versus Allen, I like Allen. and then we both agreed on the Titans. So those were 4 division winners, and then the other playoff teams. You had Steelers.
Yeah, who did I have? I had Steelers, Dolphins, and then I picked. I
Chargers.
just went with the Chargers. I went with pretty much chalky.
So we're not gonna spend a lot of time fighting on that. Let's do the NFC though, which is a lot more interesting because I think every playoff team could come from the NFC West. That isn't the other 3 division winners.
Yeah, the wild card. No, I gotcha. And
so who wins the West? We don't know who the Niners QB though. We know it's Jimmy G for now. So we're doing it based on today's quarterbacks because. Yeah. If they do draft a rookie, we think that they're to this point.
It still might be Jimmy G, right? I think you operate under the assumption Jimmy G is going to be there. Yeah, maybe he's not the starter, but he's going to be there. So I think that's fair. I mean, I think we can still do it. Who's your pick for the West?
Maybe the Rams, maybe the Stafford edition with that defense as dialed in as they are. The Cardinals, I guess it's going to be all based on Kyler's health. Nice cut there by George Kittle.
George Kittle.
And so I'll pick the Rams today, but it feels like a coin flip for all 4 teams.
It's really close.
We'll see what Seattle's D looks like, but
yeah, I'm not big on Seattle next year. I think they might be in trouble in that.
Well, you still got Carson back. You've got DK, Lockett. You still have Russell Wilson on defense. You know Wagner's going to tackle anything.
Oh, wow. George Kittle about to have a game here.
Setting up a Mostert touchdown perfectly.
Yeah, he might be. A couple of big gains, though, for him. He's like halfway to the bonus there.
Like 50 yards, brother. But, okay, NFC West. Let's do them last. Let's work backwards.
Okay, let's go. Let's do them last.
Let's start with the East. Yeah, I think the Cowboys win the division if they're healthy.
Okay, I'm gonna take Washington.
Yeah, I like the Cowboys, and I get that I'm from Dallas with the Cowboys. God, that was easy.
Debo. This game off to a rip-roaring start. Garoppolo is slinging it. Kittle and Debo on that drive. So not much from Mostert, but again, this is
now my statement.
2 touchdowns in 4 minutes here, under 4 minutes. So.
That we should have captained Elliott rather than captaining Mostert. But okay, so you say Washington, I say Cowboys. Does either team make the playoffs as a wild card otherwise?
I think possibly. Like you have to. You're going to have a couple. Like I don't think the Eagles are going to be like a tough opponent. So I think there is a possibility. But at the same time, I'm just going to say that like one team.
The Giants play hard. They added Kenny Galladay.
Yeah, the Giants could be a tougher opponent. Like,
are you a Daniel Jones believer? I guess is part of it. You have to decide. Yeah. And it's more of a general question. Although I will ask you, do you think Daniel Jones will get there?
I'm not like a huge believer in the upside. I think that he's going to have a really good O-line and defensive and even a solid defense.
And Saquon. Saquon coming back. Yeah, Saquon back.
Shouldn't hurt him, right? I mean,
right.
I'm still kind of out on the Giants.
Me too.
I do like the Galladay signing. Like, I think it's smart. I really do like Galladay. I think he's a legit wide receiver.
He can stay healthy. What a terrible throw.
He does have to stay healthy. I'm in on Washington, though. I really like what they're doing with that team. I think Fitzpatrick was actually smart now that I look at it. And they still have Taylor Heineke there if things fall apart with Fitzpatrick or whatever, who's a bit of a mobile guy. I recognize Dak, Dallas, definitely. I think it's going to be between those 2 teams as well.
When you get the offensive line back healthy, right, if Tyron Smith's healthy, Zach Martin back to playing guard, you get Collins back, you get the Williams kid year 3, the center back healthy. So we'll see. And then the defense has high-paid players. Doesn't mean they play well.
Yeah.
You need Vander Esch to be healthy. That certainly helps. Their back end is going to be a question mark. I like the Keanu Neal signing. Let's talk about needing to stay healthy. Right, former Pro Bowler back in 2017. I want to say just been snake bitten as bad as about any player in the league. Dak with a year and a half to throw. But all right, so Cowboys, Washington, coin flip. Maybe one of them is a playoff team. Otherwise, I'm out on the Eagles. I'm out on Jalen Hurts, even if he does change his number. I just don't think he has enough there. But we'll see. All right, let's go across the way to the NFC North. I'm going to go with the Packers. You can go a different direction if you want. You want to go Lions? That's on you. But
I don't.
Go Packers. You want to go Andy Dalton and the Bears or Minnesota? I just don't really know what Minnesota's doing right now.
No,
I like Jefferson.
I think they're kind of stuck in Kirk Cousins hell is what they're doing from a cap perspective, and just they've hitched their wagon to him, and they kind of have to ride this out.
You got Thielen, you got Jefferson, you got Dalvin Cook. Obviously, he's great. Yeah. Defense is good, not great. They've lost some of their key pieces have left. They add Patrick Peterson, but talking to people around the league, they think he's lost a step.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, all right, we'll agree about the Packers. It's probably
I can't make an argument for anyone else. Not I'd like to come out and say, well, the Bears could be interesting, but I can't do it with Andy Dalton as QB. I could have done it with someone else probably, but I'm not going to do it with Andy Dalton. So no, to me, I think the Packers just win again. It's a boring pick, but it's probably.
Ooh, that's a sack. NFC South. I'm going to go out on a limb here too. I'm going to take the Bucs to actually win the division this year.
I mean, is that going out on a limb?
Well, they didn't win it last year, so
True.
Saints did. But I guess that's the bigger question is, what will the Saints look like with all that roster overhaul and with Jameis or Taysom Hill as their starter?
Yeah. Again, I think Tampa's the choice there. My worry with Tampa was just, they lose a couple guys and then people still have the same expectations, and it's a bit of a different team, but it's the same team.
They have all 22 starters back.
Yeah, so I think they're going to win. I think that's actually the easier. I think it's an easiger choice than taking the Packers to win their division. To be honest, I think the Bucs are going to have a very easy time winning that division.
Atlanta, you got new coaching staff, and what is the future of Matt Ryan? That'll be defined by August. So that's that's not. It's a question we can ask here.
Even if Carolina upgrades a QB, and let's say that's.
Well, but what's that? That upgrade's going to be a kid. So the idea that Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. Yeah, their defense has Brian Burns, and I really like
a couple of young
Waters'
guys.
nephew, Jeremy Chin. But they don't have enough yet. Yeah. You get Christian McCaffrey back, presumably healthy. That should have been a pick.
Yeah, I thought that was
tough
a pick.
Sure. Okay, so Packers, Bucks, Cowboys, or Washington. Now let's do the West. Do all four teams get into the playoffs? They're obviously going to beat each other, so that kind of can meet their record.
That's going to make it impossible.
But there's a 17th game now.
It's true. I could definitely see three. I think that's
three for sure.
Possibility. I think San Francisco's the wild card. San Francisco could finish first or last. It wouldn't shock me that much. If they're healthy, I think Kyle Shanahan's the best coach in that division. I think their offense could be legitimately unstoppable if Kittle, Debo plays a full year, Mostert plays a full year, even if it's Garoppolo. If Garoppolo is just upright for a full year, I think we've seen that they can be an effective offense.
Yeah, Trent Williams is back on that big deal. Obviously playing like he never left.
It's hard for me to take them though over Arizona and the Rams. I don't know. I just know what I'm going to get with those two teams, and I think they're going to be close. I'm actually going to say Arizona. I think they're building a pretty nice team there.
Arizona wins the division?
Yeah, I think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to.
They're building a nice team from 2014.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying AJ Green, JJ Watt.
Yeah, but they have a lot of young players.
Fitz is back. Is Fitz back yet? Has he decided? Do we know?
He hasn't decided yet. No.
We'll just assume he is. Look, I like Kyler Murray a lot. I like their offense. Vance Joseph.
This is my first take too. I got to look at
running his weird 3-3-5 defense. Another sack almost. Mostert finally in the game. Was that Mostert? Yeah.
Losing yards.
Big catch.
That was an eventful first half though.
First quarter.
Touchdowns, some sacks there to end the half. Defense is kind of flexing. I'll do a couple quick stats because there was quite a bit going on. See, we're at Garoppolo 107 yards, Dak not doing much, 36 yards only. Garoppolo had a nice quick cue.
Does anyone get to 12-5? Producer Drew wants to know. But here, why don't you hit some of these stats? Zeke, 37 yards already in that score. Kittle.
Yeah, Kittle was had a monster first quarter. 4 catches, 90 yards. Had that one big drive. Debo with the touchdown, 2 catches, 18 yards. And CeeDee Lamb with most of the yards for Dallas, 34 yards. Part of me wants to just take San Francisco, but I can't take San Francisco if they pick up Mac Jones. I just can't. If it's Justin Fields, I think I would probably change my pick to San Francisco in that division.
Yeah, well, and Justin Fields may not start the year, but could finish the year.
Exactly, but I think he brings in better. Like let's say either Garoppolo plays bad,
the ceiling feels higher for sure,
or gets hurt.
Running play action and getting out on the edge with what Kyle wants to do, and then with 4.4 speed. Zeke showing off his 4.4 speed from Ohio State, from the Ohio State University.
But yeah, that division is going to be hecka interesting. Like I said, the only team I'm really kind of out of on right now is Seattle. Just with all the bad blood with Russ. They've really added one. Yeah, they brought back some players, but
they brought back Dunlap, which I like.
Yeah. Is that offense just going to go back to what it was the first half of the year, though, or is it going to be the second half offense?
Here's the other thing but here's the thing about that. Go look at their schedule. Let me do this real quick, because people conveniently like to just forget the opponents when they're talking about letting Russ cook. But here, Seahawks 2020 schedule. Okay. The teams they played in the first 7 games were way different than the teams they played in the last 9. And real quickly, here you go. So, they went 12-4. Atlanta, terrible defense, worst secondary in football. New England, we know they weren't very good. The Cowboys, worst defense. Miami was okay D, and they still scored 31. Minnesota, their defense was middle of the pack. Arizona, San Francisco. Then they played Buffalo. Then they played the Rams. They played Arizona again. Philly, whatever. New York, tough D, 17-12. The Jets, 40-3. That one, that one was an easy day. Washington, tough D. Rams again. Niners, it got tougher as the year went on compared to what they did early when they started out 5-0.
Absolutely. So the opponents maybe
I'm just saying that's a factor.
Yeah.
Kevin Lockett had 200 yards receiving against the Cardinals in week 7. One of those weeks the Cardinals had 0 corners. Like all their corners were out on COVID.
That's right.
Contact tracing. They're picking up guys off the street, sort of playing safeties at corner and stuff. So I don't know. I'm not as down on. I understand the off-field stuff with the Seahawks could be an issue, but I don't know if it really is.
Yeah, that's fair. I love Russ, so I don't really like saying not that I don't like Seattle, but I look at that division. I'm just not really sure what path Seattle is planning to take. I think if they brought back the offense from the first half and they really committed to that kind of style and playing open, I think they have the best quarterback in the division, but they seem to not want to do that. So I'm out on them until I get more of a concrete, this is we're just going to put the ball in Russ's hands, so to speak. So
we don't know who they're playing, or rather when they're playing, but here's who they are playing. So here are your 17 opponents. Well, let's take the 3 Division ones. Those are easy, right? Okay, we got that. Yep. They're playing the Lions, the Jaguars, the Titans, the Bears, and the Saints, all in Seattle. We know Seattle's a tough place to play. There'll be fans back, maybe full stadiums. That's a nice home schedule because you don't know what the Saints are. The Bears have Andy Dalton. I'll take Russ Wilson over Andy Dalton in the showdown.
Yep.
Even so they could legitimately win all 5 of those games, and then you got Niners, Cardinals, Rams. No reason to think they won't win 1 or 2 of those at home. On the road, obviously those same division teams. At the Packers, we know that'll be tough. We can go ahead and mark that down for Sunday night or Monday Night Football right now.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. Russ at Aaron Rodgers. At the Vikes, we'll see. We just kind of went through our Vikings analysis. At the Texans, that feels like a win. At the Colts, good team. We don't know about Wentz. At Washington will be tough because Washington's deal will be there. Then at the Steelers. So
easy home schedule, really tough road schedule. Interesting.
Yeah, it feels like could be a 9-8, 10-7 kind of year. It's going to get really weird. I'm not great at math. Getting to 8-8 was a lot easier for me. Figuring out 17 variables of 17 that aren't 10-7 is going to be really tough for me. Or 7-10. Long as you're 10-7, 7-10, or 17-0, or 0-17, I got you. Everything else, all bets are off.
Honestly, I think it's a pretty good schedule. Just going over it, because I think you'd almost rather. It sounds weird, but I think you'd almost rather have the weak teams on the road, or at home. Excuse me. And then, you go out on the road, you're the underdog. Sometimes you can catch these bigger teams off guard. There's a nice run by Mostert, which about broke it. So it does set up pretty well for Seattle, possibly, I admit. Still, if we're just talking about, straight up, I probably won't have them as my pick. It'll probably be either Arizona or the Rams.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that, but
yeah,
no one that's listening to us right now or paying attention to the league will be surprised if Seattle wins the division. It won't blow anyone's mind.
No, it's true. I won't be surprised if anyone of those four.
Yeah, teams. Right. Any of those four teams, that feels like the best and most open division because all four of them, you can make a case, and no one will be surprised if they are the team hosting and maybe even with the best record. The problem is there's probably an element of cannibalization there.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
The Packers might get to 14-3, which equals 17 games.
Well, and I mean, even this year, like the Rams were the only wild card team from that division, right? Oh no, wait.
Yeah,
Seattle won the division.
No, Niners and Arizona. Niners obviously not, and Arizona was close, but didn't get
close. Yeah, so again, I mean, like you said, cannibalization. Definitely.
Right. So Seattle won the division last year.
Yeah. So who are your wild card picks? Like, let's get to that.
Before we get there, though, real quickly, Willie Jones about Arizona. He says Arizona will have this on YouTube. Will have trouble winning if they can't generate throwing windows for Kyler. At the end of the season, a lot of teams were playing tall and trying to keep him in the pocket. That's true, and I'll add to it. He is also banged up, and he stopped running as much. And so you add those two things together, and it's not great because Kyler is 5'10" on his best day, and I get 5'10" and a half with cleats on that, but still. So who are my wild cards? I'm fine picking one of the NFC East teams because inevitably there'll be too many injuries, just like we saw with the Niners to one of these NFC West teams. Right. And then, so that gives us, I think that's it. You're going to get two teams from the NFC West and either the Cowboys or Washington. No Vikes.
Yeah.
No Bears with Andy Dalton. No Lions. And in the South, I don't think the Saints get there. I think the Jameis Taysom thing isn't enough, even with the talented roster. That's not as talented just because of the cuts they've had to make.
So this is all before we know who the draft is. The draft could change a lot of this, but yeah, for me, the teams I would even be pegging would be the Saints, the Bears, and the Vikings are just. I would probably put the Vikings ahead of the Bears right now, but again, I don't even know if that's right. And then obviously all the teams in the NFC West. So I think I'm kind of with you. I think Washington and Dallas could make it. I think they're clearly the two best teams in that division. Not writing off the Giants completely. I recognize the Giants are pretty solid, but I'll take Washington over Dallas there. So I think both those teams could make it. And then, do you take two teams from the NFC West? Could definitely happen. There's a touchdown.
Absolutely. Touchdown. George Kittle balling out of control, man. You should have captained Kittle. Producer Drew wants to know if the Falcons improve. I do think that they improve. Do they improve enough to make the playoffs? You got a new coach. How much time does he really get to work with his team in the offseason? Very likely none on the field, or maybe we'll find out in June or July. They do, coming in June or July, they'll do a week together, maybe 2 weeks at most. And 2 weeks is like 3 days and 3 days. It's not 2 full weeks. So I don't know. And is Matt Ryan, if Arthur Smith was able to get Tannehill to the Pro Bowl a couple times with that offense, why wouldn't he be able to get Matt Ryan a step further?
They could improve. I think, like you said, though, I think the lack of prep time, just the new coach, bringing in, new veteran systems too. I don't see the Atlanta making like a huge step up to where they're competing.
I just don't like their defense enough yet.
Yeah.
Edward Pride says Winston is better than last year's Drew Brees. Winston's arm certainly is.
Yeah.
Drew Brees didn't throw a ton of picks because he's Drew Brees, but we saw where his arm limitations.
I don't think I'm going to take any of the NFC North teams to be a wild card, but the Saints are definitely like the Saint. To me, it would be the Saints, Cowboys, and then the NFC West teams. So I'll say, you know what? I'll take the Cowboys. I'll be out on the Saints, and then I'll take two teams from the West. I guess that's kind of like you did. I'll say Arizona, the Rams, and then
Seattle or San Fran, one of them.
Yeah, Seattle or San Fran, depending on San Fran's injury situation, because they're just injured all the time. It's ridiculous. So.
Rachel Nichols just tweeted, for those that care about the Lakers, No Andre Drummond in all caps. Missing toenail for the Lakers today. Coach Frank Vogel says Drummond still can't put his shoe on and is limited in his mobility. I hope he finds his toenail because you need him. Doesn't feel like as much pain as a missing toenail. Sounds like you just tape it up, numb it up, and go play.
I've never dealt with it, so I'm not going to comment. And I
imagine it getting ripped off in the moment really hurts, right? I feel like it's a form of torture, right? Or at least
when you're, it definitely hurts. I don't think
there's no doubt about that, but I think you tape it up, you put a bunch of pressure, you can't even feel your toe. And
one thing I'll say is those dudes, like the 7-footers, like, when you're putting pressure on it, it might just be different, when you're jumping up and down on it. It could have something to do with that. So I have no idea. His toe could just be massively swollen too. So. It is kind of weird though. You think about it, you're like, yeah, dude, like just tape it up.
Yeah, your toe swells up, says Tom. Behind the scenes,
I'm sure there's something to do with it.
Producer Drew adds, I complain when I bite my fingernails too much. Hard pass on if anything was missing with the toenail. All right.
Anyways, dudes, hope you guys are having a good Easter Sunday, enjoying the toenail talk. Little NFC action on the playoffs. Give us your take in the chat if you want. Who's going to win the NFC? Early picks if you want.
Who do you think wins tomorrow? I know we kind of talked about the game, but who actually cuts the nets down?
I mean, I don't have a good take on this game, so I'll just say Gonzaga because they're the favorites or whatever. But
I thought Charles Barkley had a good take post-game, and I don't always say that even though he's my favorite, in that he said because of the way the two UCLA studs and Jaquez and Juzang play, that kind of affected what Gonzaga does and slowing things down. That Baylor, although they have a better team than UCLA, they're going to play the way Gonzaga wants to play. So they'll get up and down.
Yeah.
They'll just, the offense will come more easy. And I say that, the score is still 93-90. But another sack. Is that Bosa? Yep.
Yeah, I think a couple people I've heard say that as well. So it'll be interesting. I think it makes sense.
I mean, I picked Gonzaga. That's about the only thing I got right in the whole bracket challenge that I did.
Yeah, I think too, whenever teams get really close to getting knocked out and then they kind of get by it, they almost get like a boost of confidence, So it does feel like Gonzaga will probably come out.
Especially because they were rolling in their first 4 games.
Exactly, right? So they've had their close call. They've been battle-tested, so to speak, and, they're the favorite. They're the favorites. So. They're due. They're overdue. That's been a good basketball program for so long.
Well, this isn't good. Sorry. Indianapolis Star reports 9 employees at famed St. Elmo's Steakhouse, and anyone who's been to Indy has been to St. Elmo's, especially if you're there for a big event. They've got the world-famous shrimp cocktail. They have to close their doors for a little while and get everything under control.
COVID-ized.
9 employees. Here's the one thing we know. No one from Gonzaga or from Baylor is at St. Elmo's this week because they weren't allowed to go. They couldn't leave their bubbles at the hotel.
Right.
But that does not mean their friends and family that are in town didn't go have a steak and some of that shrimp cocktail at St. Elmo's. 9 employees. Not great. No. Not great.
As a field goal. Bringing the Cowboys within 4. Yeah, hopefully we don't get some kind of situation. Something to keep an eye on, though.
And here's the one thing I'll say about St. Elmo's employees. It's not one of those places where they've got people that have worked there for 50 years. Like you'll go into a diner or something and people have been there since the diner opened. But they definitely have people that have worked there for a long time. Front and back of the house. So I'm saying it's not the youngest wait staff.
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I get you saying. Well, hopefully that gets resolved well. But, yeah, that's something to watch, I guess, for Monday night. Basically just the reality of sports for now. Everyone's got to stay in their bubble till...
Got to stay in your bubble till everyone's got a shot in the arm, right?
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Is it 20 o'clock? I think it was. Monzi, Carey. And that's the end of it. That's the end of the half.
Mostert not performing like a captain for me.
No, bit of a slower.
Captain of a sinking ship. That's what he's doing.
Bit of a slower second Q. Anyway, I said 1 touchdown. Kittle's having a monster game. Actually, I just want to check.
He's got to be the captain in the leading lineups right now.
Yeah, he's got to be. Jimmy G still on pace for the bonus, 162, 2 touchdowns. So that's sweet. Zeke actually on pace for the bonus, 262 yards. That's right. He's had a pretty good game. Mostert, only 23 yards for Mostert. He's only had 5 touches, 5 carries. Kittle, he already did hit the bonus, 7 catches, 116, and a touchdown. He's going absolutely nuts. CeeDee Lamb, 51 yards. Zeke, 1 catch. Debo did have a touchdown as well. So both 49ers touchdown coming through the air here. Got to figure the lineup in the first place. And our free roll has Kittle in the captain. It does. 13.4% owned. Yeah, people took the value on Kittle, which kind of makes sense. So he's definitely pretty heavily owned. We got Zeke, Garoppolo. Garoppolo only 25% owned, but 14 points. That's really good. Return, Debo, Jarwin, and 49ers in the leading lineup right now. Ollie Pop killing it. 5-point lead.
Nice. Stats are updated, so I don't even know what place I'm in. I will tell you quickly. Let's see. I am in. Heck. Here we go. 104th. 104th. Here, did I assume Koff made a contest for later? Because I am sticking around for one more. He also challenged me to an NBA showdown or NBA head-to-head. Early Bird Special, the 96 Super Bowl rematch is what this is called. Without Favre and Bledsoe. Free roll.
Without Favre and Bledsoe. Fair enough.
What's the rest of your day hold? Anything Easter related? Is that everything closes on Canada on Easter Sunday as well, I assume?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I won't be getting up to much here. We're still kind of under semi-lockdown as well, but wife's been partying with the kids all morning, or just as I've been on these sims, so I'll be taking over to do.
You said they're 5, so do they get a nap in post candy?
4, but no, they don't. They don't really nap much anymore.
Yeah,
solid sleepers at night too, so they really.
That's good. That's nice. Yeah, my little ones are down right now. So my niece and nephew took off. 14-year-old is just chomping at the bit, trying to get on this PS5 in between sims.
Yeah, so rest of the day for me going to be catching up, getting a little bit of Masters work done for next week, and then.
Have you started to look? Who are some of your value plays, if you will, or sleepers? Absolutely. I guess.
Yeah, man. Look, I think at the top of the, I do think like a big name is going to win, but
does DJ go back to back?
No, I think if you ask me, the guy I'd want to be targeting is Bryson. Speed is really well.
His DraftKings partnership.
Not just because of DraftKings, but doesn't hurt, right? He does have the partnership. Who was that catching the ball? Oh, Pettis, Dante Pettis. Sorry,
I got Pettis.
He just caught a pass. Fourth and 5.
Top 100.
4th and 5. Are you gonna punt?
All right, so Bryson, you like Bryson. Who else did you say? Sorry.
I do. So, again, if you're looking for, like, more sort of down value, under 7K, I like Siwoo Kim at 6,700. Super talented. Looks like he's just being discounted a little bit. He's already got a win on the year. Matt Kuchar's playing well at 6,800 as well. And the other guy target up front is Patrick Cantlay. Had a really nice start to the year. With the Masters, it's really just about, guys who've really had good starts to the year. It's kind of like you got to bring in a little bit of momentum.
What about former Masters champion, fellow Canadian Mike Weir?
Will not be playing Mike Weir. No.
Right.
Senior
Your
tour.
Funeral.
Okay.
Doesn't he still play in the Masters though?
He does. Oh yeah, he's in it. Yeah. He's 6,100. Angel Cabrera's in it. Larry Mize is in it. Sandy Lyle. Don't play those guys, though.
Angel Cabrera. He always starts strong at the Masters, it seems like.
I mean, the guy can make a couple birdies. He just he's good at stringing together bogeys as well. He's also getting up there in age, though.
Yeah, for sure. Another sack. Cowboys line is not holding up great.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be. I thought we were going to get like a 40 to 35 game.
Producer Drew loves seeing Sandy throw up a plus 17 every year. We're going to get to see Lee Elder as one of the 3 ceremonial starters, right? With Jack and Gary Player. That'll be cool.
Yeah, nice move for sure. 100%. It's the first African-American playing the Masters.
I'll be calling a sim during the final few holes, so that's going to be awesome on Sunday. Thanks a lot, Producer Drew. Even though he blames Madison.
Yeah, I purposely took next Sunday off.
I didn't even think about it. I did not think about it at all. I made sure to take next Saturday night off because my wife's got a friend in town, so they're going to dinner, and I'm going to go play cards. But yeah,
that's all right. I mean, you're going to be. I don't even mind announcing when things are going on because you can.
Even though it was tricky with the Jayhawks on in the tournament, that wasn't great. But then we pulled away from Eastern Washington. But even though I have 4 TVs behind me, I'll grab a 5th TV, run the correct TV cord out here, and put a 50-inch TV right here next to me, and I'll be watching it. Because it's one thing when we're doing this and I got a Nuggets or Avs or whatever the Thursday TNT game is on the little corner of my laptop, no big deal. But the Masters, I'm gonna want to watch it.
Yeah.
As I'm calling the sim, and I'm actually calling the game. So everyone in the chat knows I'll be dialed in on every single play. I always am. I think I'm with Tom too, and the previous 2 times the only 2 times Tom and I have worked together, double overtime, both games. But literally, Masters coverage starts at that's a safety. Oh, what are they going to call? A hold or a face mask?
We got a flag here. Holding.
Is that in the end zone? Lynchy, the former first round.
I guess not. This could be a blocked here. This is dangerous block territory. Oh, no, got it off.
Gets it off. Yeah, Drew is looking for a block. Instead, it's a 65-yard punt.
Yeah, the punter's just real it in this game.
Unless weather plays a factor. So noon Mountain means they're coming up right around 4:30 or 5 probably. Right? Well, it's not a 5-hour round. How long do they play the final round in? Under 4 hours?
It's like between 4 and 5 hours.
All right, so the closer we get to 5. So I am on the 6 Eastern, 4 Mountain time call.
Okay.
So if we can fly through it, which means quarter breaks are super fast, Tom, or whoever's producing, handling that.
Then it starts at 4 Mountain time?
No. It starts at the round starts at noon Mountain time, and the sim starts at 4 Mountain time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have no chance unless
you have no chance. You'll basically be calling the game as the tournament.
Right. Our game will be ending as the tournament's ending, and I'll be doing all I can to not do play-by-play because we're not allowed to.
That's true. Yeah, it would be very. It's good that I'm not on that sim. For Telly,
is there a Millie Maker? I haven't even looked yet. Can I win $1 million?
What's that?
Trying to see if I can win $1 million.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. There's see, $10 Millie Maker in the.
All right, $10 Millie Maker. We'll talk offline so you can give me the 6 winners. You're eligible for that too, right?
Yeah, no, I'm eligible to play. Just a contractor for DraftKings.
How many are you going to put in? How many $10 liners will you put in to try to win $1 million?
I'll only put in a couple. I'll be playing a couple of the bigger buy-in ones, like the $200, the single entry. So smaller fields. I don't want to say an easier. I mean, it's an easier chance.
Well, the law of averages, though, there's less people to beat.
Going up
less variables. So $200 single entry. What's the cap on that?
Like the cap on number of people, 2,200.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Versus 400,000 for the $10. So.
And what, first place is 100 G's?
Yeah, 100 grand. Yeah, versus $1 million. So obviously playing for a little less up top, but again, you're going up, like you said, smaller field.
Well, let me ask you this: do you get taxed more when you win American contests in Canada?
You don't get taxed up here.
Really?
Yep, not on gambling.
God, Canada really is great.
Yeah, it's a gray area, they call it. But yeah, legally, they don't do that. They don't take it off lotto or anything like that.
All right, well, that's part of the reason all that stuff works here in America to some degree.
Sure, yeah.
Or, as it works in today's day and age.
Yeah, I'm not even against.
Yeah.
Against it, but it just.
I get it, but if they're not doing it, they're not doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, look at Tom. Canada just continues to surprise me. Yeah, $100. 2.5 million in that one. 2,800 people in that contest. Yeah, so 473,000 spots in the $10 entry. I'm gonna go ahead and just fill out one now so I don't forget. So you're saying Dustin Johnson doesn't win?
I don't think so. I don't like the lead-in for Dustin.
Cantley's not cheap, dude. I know he was playing well. He made 9 of 10 cuts.
No, he's not cheap. I mean, you're going to have to make some decisions. But the nice thing about this event is there's a lot of guys under 7K who are really good. Like I like Siwoo, Kuchar. Yeah, Kevin Na even down there is fine.
One of these years, is Charles Howell III playing? One of these years, the kid who's from Augusta is going to play well at this time. There's a couple guys.
Not in this year. I don't think.
Freddie Couples is only 6,100. He's also 61 years old. Yeah. This is a run of old guys. Couples, Sink, all 6,100. Mike Weir, 6,100. Jose Maria Olazabal, 6 Gs. Larry Mize is only 6 Gs. All right, so Cabrera, 6. You don't think you can get value? And Sandy Lyle, 6. Immelman, 6. Then he'll be on TV after that. That's always my favorite when guys play and then they're on TV for the second half. Yeah, Charles Schwartzel.
He's cheap. Yep. Still playing okay. If you
Pan,
the quality players kind of started around 6,500 with guys like Palmer. Matt Wallace is playing good. He's playing good this week. Kevin Na.
Mickelson's only 6,600. That's a guy that knows this course.
Yeah, I'm not against playing Phil. He didn't play that well.
He's got some green jackets.
Okay.
Oh, then I can go back up to the top. All right. Look at that. I'm going to win $1 million right here while we're talking.
There you go.
I'll give you an advisor's fee.
Zeke, 2 yards away from the bonus with 1 quarter to play. I like that advisor's fee. Kittle still at 116. It's already in the bonus. Didn't do anything that queue though.
Let's see what I'm doing.
Pretty slow queue. We had like a turnover, punt from the 1. Dallas gave it up on downs. So this
lineups. I was at 102nd place before I started making my golf lineup.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Don't use the old champions. This is just general advice.
Other than Mickelson.
Mickelson's fine. No, I don't consider Mickelson like,
Yeah, right.
Mickelson still competes in PGA Tour events, so we can definitely.
Mickelson is look. He just turned 50, right? So he can start playing the Seniors Tour, but. He's got so much game. We know he's in pretty good shape, all things considered, and he's such a creative shot maker that, and the pressure of the big tournaments is no longer a thing. Why says right? He has enough majors now that he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if it comes down to Sunday walking up the 18th green, if he happens to be in contention or even a group or two ahead, he could easily fall apart. Right? He could hit it into the road, but. He also could just bear down and go win it because the nerves aren't the same as they are for a youngster that hadn't been there as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Rory, how do you think he's going to fare?
Oh, boy. Rory's been all over the map.
Sure.
Terrible his last 2 timeouts. I like Spieth. Spieth is playing really well. He's in contention right now.
He's won it. Colin Morikawa feels like he's got a little more, you got to kind of cook a little more, right? Marinate. I'm in 104th place.
Fair enough. Where am I actually?
The Guru 805 asked what my NBA Jam name is. It's the same as my screen name, BK Denver Sports. If you want to play NBA Jam, I haven't been playing much. Not intentionally, just trying to win $1 million in DraftKings. It's my focus now.
That's right. Get that golf lineup in. Get the golf.
There you go, Mostert.
Oh, San Francisco's ahead. I was like, why are you running the ball? But yeah, that's right. They keep holding Dallas to field goals or just getting them to turn the ball over.
So I'm reading on Twitter here. Mark Few's giving his press conference right now. says that he and Scott Drew given a nice window in his life in the bubble because these guys are stuck in these hotels together. And there's actually a really cool picture of the 4 coaches from yesterday standing on top of, I think, one of the parking decks with the big bracket on the JW Marriott there in Indy. All 4 of them together, all smiling, right, with Kelvin and Mick Cronin, and then obviously Few and Scott Drew. But Mark Few says, I don't know if it's safe to admit yet, we're partners in pickleball and undefeated in the bubble. So Few and and Scott Drew teamed up and haven't lost in pickleball. That's the thing. People don't realize that. And I remember actually having this conversation with Kelvin Sampson's wife, maybe in Oklahoma. It was a long time ago, but talking about they were at Big 12 coaches meetings. She's like, if our fans knew how much time we spent with Bill Self and his wife and Rick Barnes and his wife, he's like, they would rip their hair out. And these coaches, especially, certainly plenty of work together or have mutual coaches they've worked for around, but they also are on the same circuit at various points when they were allowed to go travel freely to AAU events. These guys have dinner together all the time and play golf together all the time. They're scouting the same kids. They're in Vegas together. They're in Atlanta together. So I don't know to what level Scott Drew and Mark Few were friends before this, but they might be fast friends, right? Who are long time. They've been playing golf together for who knows, right? And their paths haven't necessarily crossed league-wise or even job-wise, but maybe just by always being in the same place, you end up sitting next to a guy in the stands, you realize, or maybe they have the same agent, right? Or whatever it is. And these guys are just 2 examples, but I just don't know if people sometimes realize how much these coaches spend around their rivals, if you will. You know, I don't know how much Roy Williams and Coach K were going to dinner together, or Dean Smith and Coach K. But those guys also don't recruit to the same, or didn't back then. Anyway, so it's just a fun anecdote there from Mark Few on he and Scott Drew. That's cool.
Cowboys here, 4 minutes left. Cross midfield. Little dump over the middle to CD Lamb. CD Lamb actually getting up there in points. Not sure how many catches that was for him. Let's see. It's like 4 to 70, I think. So Cowboys still in it. Steven, Homa, and Corey Connors. Yeah, both those guys looking like good. Corey Connors playing really well at 6,900. Had the great Masters the last time. Homa's price.
I don't want to give any of my.
Interesting.
I don't want to give any of my other 5 players away.
No,
if you were
for
listening
sure.
If you were listening to you,
I'm just answering a couple questions.
You would probably have an idea how my lineup looks. But I have enough. I have 9,500 left for 1 player. Spieth, Reed, Koepka's questionable. Finau, Simpson, Hatton, Westwood, Hovland, M, Berger, Scheffler, Matsuyama. I'm going to have a good player to choose from.
So, just right off the bat, Steven, I do kind of like Homa as like a milli maker pick. I think he's going to be super low owned. Connors will be a bit shocky, so not going to get much kind of leverage or anything there. And just some news on Brooks Koepka. Like he is like in Augusta, like he's planning to play. So he had like a knee cleanup surgery.
Knee.
He had a knee cleanup surgery, some kind of surgery. So about a month ago, apparently he's planning to play. This will be his first event in a while though. So just an interesting note. He's only 9,100.
Jarwin setting up for a Zeke touchdown, a game winner right here.
This is setting up for a Zeke touchdown.
Really wish I had Captain Zeke.
So either way, Brooks is going to be an interesting figure for fantasy purposes this week. This has to be Zeke, right? We can give it to the fullback.
No,
there's a pitch
Toss
to
sweep.
Zeke, and
nice cut.
pretty easy.
That was easy money again. That'll get me into the top 100.
All right, 3-point lead. San Francisco, 3 timeouts, 2.5 minutes. They could tie, they could win, they could turn the ball over and blow it. All things are on the table here.
I don't know if you're going to make a lineup for the quite verbose next contest, but I'll at least let you tell me who you're going to captain.
Yeah.
When I start to construct my lineup.
Just for the next sim.
DK Sim fan friends, early bird special, the 96 Super Bowl rematch without Favre and Bledsoe, free roll.
Right.
Who would you captain? Packers.
So Packers base.
Patriots in Lambeau. I always captain Funchess when the Packers play. But when I bag on Cam, he plays well. And if I do play him, he's going to suck.
I actually don't hate captaining Cam when you have the Patriots.
Oh, no, I've never captained.
I don't think that's the play. Let's say I might even just pay up for Hayward there. I mean,
yeah, I like to get Funchess because then I can get A-Rod and get.
Funchess does make sense. I can't say I hate that play.
Producer Drew points out that, just to clarify, not Favre and Bledsoe, because we haven't updated the rosters to reflect retro teams either. I guess
it's not actually Favre and Bledsoe.
I think the funnier joke there, Drew, unfortunately missed it, is yes, Favre and Bledsoe are still in because we haven't updated the rosters yet, is the better joke. But I still like where your head's at, bud.
I mean, Aaron Jones is probably fine, too, as a captain, although I guess he loses a bit of work. That's a tough one. I haven't seen the Packers play for a bit, so... Funchess is probably like the value option you want to target there. You know, if you're going to go with someone on the Pats cheap, you could go with like, I don't know, maybe Edelman or like Demir Bird in the captain. Or actually, Ossie is probably a good captain candidate in that one. You know, if same idea as Funchess.
Marquise Lee, 1 catch, 42 yards in the last game.
Kuchar's definitely worth a look, Steven, at that price range. No doubt he'll probably be popular. I think if I was choosing between him and Siwoo Kim in a Millie Maker lineup, I would go Siwoo, though. I think Siwoo actually has a legit chance to contend. He's played really well at the start of the year. But Kuchar's in play, too. Just realized Kuchar's probably going to be the guy everyone targets there.
Lazard's a wide receiver 3 for the Pack, right? Oh, no, MBS.
Yeah, I think he is.
MBS is a wide receiver 2. No, MBS is. Lazard's a wide receiver 4.
Yeah, Lazard does nothing in The Sims, from what I remember. Again,
his fantasy points per game is 5.9. Dick Vitale, the fullback. He's only 1,400. Where did he go? It says 5.1. Crosby. Tanyan, that's a guy that does nothing.
I don't even remember calling Tanyan's name in a Sim broadcast. The 49ers are moving slowly but surely here. 2nd and 4. 1 yard.
Are we going to get some free Sim football? Some more free football?
I mean, how slowly they are moving down the field. They're slowly taking their shot of even getting to the end zone away. Could still do it, though, but it's a big down. I mean, if you get a sack here or something, this game could even end. So 3rd and 3. Pump fake over the middle. Got the conversion up to the... Okay, across midfield. You can take a timeout here. Probably smart if you did. Let it run down to like 30 seconds probably. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
Equiminius St. Brown gets no run.
No. It's got a cool name, though.
Does have a cool name. You know that he and his brothers, their last name is St. Brown. Their dad's last name is just Brown.
Whoa!
Big sack for DeMarcus.
How does that work?
He changed their name.
Really?
He's a very interesting dude.
Yeah, sounds like it.
There's a bunch of stories out there. There's E60 stories and ESPN magazine stories. Yeah, about how he used maybe he played college basketball or something, and then he was into weightlifting. And his wife is also some big time athlete.
Right.
And they wanted to engineer these kids, and they did. Really.
Equinemius St. Brown is like a legit, like he profiles as a guy who could be like a wide receiver 1. So
sure.
He's always someone I kind of think about for fantasy purposes, could develop into something. He's had injury problems, and drops problems. Dropped a 2-point conversion in the championship. Could really change that game. All right, 3rd and 23. We need some Jimmy G magic here if this game's going to keep going on. Back. All time in the world. Hit down.
Another sack. DeMarcus Lawrence
about
earning that $18 million a year.
4th and 31, folks.
Not a lot of plays in the book for 4th and 31.
No, except everybody run fast downfield. Sim Kyle Shanahan not showing the same creativity as real life Kyle Shanahan in this game. All right, here it is. You're going to get the miracle. A sim miracle. A sim Easter miracle. Has he risen? Oh, maybe. No. Oh, my God.
Did you catch that?
Ridiculous.
Who was that?
Ridiculous. I'm sitting here joking. Just fires a bullet. That wasn't even a Hail Mary. It was shot out of a cannon. I think that was Pettis who caught it. Let's double check. Yeah, it was Dante Pettis.
Oh, I'm glad I got him in my lineup.
Oh, ridiculous.
So no timeouts. Here's Robbie Gould to give us some free football. Oh, Mike McCarthy wants to ice him.
Thanks for coming out, Mike McCarthy. What a ridiculous.
He's still in 101st place. Well, that Pettis catch. No, now I'm in 89th after the Pettis catch.
I told you, folks, he has risen. Dante Pettis rising on Easter Sunday. The Phoenix from the ashes. All right, kick this through. Let's go.
Why is Mike McCarthy celebrating? I don't know. It was a weird reaction. He maybe wanted overtime so that he could get Zeke another score to help all the Zeke owners. Dak to CeeDee Lamb in overtime would really help me.
That one just felt on a Easter like inevitable that was going to happen.
Or most.
I've done too many sims, but that was just like, it felt like the sim was just setting us up there. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just let this guy get sacked a couple times, and we'll just do the one-on-one, Hail Mary kind of thing.
Yeah, how about that? You get sacked twice, and then on 4th and 31, Garoppolo to Pettis, the age-old combo. Not Montana to Rice, Garoppolo to Pettis. This is like kick returners just run into the special teams defensive players. Good coverage. Like they've never cut.
Never cut. Take it right up the middle. Trying to run through everyone. We used to see return touchdowns in the first game. I don't even remember if I've seen one in this in the 2021 version on the sim. So definitely something that's changed a little bit. Something to take note of. Affects the defensive scoring upside a little bit, I guess. 49ers, I think, won the toss.
on Easter Sunday, resurrect Skip Perkins. Well, we'll see if he makes an appearance tonight.
All right, let's see if Jimmy G has one more Hail Mary in him. 49ers going to get the ball here. Actually, where are we at here with like bonuses? Because that might.
I guess a Mostert touchdown will help you more than those Cowboys guys.
Jimmy G needs 28 yards to get the bonus. Debo about 40 yards away. I don't know where Pettis is, actually.
Halfway there after that last catch.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's got 65 receiving yards.
Okay, so yeah, only 2 catches. All right.
2 for 55.
Some bonus watch duty to do. Yeah, maybe Mostert just saves the day here with like an 80-yard run. Who knows?
That'd be great. Almost. Except for Leighton Vander Esch. Right there to meet him.
Loss of 1. So close. Who are you guys looking for in the lobby? Smash that like if you could, guys. It'd be awesome if we could get up to like 120, 130. Always helps. I know. I always ask, but smashing the like does help these streams. It's your way to contribute.
Abby Rizzle says BK has a surprisingly record low number of name drops this sim, but I'll take the over bet every time. I don't know what the under was. Salty wants the ball on TD. Yeah, see that. Born.
Catch in this game. I don't remember calling his name. Maybe he does have a catch. Was that dropped? That was dropped. So give me a 3 and out.
That's a pretty good throw.
Dallas, yeah, that looked like it was going to be a play, but I think it might have been dropped.
Dak to CeeDee Lamb for the winner. Still, I'm in 90th. I don't think that'll knock me up to first place, but whatever. It looks like my decision to swap out Zeke and get rid of all 3 Cowboys receivers was the right call.
And an 80-yard punt and a none return. Just like always, folks. So, Tony Pollard there. All right. They need about 40 yards for field goal. Zeke has the X factor lit.
And that's why.
Zeke run. Eat Zeke. Ooh,
I thought 18 like it's nothing.
That hole. That was close. Out to the 42. And Mike McCarthy. It's very slimmer than real life McCarthy too. Maybe that's why it's happy.
He's been hitting that Peloton.
Been hitting the Peloton. The Sim Peloton at the Emerson Gym.
It's a bad throw. Abby Rizzle says about 15 BK. However, it's just because your life is amazingly star-studded. I'm not hating. No, I wasn't taking it as such. As I've tried to say, I'm just telling stories. These things have happened. I'm not making stuff up. I have a silly existence that somehow ends me up in random situations sometimes with.
I think it's funny that the chat even considers it name dropping. I just consider them stories. I wouldn't even consider them like that.
Things happen, you know. It's just...
Well, you're in the broadcasting business, so of course you're going to be talking to sports and athletes and coaches.
Right, and then they're going to say, "Hey, let's go do this." Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm in. I guess the key is you want to try to be a good hang. If people think he is a good hang, they'll invite you places.
Now, if Kaufman had been talking about people like you do, I would have definitely considered a name drop. Not just because it's him, though. In the
Zeke
field goal range.
All the work. You're right on that cusp. Maybe Zeke picks up a few more yards here. Make it a little easier for Zerline.
At the 42, they need at least
Captain Blood, the over set 4 during the day, 8 for late night BK. Well, all right.
Late night BK.
Where there's no halves on it. Nice toss.
But it was a completion.
That's Gallup. I think it was Gallup.
Gallup. God, we haven't seen much. Honestly, does Mari Cooper have a point in this sim? I put him in my lineup, so I should know. Mari Cooper, 2 receptions for 32 yards. He's heading towards a babysitter Billy. Let's just see if they run.
Feeling like the Zeke captain play is going to be the player of the game. Zeke's wide open on the right side there. He didn't need to throw to him, but.
There's a Jarwin catch, so comfortably in field goal position now.
Yeah, but you're still looking at a 40-yarder from here.
Yeah. Sometimes a sim will just kick it, but...
It might, but I'd run a couple more plays. I wouldn't throw the ball too much more.
No. Yeah, right now, winning lineup. Still Olipop just dominating. 4-point lead. Kittle and captain. Zeke, Garoppolo, Debo, Jarwin, who caught that, and the 49ers D.
I did not buy that play fake there.
Oh, okay. They're going to go for it all here. Now they might just kick the field goal.
That's my favorite thing on these games where there's a play fake and there's not a back anywhere near the fake. I mean, Zeke was kind of near him, but Garoppolo did it earlier. Dak did it where they faked the ride to the running back.
Quarterbacks will do that in
real life too. It's a muscle memory. I don't think it freezes a linebacker or safety, but maybe. Run it, Dak. Okay. Instead, end up with almost a pick 6.
Let's not do this, Dallas. Just kick the field goal and get out of here. I'm sure some people in the chat would
scare Mike McCarthy into sending in Zerline. I don't know if those little blonde highlights for CeeDee Lamb, I don't know if that's natural. Zeke, touchdown. Oh, no. Smashed. All right, they're going to hand it to him one more time before they kick it. I think.
Yeah, usually the sim will go for it early if the clock is ticking down, like if the period's about to end, just because it thinks the game's going to end, even though we have it on different settings. Yeah, they're going for it. Zeke owners rejoice. Probably going to get a touch. Dak owners, everything's on table here. They could run. They got
falls
it.
into the end zone. Just like we thought would happen. Man, everyone, you should have captained Zeke. If you didn't, you're not winning today.
Let's see here. So Zeke now with 38.3 points, 3 rushing touchdowns.
Kittle, though, the Kittle captain spot. Well, let's see what happens after the score goes up.
Yeah, Zeke has 57.45 in the captain spot. Kittle has 43.6. But again, remember, Kittle is only 7,600 in the flex, and Zeke is 10.4. So that is a big difference. I think Olipop is going to hold on here because he had Zeke in his flex and Kittle in his captain. So Kittle looks like it was the move just because he was such good value at that price.
Well, I'm looking in the big showdown though. He was 57% owned.
Yeah.
Huh. So Zeke ends up in the captain spot with 15 more points.
Yes. 14. Yeah.
14 more points. God, you could really go either way. I'm going to give it to Zeke because his team won. Yes, you paid up for him.
He had the bigger day. He did.
Yeah, he scored 3 times, including the game winner. Kittle did have a monster day too. Don't get me wrong. Let's see.
Zeke deserves it. I agree. He won the game.
Yeah, it was all about Zeke. If Zeke didn't play,
to win the game.
Yeah, it was like Dak wasn't even there. What Koopa do? Did we even call him?
He did 2 catches. It was terrible.
All right. Well, there you go. Amari,
a shout out.
I mean, 42% owned in the $250 free showdown.
Huge bust.
Sorry, highest paid receiver in football, not today.
Yeah,
I mean,
Amari Cooper
shouldn't be.
Not my kid award.
No,
DFL.
He gets it.
Terrible. That's about it though. Again, Olipop hanging on in the league free roll. So
congratulations.
Big win. 3-point win. Let's run you down here before what's going on. God, BK just doing yeoman's work today. Back on for one more sim. You got Rams and Titans coming up. No, not Rams and Titans. I'm looking at Saturday. Sunday, Kaufman, Brandon, Patriots at Packers. We've already gone through this too. He even asked me what my thoughts were on this game, but I can't get it through my head. That's what's coming up next. Patriots at Packers. Adam Kaufman, Brandon Christelle on the call. Then you got Bills at Giants. Kaufman's back. Lamarca's on the call with him for that second game. Then you got Seahawks at Browns, Glasheen and Tom. Falcons at Lions, also Glasheen and Tom. Going to be bringing you home 4 more Easter Sims to go.
The Millennium Falcons. I'd forgotten that's how you say that because I don't know if even earlier when we were talking about it, I think you said Atlanta. But the other day, Glash was giving you a hard time for
the Falcons. It's the Queen's way of saying it. It's how most people say it up here.
I believe you.
How I learned to say the word.
Because of Star Wars. Because of the Millennium Falcon.
No, because it's just our accent up here.
Sure.
Look it up. That's how they say it in England. Anyways,
I believe you.
Thanks to Tom, Andrew in the back, Joe, if he's still here. I don't think he is. Doing the updates and stuff like that. Guys, I hope you all had a good Easter morning. Enjoyed hanging out as always. I shall be back. I think I'm doing one on Monday night or something. But I'll be back next
almost
week.
Every day this week.
And again, guys, check out the DK Nation playbook because I'm going to have Masters stuff up there. Reed Fowler will probably have his stuff up there as well for Masters. We'll be back during the week with some stuff on the sweat. The golf show on Tuesday after the 2 p.m. sim is done. We'll be on there for a golf show. So lots of Masters content. Follow me on Twitter at The Fantasy Grind if you could. Give BK a follow. What's your Twitter handle?
At BK Denver Sports.
There you go. That one's easy to remember. Guys.
Kinda, yeah.
Enjoyed hanging out, Brandon, as always, man. Appreciate you coming in on Sunday, doing the heavy lifting with me to get this one off.
Happy to do it, Jeff. Have a happy rest of your Easter with the fan there, bud.
Have a good one with Kaufman, and then take the rest of the day to yourself.
I will. I'll do that. Well,
get some Peeps Pepsi in you and some FIFA.
Oh, I found out. Oh, that was God. We waited all the way till the end. You can't buy it. You have to win it.
Oh, right.
We talked about it in the break. You have to win it with hashtag hanging with my peeps.
Yeah.
No thanks, Peeps.
The Peeps Pepsi.
No
That's
thanks,
ridiculous.
Pepsi.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
You're going to put it in the store. I might buy it as a gimmick. Try it.
Absolutely.
But you want me to have to hashtag it?
No, we're not doing that. Hard pass. So, anyways, hard pass on the Peeps Pepsi, but hard in on DK Sims. We'll be back in a bit.
What's up, everybody? Happy Easter Sim Day. And it has been a marathon for the guy to my side here. Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman, here with you for the next two, but that is just a real slouch performance next to BK's 3 straight to begin your Dream Stream day. How are you, man?
I'm doing good, but as I was telling, I might have been off air, but I was telling Jeff and Tom and producer Drew.
You don't like your family?
No, I love my family fine. The little ones are asleep.
I love them fine.
No, 14-year-olds, he got to play some PS5 in between the last sim and this one. And my sister-in-law and their family, they took off while the little ones were going down. And my wife was just kind of cleaning up, and now she's talking to her stepdad. Like, it's okay. I wasn't going out of my way to say, hey, let me do 3. There was a hole. Madison said, anybody want to do it? And I kept saying, if no one else does it, keep me in consideration. And then ultimately it ended up being my gig. My wife would rather I wasn't working right now, but again, the kids are asleep. Like, we wouldn't have been doing anything. I've just been helping clean more. So why not make millions of dollars here with DraftKings instead?
Yeah, basically Madison's thought was like, I'm going to get BK in trouble with his family. I'm going to cause conflict with his wife, and then I'm going to leave. I'm gone. I'm out.
Look, she's
no longer with us. Just
you know me well enough to know that I can get myself in all the trouble that I need to with my wife that has nothing to do with anyone else that I work with or for or that I'm friends with. Last week I was running an errand, and then I don't know what I was doing, and I called my buddy up and I'm like, hey, what are you up to? Because I was going to go to the driving range. I'm like, I really want to go to the batting cages. So then I walked back to the house, or like turn around, she sees me, comes out to the garage for no reason, sees me grabbing my golf club. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, well, I want to go to the driving range and batting cages. She's like, what? I was like, well, I'm already leaving the house and Phil was headed there, so that's a typical interaction.
Phil's going, hon.
It's a typical interaction where then ultimately I do neither because I'm like, oh, well, I guess I just need to come home and hang out with the kids. And
evidently she wasn't in favor of that idea. Got it.
No.
First play from scrimmage was an incomplete pass. You got the Patriots and Packers here, or as we called it, the early bird special, the 96 Super Bowl rematch without Favre and Bledsoe. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, Jim, and Game Ops, all hanging out with us. And great to have you here with us. What's your lineup look like, since obviously those have long locked at this point?
Well, and somebody made the joke last time, I don't know if it was Drew, it might have been Drew or Tom, that to clarify, neither Favre nor Bledsoe were in. Oh yeah, Drew did. Were in the contest because lineups or rosters haven't been updated. Right. And I joked, that was a good line. The better line, I think, though, is Favre and Bledsoe are the quarterbacks because we still haven't updated the rosters yet. But
it's been a fortnight.
It's been a minute here. No, that's my golf lineup, $20 million. I captain, as I always do with the Packers, for better or worse, Devin Funchess, but I'm in 16th place now, so I'm doing good. Funchess, Rodgers, Jones, Demir Bird. I've hated on Cam. When I've done it, it's backfired, so I snuck Cam in.
Wow.
And then I had
really cheap play after that.
Very cheap punt play in Alan Lazard, who we know is essentially a wide receiver 4. So not expecting a lot from Alan Lazard, but it's a nice day in Lambeau, in this Wisconsin, early April, spring day. Why not get Alan Lazard? He only averages whatever it is. Like he never has more than 2 catches, but maybe one of those 2 is for a score or a nice big gain.
Sure.
Give me 7 to 9 points.
Rodgers,
I'm kind of just banking on
shy the first.
I'm banking on Cam to not disappoint like I feel like he typically does. There was a time
Adams on that grab, 4th and 2.
What do you have? 4 or 5 it was either me or you or me and Glash, where he had 5. I think 4 throwing and 1 rushing. Yeah, maybe. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I don't think I had that one. Although I did just have a Phillip Rivers 5 touchdown game to show me anything is possible in Simland.
Anything is possible.
Strikingly similar to yours. In fact, if I believed in Lazard at all, and maybe that would burn me, but if I believed in Lazard at all, we probably would have the exact same lineup. But because I looked at him, I did consider him, but I didn't do it. I went for just a little bit more balance. So I have, like you, Funchess in the captain spot, Rodgers, Jones, Bird, same as you. And then as opposed to going Cam and Lazard, I went Devin Asiasi, Yeah, Devin Asiasi as along with Bird, I guess not my lone Patriot. So those two guys, and then Marquez Valdez-Scantling, MVS. 2nd and 5, Cam did complete his first pass.
That was a long time ago, it seems like, based on the last throw.
A 5-yard run to start things off for the Pats. He's 0 for 1, 3rd and 5 on the way
terrible throw.
From the 25.
Terrible throw.
Mayor of Simland, Greg Coffin, says, every time Koff yells, smash that like, it causes conflict with my wife. Hashtag homewrecker.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Koff, myself, obviously Drew and Tom and Jim as Cam sacked, and now we'll get the punter out. And Darius Smith doing a little dance.
Love.
How many people are neglecting their families to just be hanging out with us?
All of them. I mean, if they're
no, not everyone's married with family in the house.
Yeah, you might just be home alone.
Right. Or your significant other is working or whatever, or, you don't get along with the in-laws, so they took the kids without you because you're always on these Sims instead of spending time with the family. Your in-laws don't care for you. I'm curious who has family upstairs, like doing Easter kind of stuff, and they're in their office or basement or whatever.
Drew says he just had Easter dinner in between Sims. It was delightful. I have to sort of relate it to that, the whole neglect your family thing. So the biggest thanks that I have to give, even more so than to my family, the biggest thanks that I have to give for me being here right now with all of you goes out to Moose, goes out to Jeff Ulrich, because the original schedule, and this was my fault when I listed my availability.
You forgot it was Easter like the rest of us.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I'm just putting my avail down. I didn't even.
To be fair, your wife's not Jewish. You are. My wife's not Jewish. I am. So Easter is so far out of my mind,
right?
Unless I happen to be looking at a calendar.
Exactly. Like you would think at this point in time it'd be on the radar. We've been together long enough.
It is on the radar when you're like, oh yeah. But you don't know when it is.
Yeah, I don't go on the
Did you know when Passover was? Did you know when it was till somebody said something? Same.
No, that's true. I'm not. I mean, other than the ones that are like you always know when Christmas is, right? Right? You always know when Halloween is. You know, it's like, the same date every year.
Right.
When it
the
starts
only
to
reason
around
we have
with first Sunday of the month or last Thursday of the month for Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving you have a shot at if you know an NFL calendar. Like for me, because I know when the Broncos are playing on Thanksgiving, that weekend, where they are, whatever. That's the only reason I really know, and I'm always trying to keep track of the Cowboys. But yeah, I'm with you. July 4th, I know when that is every year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Drew says the last 3 weeks I've been saying, which weekend is Easter?
Exactly.
Yeah, Drew said it's July 4th.
So Moose is picking you up today.
Obi says, get to the point, Crust. It's an hour sim. You've been here long enough, Obi. I don't get to the point. Long, drawn-out, blabber-filled stories. That's how I roll. 2nd and 2, good enough for Sony Michel out to the 25. So, yeah, once I realized it, my wife was like, oh, my parents were thinking we could do more of a lunch thing than a dinner thing. And I was thinking it might be more of a dinner than a lunch. Once that kind of got flipped, I was like, shoot. But Moose fortunately bailed me out, made the switch. He did the first two. I've got these two, and all works out from there. He saved the day in the Kaufman household. Alana says that's why I started participating in the chat. Otherwise, I would have no contact with Jared. Undercover boss Tom, I gave my parents the lovely FaceTime call because of what's going on in the world, but my girlfriend's parents literally extended Easter dinner for me to come by after this sim. You see?
That's nice.
Thoughtful family move right there.
Without going too deep into Tom's life, Tom, do you and your girlfriend live together? And if so, they probably appreciate that you're working to help provide, for your joint life together.
Maybe they think he works too much. They do live together.
Perhaps. And look, that's definitely what's tricky about this, because this, for me, you work for DraftKings and you have to do so many of these. This is the definition of a side gig.
Right.
Right. And when we started, when you were able to
get there, Sony Michel touchdown. Go on.
Get me in touch with the right people back in the middle of the summer, towards the end of summer, and I got to start being a part of this. And I was doing DraftKings stuff here, with doing the endorsements in Colorado. It was just a natural fit. But all this is turning into is money that I'm creating a savings so that my wife has a big birthday coming up in a couple of years, we can go to Europe or something. Like that's the plan / rainy day fund.
It's vacation money for you.
Yeah, vacation money essentially, or Christmas money when Christmas rolled around. And I love doing it, and she knows that I do. And because there's nothing going on with the Broncos, day in, day out, I can do my podcast stuff. I can hop on the radio when something happens. But this is giving me something to do a lot of days. But for the people where this is their main gig or a part of it, right? Or any job, it's nice to be able to take time off for holidays.
Yeah.
But again, Easter, there's not like we've got little kids. We did the Easter egg hunt. We did and I'm looking at plastic eggs still in my backyard. We did Easter baskets. We did all of it. Kids are taking naps. Like we weren't going anywhere. And the people that were here, and now our brother's coming over a little later. Like I'm glad I could sneak these in. Next week is the bigger issue for me because I didn't Jeff look at the calendar like Jeff. He took Sunday off because of the Masters.
Smart.
Whereas I will be calling the sim, doing the play-by-play, calling every single snap, every yard game during the final couple of holes, barring a weather delay.
Well, it's like our guy Tom Ace, who will be around for the final couple of sims later on today. He obviously, he's going to be the consummate professional, obviously, but maybe either lacked the foresight or just decided, to heck with it. Let's throw caution to the wind because you don't exactly know at the time that our schedule is made how things are going to play out. He is now in position to win his NCAA college basketball.
Oh yeah, you didn't get in that, did you? I know Glash did.
I didn't know. I never wound up getting in, but he is in position to win this thing now.
I'm in the opposite of that. I'm in like 52nd place out of like 56 people.
He will be calling sims directly opposite the championship game, and that his attention's going to be a little divided.
Sure, but as I was telling Jeff, like you did that sim with me when the Jayhawks are playing Eastern Washington, and right. I don't know, did you or Glash do some sims during Syracuse? Look at that, Stephon Gilmore.
I did, yeah.
Corner sack. Yeah, and like the longer the tournament would have gone on, I would have just been emailing everybody to say who can pick this up. Had right. Kansas been advancing, because it wouldn't have worked. But the Masters, it's not Tiger playing, so I'll enjoy it, and I hope for some fun names at the top. And if I can win $1 million, great. But I will still do the same thing where I will get the big TV that's just in the other room for the new nanny and put it right here off my screen rather than a little corner of one of my monitors here on my laptop or my iPad. Like I will have the golf on right here.
Yeah.
And if I can win $1 million, great. If I can win $1 million, it will be the wildest sim ever. If I think I'm in contention and my 6 guys are right there near the top of the leaderboard.
We'll take a look at some of the numbers here. It's 7-0 New England through one quarter. Obviously, we are, lacking in offense here in this one for the most part.
Oh, Man United's playing Brighton.
Mercedes Lewis, 2 for 33. N'Keal Harry's 2 for 23. Devontae Adams, 2 for 17. The only touchdown, Sony Michel on the ground. Neither QB has really done much interesting at all. We have a solo leader in our 144-person early bird special entry. JMCF1234 with 27 points and change. Adams, Newton, Michelle, Bird, Pats, DST all in there, along with Aaron Jones, who actually has negative points in the captain's spot.
I know. I'm in 106th place, so I'm going to stop paying attention for a while.
I'm 132, so I hear
I'm going to stop paying attention. But as Drew pointed out, courtesy of the YouTube chat, Jordan Warren is baking a ham for his fam. Rhymes. While watching Man U and Brighton. And I assume listening to us too, because why else would you be typing in the YouTube chat otherwise?
Naturally.
So I am now going to watch. I could watch Valero, Texas Open too, but I'm going to put on Man U and Brighton here in the middle corner of my screen.
2nd and 10 from the 47. Rodgers with the X Factor lit. Rolls out, looks to his left, and he's got some space. Slides premature at first.
How has basketball gone for you in recent days? I don't know if I played you since last Sunday when I beat you in NASCAR and hoops.
We gonna go today?
I think so.
Lineup's locked at 7 o'clock. It's gone well. Yesterday I finished in the positive, but not as well as I was trending most of the night. Had a couple of guys go kind of cool in the later games.
Admittedly, I've not done a great job getting all of our coworkers That's a touchdown. Oh, maybe not.
Nope, Devontae Adams. What were you starting to say?
Trying to get all of our coworkers' screen names so that I could create a bigger contest.
You work with these people too. You can just ask them.
I understand. No, and I can send them an email. I'm saying I have not done a good job. I'm not blaming anyone other than myself.
I thought you said
no,
doing a great job.
Like, no, I'm saying I am not doing a great.
Letting you down because I obviously.
Oh no! I'm letting us down as a team that are sick of playing you head to head. That would rather just all jump into one big one. And
get there, Aaron. Aaron Jones. Aaron. That's incredibly redundant. Aaron Jones. How would we just call him by his actual name? Aaron Jones with a touchdown. We're about to be even.
So I will.
Captain Blood says, "Koff let me beat him yesterday."
Went to 74th. That's nice. How many members of the DK Sim fam do you play?
Just whoever sends them in. There isn't like a specific. I mean,
there
are
approximate. Are you playing against 10 guys? Or are you playing against 30?
No, it's definitely not 30. I mean, there are some days that it's like 2 or 3. There are some days that it's 8 or 10. It's really just So I will send contests out to like you and Glash and Tommy, Lamarca, guys. I don't send contests to Rossi. Oh, Rossi won't play me until I follow him on Twitter. I don't send.
Why won't you? So you don't need wrestling updates? You don't want his take on SmackDown?
It's not even that. It's more that I think we've just dug our heels in at this point.
If it's anything like the pizza thing, you guys are never going to play again.
It's true.
I mean, you're going 30 years not eating pizza like a jerk.
Yeah, but now I feel like I said this before. Now I feel like if I follow him, and I just I just go on a roll, I start beating him in NBA. It's like he's paying for my Twitter follow, or vice versa. He beats me, I'm paying for his Twitter follow. And I don't like that. I'd rather have the two not connected. But he has decided those two have to go hand in hand. And so we got to try and figure that out. Obviously, who's going to bite first, I guess. But I think Lamarca was my only loss last night among the commentator people. He had a good lineup, but. Yeah, I guess we've just dug in at this point. Mr. Hawk, I hope you start losing more so I can pass you on the leaderboard. I don't even know what the leaderboard is. I've never.
The way this is going, though, if the pizza thing is any indicator,
he's screwed.
Yeah, Twitter will quit being a website before you follow him.
7-all.
It'd be like MySpace.
Our guy, you never worked with Ben Zwyman, I don't think, but everyone else here know who I'm talking about. But Benny Bandana, he blocked me on Twitter the other day. He did follow me.
Too many Celtics hot takes?
No, I didn't even notice it until he mentioned me in a tweet. And so I don't know. I have no idea how the Twitter algorithm works from the standpoint of which people post and mention you to where you get the notification on your phone versus other people.
Yeah, I don't really either, because I definitely get notifications, but I go back and look at TweetDeck or whatever, and I have way more going on than I actually got notified about, which is fine. I don't need that.
No, I definitely don't. Every time I'm mentioned on Twitter, by someone responding to something I put, I definitely do not need that on notifications on my phone. Absolutely not. But for whatever reason, he's one of those people that he'd mentioned me on Twitter, and my phone would tell me. And so I looked at it, and I was like, oh, I'll check that out later. And I click it, and it's like, he's blocked you. Okay, so I can't even read the tweet. And so I texted him, and I said, did you, kind of laughing, I was like, did you block me on Twitter? Knowing obviously full well that he had, but not knowing why. And he said, yes. And the reason was, he had tweeted out saying that, and it's important to note, he's from Jersey, he's a Yankees fan, whatever, and I don't know what prompted it, but he decided to tweet something about how he thinks Fenway Park sucks.
Oh, I don't know if that's true. You can say the people there suck and you hate the team, but the park's lovely.
I mean, say the Red Sox suck, which I mean is very true at the moment. But even independently, even if they were 3-0, it'd be like, well, whatever. I don't care. He's a Yankee fan. Say whatever you want. You come after Fenway, which is probably a top 5 place on earth for me. Fenway is very near and dear to my heart.
What are the other 4 quickly?
I have no idea.
Carrier Dome sucks.
Yeah, it's no other sports venue for sure.
Movie theater.
But yeah, movie theater.
IMAX.
Like, yeah, time, cliche with my family. But the Fenway,
I like the tone you took there. You're like,
are the kids listening? So Fenway.
hey, Adam.
Yeah. Yeah. Dad? Hello? It's Easter. Stop working. Don't you love us?
Adam, Easter dinner.
Easter lunch was great. We had ham. 2nd and 2 from the 14. 7-all.
As long as it's kosher ham, you're
pass
good.
to the 6. So he sends this tweet about Fenway sucking, and I quote tweeted it saying, it wasn't even, I don't even remember what I wrote, but I didn't come after him other than to say, like, Fenway is a landmark, or Fenway's gorgeous, or Fenway's an institution, or whatever. It was not personal on him. It was just defending Fenway. And so he had no issue with that. What he didn't like was that he felt, he'd love that I'm airing this out on the stream, by the way. He felt that I maliciously quote tweeted, as opposed to just responding, quote tweeted, knowing full well that all of my followers, who are obviously
Red Sox fans,
mostly
for the most part,
Boston, would come after him, and he did not like the vitriol he received in his mentions as a result.
Here's the thing,
but I said to him, I was like, man, like, if you're gonna tweet something stupid, or even if it's not stupid, if you're just gonna offer
incendiary
touchdown for the Pats, if you're gonna offer it, and this is not him, this is anybody. I would say this to anybody. If you are going to offer a take on Twitter about something, whether in jest or in general, because there's no tone in Twitter, right? Like, you're going to type something and press send on Twitter, you better be prepared for what the responses are, or just don't look at your mentions.
Yeah, you put it out there in the world
I said to
publicly.
him, like spend a day in my Twitter mentions. If you want to see vitriol, what'd you hear from 5 people telling you stink because you don't like Fenway? I've gotten death threats. I mean, like, Twitter is it's a cesspool, man. And I love it. I love Twitter. I don't love the negative, but it comes with the positive. And for me, to this point in time, the positive still outweighs the negative. And if it ever doesn't, I'll get out. But, like, Twitter is, just don't look at your mentions then. You got a large follower base. You're familiar with the same thing, I'm sure.
Yeah, I intentionally, if I have an opinion, it's typically, hey, that was a pretty great game, or what a play, and I'm not trying to dumb down what I tweet, or it's informative or informed. When I say informative, it's literally like something someone just said, right? John Elway said blank. George Payton said this. Von Miller said this. So I'm just relaying information.
Right.
Or, hey, I'm hearing this is happening, right? Or don't be surprised if this happens, or whatever, to where I don't end up in a lot of that. And when I do, I'm, clever enough to be able to back out of it. But I'm glad that we ended up here, because I wish I would have gotten to this sooner. I brought it up, I think, the other day with Glash. A year ago, February, so 13, 14 months ago, Texas basketball played a game with like 2,000 people at the Irwin Center. Mm-hmm. A Big 12 game. That happens sometimes in non-conference. And I said, man, when Shaka Smart gets let go, it'll be whatever, whoever's in there, like, basically calling it embarrassing. And then my producer, who I work with at the radio station, he's a Jayhawk, just like I am. And he throws some, he's like, well, who's going to get the job? I'm like, I bet it's Chris Beard. And this Texas Tech fan, who didn't follow either of us, I'm not sure how he even got there. I think it's maybe he followed whoever posted the picture.
Sure.
Comes after me. He's like, Chris Beard's not going to Texas. I go, well, it's his dream job, and it's Texas. I'm like, I know he just took Texas Tech to the finals, but whatever. You don't know what you're talking about, And I go, look, my cousin was a suite mate. I know people that know him. I have a friend who was a manager with them under Tom Penders. When he takes this job, whatever. So fast forward now 14 months later, I'm able to find the tweet by searching I found it actually a couple days ago. So then I'm like, you know what? Kind of crap. I don't care about Texas Tech fans. I had to get there in the Big 12. And this guy in particular, I don't even know who it is. I was like, I'll let it wait a day before I respond. Because it's still up. Like the tweets are still there. So Beard took a picture of TJ Ward. He got introduced, and that was Friday, and I just kind of forgot about it, right? Because Thursday was when his buyout dropped. That's why it took 4 days for him to take the job. So then Saturday, which was yesterday, I go and look for the tweet. This guy remembered the conversation from 14 months ago, also deleted all of his tweets. So the only conversation there's one-sided from me. If you go to Twitter,
just talking to yourself.
Yeah, and plus my producer's one. So I was like, man, if you got the wherewithal to remember that you got into it with some random person you don't follow anyway, and then you were wrong to go delete it, and I didn't. I haven't gone back and looked at my phone to see if I screen grabbed it. In fact, I should do that right now to see if I screen grabbed his Twitter handle, because then I can be like, hey man, why'd you delete your tweets? Or just tweet at him just a picture of Beard being introduced to Texas. But again, that's how dream jobs work. When your dream job comes available, odds are you leave wherever you are, even if you've got a great job.
Unless you're Brad Stevens going to Indiana. First goal from the three.
And sometimes dream jobs change because you get a new job. But Chris Beard didn't go to the NBA.
No,
so he's only been. And I get that he's dating some volleyball coach at Abilene Christian or something. But Lubbock isn't better than Austin by really any metric. And so there you go. And Texas is his dream job. He wanted to grow up to be the head coach at Texas. And now he is.
We get a second goal from three on the way.
So my cousin, who was his suite mate freshman year, as he was becoming a basketball manager, he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be the basketball coach here one day. It's like, I'm going to coach college basketball and then I'll be the coach here. And my cousin's like, okay. I imagine my cousin told him he's going to be the best rollerblader in the world, and then he won the X Games.
Got there. Davante Adams, touchdown. Green Bay about to be evened up after an extra point from Mason Crosby.
I told you that before, right? My cousin is kind of a legend in aggressive inline skating. Not kind of. My cousin is one of the legends in aggressive inline skating.
I don't know that we've ever discussed that, actually.
Yeah, my cousin Arlo, who used to call the X Games after he retired, maybe he won the second X Games. Finished second or third at the first X game. Anyway, he was sweet mates with Chris Beard.
Fun fact.
Yeah. One that I didn't know until Texas Tech made a run in the Final Four, and he realized, because he had kind of lost track of him, that was his sweet mate from freshman year.
If you're just joining us on the Green Bay side, because I saw somebody ask, Davante Adams and Aaron Jones with the touchdowns. See if the Pats have any answer in the final 25 seconds of the half. What was your dream job? Maybe not dream job growing up, because maybe it was I want to be a firefighter, I want to be a racer. But when your professional dream job, when you actually were coming out of college or even
when I realized I wasn't going to play professional sports.
Yeah, exactly. What was your more realistic dream job?
Sports Center anchor.
Yeah.
I thought Dan and Keith, they were the gold standard, and I wanted to do that.
They were the gold
and that's
standard.
why
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of pursued this career. Now I'm pretty darn close to my dream job as is. The only, I guess more Sims would be great, but also if I could have, I look in the industry, as much as I like breaking news, I like covering games and covering teams more. So as great as Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport's jobs are, the only person whose job I would want people, like Sal Paolantonio. Sal Pal is the lead NFL reporter at ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else kind of lives Jeff Darlington is an NFL reporter. Diana Rossini is kind of, they've got the studio component and all that. I don't need to do any of that. I don't need to fly to Bristol or whatever, sit in my basement and be an analyst. I want to go to games, go to practices, and on game day, be on the early Sports Center and then late Sports Center from the field at Lambeau. That's the only job that I would ever, if NFL Network wanted to hire me as a reporter. So I'm pretty close. I get to cover an NFL team.
What about, for fear of your employers listening or something like that, what about like more true to you, I suppose? Would it be doing what you're doing but for the Cowboys because that was the team you grew up rooting for?
No. Like I wouldn't change teams at all anymore. Like change teams. I'm never going to live in. No, I'm never going to live in. Now, this is the only caveat. If we were ever going to move, and a lot of it's based on my wife's career more than mine. If I could go to SoCal, and they have a Lindsay theory there right now, but you have two NFL teams right there in your backyard, and just be like the West Coast NFL reporter for ESPN, because the NFL has, other than Shelley Smith, kind of neglected things west of the Mississippi for a long, long time. Even though nice pass there or I guess better run by James White. The NFL, Seattle's won a Super Bowl. San Fran was in a Super Bowl. The Rams were in a Super Bowl. The Cardinals are fascinating. Ed Werder kind of handles the Chiefs because it's due south of Dallas. Mm-hmm. And Shelley Smith kind of covers everything. She'll cover USC. She'll cover the Lakers. She'll cover whatever. And some NFL mixed in there. So Lindsay, I guess, is now their SoCal reporter because she was their Rams reporter. Mm-hmm. For NFL Nation, which meant she wrote a lot too. So whether it was from Denver, which is where I live, or I could live in Southern California near the beach, one of the beach cities, Manhattan Beach, and be able to hop on a plane to fly to Seattle, fly to San Fran, fly to Vegas. That's about the only thing I'd want to leave for an ESPN NFL Network kind of gig like that. And they have people in those jobs. So certainly, like Omar's in LA, James Palmer's based here. So one of them would probably have to change employers. / NFL sideline reporter would be cool, like Evan Washburn's gig. Mm-hmm. Like TV game NFL reporter. But
both QBs here at the half and Devontae Adams are pacing anyway toward a bonus. We'll see if they're able to get there as we are at the half, 14 all. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, Drew, undercover boss Tom, Jim, all hanging out with us, and we with you. So thanks for
let me throw that.
Hit that like button. But before you, real quick, did you ever chase the, Sports Center TV anchor thing? Like, did you do TV?
No, because I never got into TV. My first job out of school was at a golf magazine. Then I got into radio working with Doug Gottlieb in Oklahoma, and I've been in radio ever since.
Yeah.
I've maybe taken some wrong radio jobs at times that I thought was the right job to stay in radio, and probably was a producer for far too long. But, sometimes you just got to worry about bills versus dreams. Yeah.
So I'll throw it back at you. We all know your sim commentators is what your dream job is.
Sure, in some respects. In some respects. But so I know you've wanted to call a lot of games, and you have two really cool jobs. Do you still want to be the voice of a team and or call TV, radio, play-by-play on a national level? Is that still highest on your list and or on TV?
So it's funny. I never...
Only because I remember you talking to me about play-by-play, because of the stuff I've done.
Well, I mean, I spent, the first decade of my career was spent doing play-by-play.
See, honestly, I never want to do it. In college, I had more fun being an analyst. You're going to have no hard time believing that.
No, I was play-by-play long. Radio play-by-play, sure, but I was play-by-play long before I was into the radio talk show style, of the industry. It was, play-by-play was the dream. I mean, from high school, the dream job was basically to be Sean McDonough, but not to the degree that he is, where he's like out there covering everything, doing an elite job at every sport, college and pro. Like I wanted to
he worked 6 days a week.
Yeah, like I wanted to be the TV voice of the Red Sox. That was what the gig was. That was what, it was like. I will never quit until I am that. And my first job out of school was, really it was a glorified internship, because there was no pay, like, housing and furniture and, meals, that was all covered, but there was no actual paycheck. It was basically an internship, and it was short season, single A baseball, New York Penn League in the Toronto Blue Jays organization, calling games for the Auburn Double Days, which is right by Syracuse, like half hour outside Syracuse or something like that. And so that first and only season I spent doing baseball we had, including playoffs, 79 games in 82 days. And I want to say 2 of the 3 quote unquote off days were travel days.
Sure, on
So,
buses, right?
Yeah. So on buses and you're driving who knows how far, and it's not the lap of luxury, nor is it supposed to be. It's New York Penn League, and I really enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but I also was like, is this what I want to do? And because that's half a baseball season. That like a real baseball season, and sure, life in the majors is much more privileged and special and high society than life in short season single A. But at the core of like prepping for games every single game, every single day, not seeing your family, living at the ballpark, it was like, is this what I want to do? And really just in that one season, pretty quickly realized, what? I don't think this is actually like this sounded great. I love watching baseball every day and huge Red Sox fan, but actually like being the voice of a baseball team, like I'm not sure this is the dream actually, and it took doing it at obviously a much lower level to figure that out. And so then
but if the Red Sox called today and said, hey, we want you to start coming and calling games, you'd probably reconsider.
I don't think I would. I mean,
here's the reason why I would.
If they said like, hey, do you want to do some games? Absolutely.
But if you called all 162 games on radio or TV in a normal world, well, right now you get to call them from home, but in a normal world where you get to travel first class with the team or staying in their team hotels, you would get to take your boys to as many games as they could possibly come to.
And not see them for half.
You wouldn't see them, from March to October. You wouldn't see them very much.
Yeah, if
February to October. Well, October 1st, actually.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
And but in February, you would take them down to spring training, and they would get to meet all the players all the time.
Right.
They would get to grow up in and around the game. So, look, I don't know if the Red Sox are calling. I know they think you do a good job here, I'm sure, when they watch these sims, but I think you would consider if it was the Red Sox calling. If it was a AAA, if it was the Pawtucket Red Sox, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Probably not.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like even after that season, I continued to contemplate the idea, not heavily pursue it. There were a couple of times that jobs popped up that I was like, yeah, maybe, and they were at a higher level, AA or AAA. And it's like, maybe, give this another go. But I sort of fell into hockey just by dumb luck and really enjoyed it. And then I thought, okay, the goal is NHL because this is it's a much.
Because you want less people to listen or watch.
No, because it's still a grind, but it's a much different kind of grind. There are games 3 or 4 days a week. The seasons aren't, quite the same way. Greg says, long story short, I abandoned my dream and now I call fake football games. # living the dream. And then I was, not that I expect anyone to believe this, but it is a fact. My wife could tell you how annoyed she was by the number of conversations we had about it. There were a couple years back, I was a finalist, and where I ranked, I couldn't tell you. Maybe I was at the very bottom, but I was a finalist for the Bruins radio job. And
out of the final 100, you were one of the 100, which is great.
Yeah, right. No, they're out of the. I don't know. There were like 4 or 5. I think 4 of us that called preseason games that they were deciding.
Oh, you have to call a preseason game?
Yeah, it was cool.
Was Marchand on the team then?
Yeah, it was only like 2 or 3 years ago.
And you're like, hey, remember me, Brad? Come on.
Yeah,
put in a good word.
Keep in touch.
Call Cam Neely.
Yeah, I considered it. But the more I did it, and the more I thought about that, I was like, even if they offered it, I said this to my wife, even if they offered it, I'm not sure I want it. Like, I'm just not sure that
they could probably sense that
play-by-play is the dream anymore. And like this, what we're doing here, like this is not play-by-play, obviously.
No, but calling football, imagine if you called just football, college or pro. It's
football is a totally different animal. Football is from any other sport. It is a totally different animal in terms of being a play-by-play announcer.
You should save these, mostly the play-by-play. The story's less, and when the guy that does the Pats games retires, you should be like, listen to me call all these games.
Yeah, right. He's a young guy. He's not going anywhere, nor should he.
Okay.
14 all, by the way, late third quarter. But it's just interesting.
Here's the thing. I was close to having like my perfect schedule to some degree. Because I look at somebody like Peter King, right, who covers the whole league. And maybe Peter King is kind of have a dream job in that he's not tasked with breaking hardly any news, but he definitely has some that falls in his lap where he knows what's going on ahead of time.
Has a zillion contacts.
Or finds out the story after the fact to give you a nice deep dive on how something really went down. But someone like that or Sal Powell or whoever, they have these pockets, Ed Werder, where there's a lot of downtime now being kind of one of those unless you're covering these pro days. And even if you're covering pro days, it's like a day here, a day there. I had that for a month, went to the Super Bowl, was told I have to do, and I was obviously busy that month, but, the Broncos season ended, and then I was just kind of covering football and waiting for the next thing to happen. But at the Super Bowl, they told me I had to start doing morning updates. Now, without betraying any trust, it's just obvious, and it was told to me, I still have my current job, and nothing changed for me when it's so much did for so many in our business and in every business with the pandemic because of the morning updates.
Correct.
That saved my job. I'm not saying they wouldn't have brought me back when the football season started, but I could have gotten furloughed like the 50 people in my office and 70 in the region. And of those 70, I don't know how many are back, like 10. The guy that was the Rockies producer got furloughed because there were no Rockies games. But once the Rockies came back, he got his job back. But a whole bunch of people just out of work after 6 months of being furloughed. So I almost had it where I was just on an NFL schedule based on what the Broncos were doing. And then now I get to do updates, and that certainly affects the way I plan my year, weeks, whatever. And I don't think I'll have to do it forever, because that's a job, like, you've been in this business long enough. Yeah. You would have told us out of school or 24, 25, hey, KOA, or in your case, WBZ, name the biggest radio station there in the morning that does news talk. You're going to do the sports updates every half hour. You'd be like, great, where do I sign up? In my 40s with little kids and more little kids on the way and, and all that. And I guess I didn't know my wife was pregnant because I was told to it right around the time I guess she was getting pregnant, give or take. I just didn't know, I didn't know what it would be, but I was like, I got to get up at 4, drive to the office to do 2-minute updates like that. Everyone already knows the scores because, hey, guess what? I got every score alert on my phone. Like, this is dumb.
Well, and it's a very
why is this a job?
It's a very unnatural lifestyle getting up.
Absolutely.
It's not human getting up at that hour. Now, being done for your day at noon or earlier is great as we got to go ahead touchdown Aaron
Jones again.
Today. But it's not, and I've always said too, this is maybe a little too inside for anyone out there, which is most of you that aren't remotely involved in this industry. But like it's always I've always found it sort of laughable that the most coveted shift, the most coveted job in sports talk radio is the one that has the most absurd non-functioning hours.
I disagree. Here's where I'll disagree. Morning drive has value. I think afternoon drive also is and go look around the country. You're highest paid for the most part. Maybe not in New York at the Fan or in Boston, but in most cities, your biggest shows, or maybe they're equal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's become. You're right. I think it's evolved. It's become afternoon drive.
But in general, you're right. Morning radio because of Don Imus and Howard Stern.
Right.
And people trying to keep up there and steal some of their audience or whatever. Morning radio in general, morning radio on FM radio stations, right? The Kiss FMs of the world or whatever, your top 40 poppy kind of stations or country stations. Bobby Bones, you look at what he does for iHeartRadio. He's on 220 stations.
Right.
Like it's still, you are starting people's day a certain way, right? You're part of their morning routine. You're right. It is the very most unnatural thing. I've managed to make it work, and this is where, again, I just consider myself lucky, but in the pandemic, I've been able to do it from home. And even as things transition out of this, I've got a million bosses, but my direct report, as well as the main people involved with the morning show, are, I think, fine with me continuing to do it from home because what happens is the updates end, and there's plenty of time where I then have to go to the Broncos facility for the day, and I'm on again at 9 at night, as opposed to in addition other times during the day. So it's like I'm working I'm on the air at 5:15 and at 9:15 at night. Like that's a long day. Obviously the days that I'm on the night show or whatever. So hopefully I get to do it because doing it from home has been amazing. I get up early, I handle my stuff. Then
It's a blessing, truly.
yeah, I can wait. I can get all the kids up. I can get them to, I can feed them, whatever. I can do whatever I need to do. Keep doing the updates, every half hour, changing them as news breaks, which doesn't happen that much in the morning. But anyway, it's.
Hit the like, by the way. We're a few away from 150. Let's get to 150.
Well, so what's your dream job now? If DraftKings, let's say DraftKings got bought by a German company and they hate you and they want to move on. They want to make Rossi the face because they like his Twitter presence better than yours. So Rossi takes all your gigs, and then your iHeart stuff goes away too because the radio station changes for it.
I have always said, and this is going to sound like the biggest cop out ever, and I don't care, but I have always said, or at least for the last several years, because people like to ask that. People like, so what, what's your dream job? Or or my favorite is people who don't work in the business, and I will say what I do, and it's like, so but what do you want to do when you grow up? Basically?
Yeah, right, right. I get a lot of what's next. I'm like, what's next?
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
gonna keep covering the Broncos.
Right.
Like, they're not going to make me the voice of the Broncos just because I cover them.
Right. What I've always said is I just want to be happy. Like, I just want to enjoy what I'm doing. I just want work to not feel like work. And so long as that is true, and I think that can be true of whatever it is that you do, whatever line of work you're in, as long as that is true, as long as work does not feel like work, as long as I am just enjoying, like, it's not about, like, if I just, like, to your point earlier about SportsCenter, like, I don't need to be the
lead anchor. You don't need Scott Van Pelt shit.
I don't need to be Dan Patrick. You know what I mean? To feel fulfilled in life. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, that opportunity came along. I'm not going to turn it down. But I don't need to be that I don't need to be at the absolute top of the industry to still be happy. And there's sort of a unfortunate, I don't know, if you're just built a certain way, and this can be true of anything that, whoever you are, whatever you do. Like, if you're, but I think it's especially true of people who work in any industry where, like, you're never satisfied and you're always like, what's next, which is just how people in the industry that we're in are wired.
Absolutely. And if you're not, then I'm always curious either what's your secret and or what's wrong with you.
Right, exactly. But, so, like, I'm not going to sit here and say I am not that. Of course I'm that, and I'm always thinking about that. And, where do I want to be in a couple of years or 5 years or in a few months? Like, what do I want to be doing? Like, that's, and does that lead to some level of reduced happiness that you could have by just living in the moment? Absolutely. But at its core, as long as I'm just happy doing what I'm doing, that ultimately is the dream job. You know what I mean?
Well, and look, your kids factor in, and your wife, obviously, that plays a part too.
Like, I know, for instance, I know, like, if there are any talent scouts out there that are listening, like, I know at this point in time, we got a touchdown to Keel Harry. It's going to even things up with about 6 minutes left in the fourth. I know I'm no longer at a point in my life where I'm leaving the Boston area.
Right. If the Padres called and said, we want you to come call Padres game, well, San Diego's maybe not a good example. If the Brewers called.
Yeah. Like if I'm relocating, it's got to be for, one, considerably more money, and it's got to be a prominent role that I can't even imagine. Like, am I about to be Ryan Seacrest? You know what I mean? Like, short of that, I'm probably not going anywhere. So,
no is the answer.
Right. Yes. The answer is definitely no. Jared says, cough, admit it. Madden Sim commentator is your dream job.
Maybe
job that I love.
Hanging out with the Sim fam, goofing around with me. Well, so. Yeah. I'll kind of take you an inside baseball story, or inside radio in this case. Our pal David Amendolara, who was a couple years ahead of you at Syracuse and does a great job doing the morning show on CBS Sports. He and I are working together in Kansas City. This is baseball season of 2004. And I have just finished doing pregame on Jayhawks pre and post on the Jayhawk Radio Network. First year Bill Self's there. We just launched this new station, so I'm on doing updates. I'm on as a kind of a third voice producer, sidekick on some of the shows, or one show particularly. And then we're at the baseball game, and I'm sitting next to my broadcast teacher from KU, who I did not get along with. He told me I should stick to writing. He tended to favor hot girls. They'd get better grades. And his whole class was geared towards play-by-play. And I knew when I was there, I didn't want to do play-by-play. I wanted to work at the radio station and goof around. Like I said, when I would have to call games, I had much more fun whichever half I was doing the analysis, first half, second half, just because I get to talk more and talk about the game versus, just say Rodgers hands off to Jones, picks up 2, or in this case picks up 17. What do you got for me? How'd that play happen? So he and I just never got along. I got B's in his class, it was fine. But so I'm sitting there next to him, and I'm kind of talking kind of loudly to DA, and I'm like, yeah, and he's kind of in the conversation. I say, hey Tom, how many former students of yours are here at this Royals game? And he starts counting. He counts 9 former students, me included. He goes, and there's one more that I saw earlier. I don't know so he's like 10. And that's the thing, was all these people that I had gone to school with, not all of them, they were all happy working in and around Kansas City, around the Royals, around the Chiefs. That's all they wanted. Mm-hmm. And I was obviously from Dallas. I wasn't from Kansas City. And I asked DA, and I'm like, okay, who in your class? And he's Andrew Catalon and Carter Blackburn and Dave Friedman. All these guys were all working all over the country. His buddy in Phoenix, Woj, right? Yeah. All these guys are everywhere. And I'm like, that's the difference between Syracuse and KU. Even though we have a really good journalism school, I'm like, all the people here, they're doing this job, the job they want. Like even Kevin Harlan, who has these great jobs, still lives in Kansas City. Like that's all they wanted. And Kevin's not a great example because he has 3 of the best jobs in the world. But and Kansas City's fine. I've got plenty of love for it. But the lack of ambition, and maybe that's where I have it wrong. You talk about the happiness part. I was like, okay, how can I get to New York, which I took the job at Sirius the next year, or LA or Chicago, or even back home to Dallas, which is a top 5 market. And that's what Syracuse, admittedly, no one's staying around Syracuse for too long.
Nope, not on purpose.
Right. But so everyone's, they're trying to get to the biggest markets possible and the biggest jobs, at least for the first 10 or 15 years of your existence out of school. I just could never relate to that. And now, it took till I was in my 40s, late 30s, 40s, to realize what's the most important. Certainly into my 40s, I think, as I've been covering the Broncos on a day in, day out basis and covering the league, realize this is what I want, is to have the pockets of vacation when the NFL's down, and then when August 1st rolls around or July 28th until February 12th, gung-ho. Then you get 3 weeks off, combine. A couple weeks off, free agency, Like that's draft, a couple more weeks off, OTA. So it's now just trying to figure out how to keep this going as long as possible.
Well, and I don't know if you probably have these same conversations, especially because, to kind of go full circle with this sim, you being here and doing 3 on Easter and doing as many of these as you can and having fun with them. And it's couch money, it's vacation money, it's rainy day fun, that sort of thing. Aaron Jones, 8 after contact for a first down. We remain tied, 2.5 to go fourth quarter, and we will drill down more on this game in a moment. But it's a conversation.
We're going to get overtime.
We might. It's a conversation I have with my wife all the time and have for years. When it comes to, gigs like this for you, or like some of the external stuff that I do at various other companies that, it's just like, a few extra bucks, a few hundred extra a month or whatever here and there. I'm so not only so bad, generally so unwilling to say no to those opportunities, because at some point it feels like, especially in our business, but I say that because this is the business I'm most exposed to. It feels like what I say to my wife is eventually, like, they're going to stop calling.
Right. They'll stop asking. And if you say no, they're like, oh, he didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
so now I have an even better thing.
Stop asking that much sooner. Exactly. Yeah. But the industry, maybe you're on camera, maybe you're writing, maybe you're on radio, whatever. Someone's going to find someone, who's better looking or younger or has a better voice or a better Twitter presence or a better, they go in one direction or another, whatever the reason. Like, eventually it's not going to be me. So for as long as it is me, like, you got to take the money while it's there, man. Like, that leads to missing some holidays or missing certain things or working 7 days a week at times or whatever. But like, eventually that stuff is, I've just always operated with the mindset that eventually it's going away.
This is a long way to get to. Here's why we're working on Easter.
As undercover boss Tom says, I have never felt so understood. It's just so true, though. It's so true, at least for, again, people in our business.
Yeah, you said it, that might have been a new
Caucus
record.
answered one question this sim. What was the?
I know. I asked you what's your dream job, and that's how we got here.
Well, there were a lot of follow-ups.
Well, you asked me what my dream job was.
It turned into a conversation. Yeah, you might say, Drew, I asked one question.
Yeah, you asked one question. I made sure to throw it back at you like a good talk show partner would do.
Yeah.
We've done a lot more of a talk show today than calling a sim.
Yeah.
Which is maybe unfortunate to the sim, but it's Easter Sunday. If you're not with your family, you're watching this game, to hear us call another AA run touchdown, it's like, come on.
And if we're being honest, and we love
Nice
all
cut.
of you, Sim fam, you know that. But I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and some of the nonsense is going on in the chat over the last hour. There's another reason why we haven't been doing much with the chat. You want to bring it back to football?
You guys are getting a little fired up over there. Like, it's Easter. Come on. Whatever that means to any of you.
I'm not calling the chat lame. I'm just calling the chat focused on topics we're not getting into.
Mason Crosby. Here, we'll call the last 120 straight.
Here you go. Go ahead 3 right there, so to speak, for Green Bay to go up 24-21.
So now, as the analyst, I'll check the timeouts. New England's used all their timeouts.
Yep.
So,
Buck 17 left.
Cam Newton's going to have to show some magic here.
Someone had asked Brian earlier who's calling the 6 o'clock sim. That will be me and Lamarca. BK will finally see his family today.
I saw him early, pre-sims. I got plenty of pictures to show you, to show the people that care. I'm not saying to show you.
My kids were up at 4:30 this morning.
What? They were that excited about Easter?
Yeah, 4:30.
My wife has been scrubbing out the Easter Bunny tracks, mixing water and flour all over our carpet.
Credit to my wife for letting me sleep until 6:30, something like that. But yeah, 4:30 they were up.
So I didn't get to watch Captain America's Winter Soldier from week 3 yet. I will get to that.
Soldier? Yeah, I haven't watched the latest one yet either.
Or Falcon Winter Soldier.
I did finish Blue Mountain State last night. Now I just have
Mazel tov.
Got it. Gonna lose a lot of time on the clock though, but they got to the 30.
We have a PS5, so when I get done here,
long field goal range right now. Go on.
I'm gonna check out 2K, which I downloaded, and as well as FIFA. So I'm gonna look at how both of those look. I'm gonna turn these 4 TVs off, hold on the big screen. 14-year-old complaining that the 120-inch screen isn't good.
Get out! Go!
Touchdown!
England! Where's that
Cam Newton
all day, Demir Bird?
Oh, yeah. I got both those guys.
30-yard score.
I got both those guys. I'm probably in first place. I wasn't 108.
Yeah, I'm near the bottom. I mean, that'll help because I have Demir Bird, but I don't have Cam, so you're well ahead of me.
I don't know what's going on, but Adam Shine tweeted LOL Red Sox. So I'm guessing he is a Yankees fan.
Probably just the fact that they're 0-3 after getting swept by the Orioles.
The Orioles to make the playoffs was a very strong bet. Nice return, I'm saying, if you would have put it. Oh, no, they wouldn't. It wasn't even on the board. My buddy asked me. It wasn't available because the payout would have been too unbelievable. I don't know if they're going to make it. Anyway. The Rockies, who won the opener, then got their teeth kicked in for much of the second game before they hit a bunch of home runs after Bauer got out. For, I guess, a couple off Bauer. Last night, we're beating the Dodgers again and then blew it and lost 6-5. And then they were getting beat 3-0 earlier. Yeah, it's got 3-0. Could be a long year for Rockies baseball. But luckily, the Nugs and Avs are good, man. Nuggets can't lose with Aaron Gordon, and the Avs barely lose ever. Nuggets have won like 15 of 18 or something. 14
Aaron Gordon's worked out so far?
Yeah, because he doesn't need to do anything other than what he can do is make easy buckets, play a lot of defense. And Joker's going to find you. His average is going to go up 6 points probably because of Joker when it's all said and done. And he's going to make Michael Porter a better defensive player because Michael Porter didn't even know that you had to run down to the other side of the court most of the time. He just stayed on offense. Or that's how it seemed.
28-24 Pats looking to steal one at Lambeau.
I may be covering a deep playoff run for the Nugs and for the Avs.
I hope you do. 30
Which
seconds
means I'll
left.
probably be doing less Sims then.
You know where to find us. And Drew, don't forget Drew's a schedule maker now.
By the way, don't think I won't, if I'm sitting in the press box for a hockey game, be checking in on the DK Sim fam, because I like the idea of hockey and I like going to games, sort of. But I didn't grow up a hockey fan because I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Stars got there when I was in 9th grade. Like, I think hockey's cool. I just know there's too much going on that I don't understand. I don't know why they give the puck away when they have it, just to switch lines. Like, just go score or let the play stop, then change it. I realize that's flawed thinking, but that's the way I look at it. Anyway, I'll definitely be checking in on DK Sim fam if I'm sitting in hockey games.
Goodness gracious. Devontae Adams gets to the 7 and gets out. What has happened? This sim is off its rocker the final minute and a half of this thing.
We are not getting double
21
overtime.
all. Green Bay goes ahead with a field goal. Patriots come back. We should have, Steven had said with like a minute and a half left, call the end of the sim like it's your dream job. Now I kind of wish we had, because this is
I know, I kept talking. I ruined it. You kept calling it and I kept talking.
This is a crazy finish, though. This is wild. 1st and goal from the 7, 18 seconds left. Aaron Rodgers with the X Factor lit. Aaron Jones behind him. Rodgers keeps the ball over the middle and well high and far. And they're going to
still have a timeout, so they can get
remaining for Green Bay. 2nd and goal coming.
They can definitely get 2 shots at this with that timeout.
Yep. I mean, field goal's obviously not going to help them. Dante Hightower and company talking a little strategy, an opt-out player last year. Good to have him back for 2021. Rodgers all alone. Looking right, looking left, goes left.
Picked off.
Stephon Gilmore intercepted in the end zone. 2nd of the day for the reigning player of the year.
Well, not anymore. Aaron Donald.
At the time of the Sims.
Oh, sure. How about that ending? Look at that, sports fans. How about that?
Brian says, can you say some iconic speech at the end? Here on an Easter Sunday, an Easter Sim Day for the rest of us.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out my dogs are barking, but my brother-in-law's here. Which is good, because then that means my wife will talk to him and I can play PS5 finally. Yesterday, it took 10 hours to download.
3-man vote with Lamarca.
It took 10 hours to download the 2K game.
It is kind of ridiculous how long some of that stuff takes.
And Tom asked him I plugged into the hard line. I was like, yeah, I am. I forgot to answer that, Tom, but still took 10 hours. Also, I don't have the fastest internet. Clearly, I have dial-up.
Jordan says that was an entertaining one. Absolutely right, Jordan. Agreed.
I agree, too.
I have an incredibly random question, by the way, for Jim in Ops. Jim, are you there? Can you hear me right now? And I will tell you why I'm asking if you answer. Yes, I can, he says. Here's why I'm asking. I came to find, I don't know how often this happens. I came to find that Kyle in Ops, he was with us for a few yesterday, he said he was so like brain dead at the end of the day. Guys, I was talking about him at one point as Rodgers just shy of the bonus, 299 and a touchdown, and Cam went for 278, I think. Aaron Jones goes 19 for 70, a couple of touchdowns. Sony Michel, 7 for 38, a score. Devontae Adams, the bonus, 9 for 132, a touchdown. Harry, 6 for 118, a score. Devin Asiasi, 3 for 28. He had a touchdown as well. The reason that that I asked that is because we had mentioned Kyle a few times, and he wasn't responding, which is atypical of Kyle. Kyle tends to be involved when we mention him. And so I DM'd him on Twitter after the fact, and he said, he didn't know because he was so just like brain dead at the end of the day. It was his 3rd sim that he was just doing the scoring with us on mute, and he had the volume complete. He was just watching the sim and doing the scoring and didn't want to get distracted falling into our stories and conversation about whatever.
That's probably a good way to go about it, honestly.
Yeah, it probably is. But I found it
assuming you think that we're funny. Telling stories worth listening to.
Now I'm wondering if Zach in Game Ops.
Same thing.
I've always believed that Zach just really doesn't enjoy when I'm calling Sims, but because he's never responded when I've called him out, like ever, not even one time. And so either that is the answer, or he just listens on or doesn't listen, has us on mute the entire time. And now I kind of want to know. Anyway, your Krusty Kristall player of the game, if you would.
I think it's got to be N'Keal Harry, right? Even though he wasn't the captain in the winning lineup in our contest, only on 34% of the time, but you get 26.8 in the flex, which means he's north of 40 in the captain spot. I think it's got to be N'Keal Harry.
Okay. Did well. Where was he in our projected winning lineup? So Randy 720 going for
Randy has him in there.
Yeah,
Randy's sliding ahead of Viper. That was a close. Viper's right there in ours.
Good battle between those two. Aussie in the captain spot, Adams, Jones, Newton, Harry, MVS. So yeah, I mean Harry was a beast, absolutely. I'm
trying to find somebody other than Lazard that wasn't very good. Funchess as a captain was not great. As a non-captain, he was worse. So Funchess is your Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award. Mercedes wasn't very good either, but Funchess was worse.
Yeah, Funchess at 17% captain, 63% owned overall.
Yeah, that's not good.
Nope. Dead on.
All right, when am I back? I think I'm back Tuesday.
Happy to tell you. So taking a look, you've got me and Lamarca coming up for the next sim in a little under an hour. Bills Giants. Jump into the free roll there in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. It's there for you. And then you will have Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll for the final two of the night. Seahawks Browns at 8 prime time. Falcons Lions Madden After Dark. And BK here is back Tuesday night with Glash for a pair, 8 and 10. And, I'll go over my upcoming schedule later because, again, I'm back for the next sim. But
FYI, Skip Perkins may be resurrected in this day when he will be the second most famous person to be resurrected, but still.
we can dare to dream. We'll find out. D is all about you and your Nuggets, though. I told you, Kaufman, that Denver one player away from reaching that level.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, thanks to Drew, to Undercover Boss Tom, to Jim, who is out there listening, and to all of you in the DK Sim fam. Smash the like on your way out. You're basically at 150. You're right there. Guru's wondering my NBA Jam handle. I honestly remember it. So
I don't remember it either. I remember mine because it's the same as my Twitter handle. Yours is...
It honestly might just be like Kaufman.
Yeah, it's or like Kaufman 1 or something. It was something silly.
I don't know. I'll figure it out, Guru. I haven't played that game in weeks. We'll check it out. Thanks, thanks all for hanging out. Thanks to BK for doing 3 sims and definitely stepping up when others did not.
Others care about their family more.
Our hero of the day. We will talk to you again soon, and I will talk to you all with the Sim fam in just a little while. Stay with us.
Happy Easter.
What's up, everyone? It is an Easter Sim Day miracle because we have got Matt LaMarca and me, Adam Kaufman, together. Maybe it's just a miracle for me. I don't even want to say it's a miracle for the two of us or assume that it's a miracle for all of you. But
that's an insult to the word miracle.
For me, do you believe in miracles? Yes. So great to be with this guy. How are you? How's your Easter treating you?
Yeah, it's good so far. Had a bacon, egg, and cheese this morning. Always a real treat. Just such a treat.
Yeah.
That's about it. I went out last night, had dinner with some friends, which I haven't done in a long time.
Yeah.
And went to like a restaurant. We'll talk about it on the stream later.
I'd love to.
But I am convinced that this was the weirdest dining experience of my life. So
I need all the details. And I think
we'll do it. We'll get to it.
We'll be eager to hear a different story than what the previous sim. We had fun, we had a good time, and it was actually a hell of a game, even though we didn't give it nearly enough attention. But Brandon Cristal and I, it was basically what Steven in the chat called what felt like a career webinar on LinkedIn. The two of us just sitting and talking about the broadcast industry.
Ugh.
Because interesting if you're interested in that type of thing. Probably if you're not. But the chat had devolved into just such a gross place over the course of the last sim that we abandoned it and we went elsewhere. I'm hoping that the chat rebounds for us here to kick off the late classic. We have got what is going to be the Bills and the Giants. Tell me, how do you feel about it? What's your lineup look like? Because of course lineups have locked.
Yeah, so I went with Saquon at the captain spot. I mean, you can't really go wrong with Saquon. He's always a threat for that double-double with cheese, with or without cheese, I suppose.
Usually you got to pay extra for that, but I like that.
The cheese is the touchdown in my world. So, you get double-double with or without cheese. Then after that, the rest of my lineup, I was a little bit more Bills-focused. I went Josh Allen, John Brown, Lee Smith, Bills defense, and I finished things off with Golden Tate.
Okay, so naturally, this isn't the case of any showdown. We have some similarities. I went with Saquon in the captain spot, who is about 25% owned there, 80% overall in our small free roll. Josh Allen, who is heavily owned in both categories. He's in my flex. 81% of people have him there, 19% though in the captain spot. Evan Ingram, Golden Tate, Darius Slayton, Graham Gano. So heavy on the Giants with the exception of Josh Allen, which kind of fits in Simland, honestly. The Bills, not the most compelling team when it comes to these computer-on-computer Madden 21 simulations.
All right. We'll see what happens.
Bad Boys Pop says, dang, Koff, I'm sorry I missed it. We were hiking by the back bay. Well, it's good to have you here with us now. Salty Cajun says, Koff, what are the Celtics going to do tonight? I have given up assuming that I know what that team is going to do or whether it
the
gives
good
a
news
crap
is that
night
Romeo
in, night
Langford
out.
will play for the first time all year.
Yeah, season debut. That's a good I did not make any lineups surrounding the Celtics with the showdown opportunity. I thought about it, kind of ran out of time. Jared Kilgore, Big Saxy, you got to get sponsored from Sax Underwear. How do you feel about that?
I'm willing to accept any sponsorship deal. Okay, anybody that wants to be a part of the Big Saxy brand, they're welcome. And it's not that expensive, I promise you.
You might actually have to pay more for a pair of Sax underwear than you would to get LaMarca to endorse Sax underwear.
Fair.
How much? $25 in. First
I would have taken $12.50.
Yeah. Joke's on you, fools. Devin Singletary, short rush, 2 yards. NBA lineups, though, for the main slate, it's just 4 games, are locking in a little less than an hour, 7 o'clock Eastern. LaMarca and I, as we do, will go head-to-head. But if anyone wants to have a little party, have a little NBA heads-up action, you know where to find me, DK-A Kaufman, especially since some of the usual suspects, Glash, Freeze Pops, guys like that, haven't talked to them all day. They must be enjoying their Easter holiday or something. So, I got a little
What, these guys have families or something?
Yeah, what's that all about? Structure your day differently, boys. Have an Easter lunch. Doesn't have to be right at dinner time. Interfering with lineups locking. What's wrong with you? Matty Diamonds is what Robbie Noble calls you. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's a self nickname that I gave myself on one sim.
Oh, you did that.
Because Tommy Freeze Pops, I was working with him, and the guy's gotten like 1 million gifts from the sim fan. He got
really embraces the brand for sure.
He got a baseball bat from I don't remember. Was it Jared maybe?
From Louisville Slugger, the Slug.
Yes. He's getting baseball cards. So I'm like, why am I not getting anything?
Yeah.
And he said that it's because I'm not marketing myself enough. So I said, all right, I'm gonna change my name to Matty Diamonds in the hope that I get sent some bling.
Guys, why aren't you sending LaMarca free stuff? I mean, he's here, right? Big completion down to the 35-yard grab for Lee Smith. The 85. That's a new field that we are using here. The 85.
Love the 85.
This is Rock and Jock. MTV rules. The 85-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 19. 35-yard pickup, obviously. Salty Cajun says, Koff, nope, sorry, can't afford to play with you, LOL. I mean, and that's fine if you don't want to play. No pressure, obviously. But just so you know, regardless of what you may or may not be led to believe by our guy at Cristal, who says we play for like $1,000 a turn, like we play for $5. So let's don't be misled. That is not the reality. Bad Boys Pop
says I should go after the marker industry.
Yeah,
I like that.
I'm all about it. Says,
I'm a big Sharpie guy.
Lamarck of excellence. Get there, Lee. Get there. Reaches. Oh, no. John Brown. Touchdown.
Smokey.
What can Brown do for you? Smokey. Mike Bizzle. This is what I'm all about. I freaking love this duo, regardless of time of day. It may only be one or two people, LaMarca, but we are absolutely someone's favorite.
I think we got a good flow, a little Stockton Malone action.
Yeah. No doubt.
We've certainly done enough of these things together now. Although you basically do a couple a day, it feels like, right?
Yeah, I do. There were times way back when I was doing 3 a day, once or twice a week. But I've settled into a strong, like NFL practices of the old days, a strong 2 a day situation right here.
So I'm sure you have special relationships with everybody, but I really don't get to work with all that many people. Like I haven't worked with Emerson in forever because he only does the early ones and I only do the late ones.
Yeah, he does like 1 a day every 3 days. So how are you supposed to, wind up with him? It's not easy. Top ownership in the free larger contest, by the way. Josh Allen about 78%, Saquon Barkley 76, Stephon Diggs 51, Evan Ingram 48, Darius Slayton 48 and change as well. Bucket says, Koff, this would be a top 5 combo.
All right.
It's 3 a day. Wow, Koff, that must have been exhausting. I'm here to impress. YDG on Twitch just got here. What up, Koff? Matty Diamonds. Mike Bizzle. LaMarca looking his Easter best. You do look good now that you've trimmed up the mane a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying a little bit. It's almost time to re-enter the world. I'm actually getting my first shot.
Congrats.
On Tuesday.
That's exciting.
So I figure once I'm fully all vaxxed up, I'm going to get my hair cut.
I look forward to hearing what the experience is like for you, whether it's just like, another trip to the doctor or, not literally, maybe it's in your car. I don't know. Look at this ball kicked around. Get there.
The end zone.
Bills DST. Yes, sir. To the 5-yard line. Wonder if Josh Allen's going to finish the job on his own. I'm curious to hear, once that time arrives, what the experience is like for you. If it's, after all this time cooped up, a year of irregularity, if it's an emotional experience for you, if you're just like, I just got a prick in the arm,
The barber is usually confused when I tell him what I want because I'll go in there and my hair will have gotten long because I will have waited a long time.
Sure.
But I don't. But when I get my hair cut, I take it down, and they're like, "Are you sure?
Are you sure this is what you want?"
This is pretty short. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I asked for it.
That's not good enough, man.
First and goal from the 11. We've moved it back just a little bit.
Jared, you're the man. You don't need to do that, but if you did, I would definitely be appreciative. I love ripping packs.
An 88 Fleer and an 89 Topps baseball pack, a 91 Upper Deck for you, buddy. See, now you're gonna need to tell him where to send it. Then. Singletary, short rush to the 9, 2-yard pickup, second and goal on the way.
That's true.
Do you have a P.O. box?
No.
Just asking.
Who has a P.O. box?
What, you don't? Short run to the 5, 4-yard pickup.
What do you think? I'm a Rockefeller?
I'm just saying, if you don't want to give out your home address, you have to figure something out. Open up a P.O. box.
So anyway, let me tell you about this restaurant that I went to.
Tell me. Well, let's see if we get a touchdown. Then I want to hear about the dining experience. Salty Cajun, just get the high and tight, brother. Third and goal, Josh. Right into a tackle, lost a yard. I can't believe we're going to have to settle for a field goal after all that. Okay, tell us about the dining experience.
So it's an Italian-style family restaurant, right? Pretty normal. So the first thing when I get in there, the music is just blasting.
Okay.
Blasting. And they have a live DJ in there. And I'm like, all right, well, this is interesting. So we get back to the table and they're cranking out. They start by playing like the Italian songs, which I found normal, you know. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Sure is.
So, but anyway, that's why my voice is a little hoarse if you can't tell. Then they start cranking out like 90s hip hop, which again, I don't dislike 90s hip hop. I actually enjoy it quite a bit, but it's weird while you're eating to have to try and have a yelling conversation with somebody with Biggie Smalls in the background. Okay. Then we did, it was like a price fix type thing because we had a pretty big group. And they brought out, we couldn't eat the food as fast as they brought it out.
Okay.
It was just coming and coming and coming. And then it's abruptly stopped for a good like half hour, which was fine. Again, the weirdest part was that at one point the DJ was like, all right, if you guys want, we're doing $5 tequila shots. Hunt down your waiter, and we'll take. And I'm like, what is going on? Is this a restaurant? Is this a club? Like,
couldn't decide.
I was very confused as to what they were trying to be. And overall, the food was okay. It was not bad. I've had worse Italian food. It was just a very weird dining experience.
How big was this group?
We were about 14, 15 people.
That's a sizable gathering in a restaurant, all at the same table?
Yes. I think this place is kind of like specializes in larger parties.
I just mean like in pandemic times. That's I'm surprised that you even have a place that'll do that.
Yeah, it's one of those things now. In New York, I think they're back up to like 70% capacity indoors, something like that. You have to wear your mask into the restaurant, but then once you get at your table and you're with your people, you can take it off. But if you like get up to go to the bathroom, you have to put it back on. So
yeah, you said screw it. I'm gonna go right here. No bathroom for me. I've come prepared. I'm wearing Depends.
Not true.
Not true. Brad says sounds kind of fun if you're with a big group.
I
just love envisioning all of you trying to yell over Biggie.
it was just hard. Like I couldn't talk to anybody. And the other thing was after like every 2 songs, they would throw in this birthday song and be like, and happy birthday to blah, blah, blah. And it was a different. So we heard the birthday song about 19, 20 times over the course of the evening.
Happy birthday to Monique. It is Monique's birthday. Everybody shout her out.
And the DJ every couple of every like 15 minutes, he would be like, all right, we see a few of you standing. You can't be standing. It's a fine in New York State, $2,000. So please sit down. But $5 tequila shot. And I was like, this is the weirdest vibe. So,
well, it begs the question: was it anyone in your group's birthday? And I don't mean I didn't even mean really. I mean, but was it?
Because no, it really was.
Okay, because you go out in a party that size, better be somebody's birthday.
Yeah, they brought
somebody better
desserts.
be getting that cake.
Yeah, they get a little tiramisu.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Absolutely. Tiramisu.
So anyway, I'm not accurately describing how weird it was. It just was an odd experience. But the good news is they had the Gonzaga game on, which was an all-time classic.
Really was. That was a lot of fun. We were on the sim last night when that was going on and doing our best to not, fully react. Wanted to pay some attention to the sim, but that was quite a game. Do you are you of the mind that Gonzaga's going to finish off the perfect season?
I mean, I've been saying all year that I think that they're the best team from what little I've seen of college basketball.
Sure.
I think Baylor has a legitimate shot. I think if you look at the numbers, Baylor is going to keep this game competitive, but I would be picking Gonzaga.
A lot of great content related to that available to you on the Dream Stream. Certainly check it out in advance of tomorrow night's game.
Yeah,
Josh Allen was in safety territory.
I give Jules a lot of guff for some of his work, his picks from time to time.
Some of his work.
But he's been doing really well with the college hoop stuff.
I talked to him earlier today because we shot a thing that you can see on Twitter in partnership with our friends at Dark Horse Wines as Allen scrambles out for a first down, a ton more, almost to the 30, and even hung on to the ball. You like that? 3 for 43 for Josh Allen as we near the end of the first. And, not to go into details because I wasn't going to ask him for details, but I just said, how's the tournament treated you? And he said he's had a good tourney. Things have gone well for him. The picks have gone well for the tourney. So, yeah, he's a good guy to listen to.
For college basketball.
Yeah, everything else. Hashtag fade Jules, fade Felix. End of one. Get a look at some of the numbers. 10-0 Buffalo. Really should be 14-0. But, hey, they'll take the lead as they've got it. Here for the happy hour. It's an Easter Sim Day free roll. Out of 146 entries, I am, doing very poorly. 112 right now. We've got Runny Mover.
I would say run him over.
Run him over? Right, yeah, that's way better. Run him over. You got Runny Mover in front.
Good old Runny Mover.
3 points. Allen has 50 passing, 43 on the ground. Let's see. We'll look at the
I thought you were going to continue to read through the standings.
All of them? Oh, there you are. I honestly, I didn't even see you. I wasn't ignoring you. Lamarcus sitting third right now, about 5 points off the lead. There you go. I was about to, after I finished reading the stats, the only touchdown, John Brown, fittingly a 15-yard score for number 15. I was going to ask you where you are sitting in the free roll. But yeah, as you point my eyes to it, number 3, the Matty Ice of the DK Dream Stream. Good on you, sir. Like to see it.
We got some room to grow, too. I'm feeling good. I think I'm going to ship this bad boy.
Ulrich, I was working with him last night before. Who can remember at this point? All these sims, all these days, they blend together, especially this year. But he entered the larger free roll, didn't get his lineup into our smaller one. He would have won by 0.05. He would have won by 0.05, but he wasn't in the contest. He couldn't claim victory. Poor guy. I mean, does he care? Maybe. Hard to say.
I would say probably not.
Probably not.
The same thing happened to me the other day. I got into the big free roll and I won a dime.
Hey, good on you. Rocky Forever says, "Cough, that was funny. Run him over is correct." Well, I guess we've established Rocky Forever. Rock Forever is run e-mover over here.
Runny moves.
Let's see. Jimmy B. Koff watched the ending of that Gonzaga game 100%. Yeah, I definitely was not watching, but I was watching through Tommy Freeze Pops and then tweeted about it like I watched it. That was my move on that. 2nd and 12 from the 25. Completion there. Stephon Diggs picks up 15.
Yeah, we've had some good college basketball games. I mean, the Villanova, North Carolina national title game stands out to me as like a really good game. But
yeah, absolutely.
I was just thoroughly entertained by that game from start to finish last night. And I am someone who has been extremely critical of college basketball.
Dana says Koff was watching a thrilling field goal attempt in the sim while Tommy was watching the game-winning three. Yeah, we, someone's got to keep an eye on the sim, man. That's just the way it's got to go.
That's just the way it is.
Things will never be the same,
Things
is right.
will never be the same.
CEH, let's do some buy stream trash old school style with the actual DVDs. We can do that. Do that at the break. Do a little halftime buy stream trash. Been a little while.
Love it. I never really get to play these games.
You guys may have to remind me as as
my
we get
conversations
closer.
are normally so riveting that we don't have time to work in some of these shenanigans.
With me, there is always time for shenanigans. You bet your bottom dollar.
Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow
It'll be fun. No? I'm interested to see what you did for NBA tonight when that thing locks, because this is a weird 4-gamer.
I'll be honest, there are certain nights where you get my A game, certain nights where you get my B game, certain nights where you get less than that.
This is a less than night?
This is a less than that night. I had no written NBA DFS content today, so Sunday's probably the least plugged in that I am throughout the week. Plus, we're doing this sim.
Right.
So, not keeping my eye
on the movement.
Correct.
2nd and 6, Josh Allen. Oh, no. Lost 5 on the sack. Well, you can tell how plugged in I am on tonight's NBA, considering I'm glancing at it right now. Glancing at best. Probably a good night for people to challenge me, actually.
I mean, the 76ers were like the obvious team that jumped out, so I'll have a few of those guys in there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on some injury designations. Like, Zion's a big one. Is he going to play? There was more, I thought, too.
Draymond Green was one of them, but he's expected in.
Okay. Yes. Right. That was somebody I was monitoring.
It's 20-yard pickup, but 4th and 1. See if they're bold. See if they go for it or off to kick. Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman, Jordan, our producer. If you guys miss Madison, Jordan is the one that has, Jordan's not new to us. Jordan's been with us, but effectively Jordan is sliding in as the new Madison. Daniel, the technical director, Joe and game ops. They are going to kick. Unless we get a fake. 4th and 1 from the 25. Kicks up. 42-yard is good. 13-0.
So Jimmy says, why are you not curious? That's the word he said, but I think dubious might have been what I said. I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me. I know that the tournament is cool. The one and done format is cool. The fact that you can fill out a bracket is fun. I do it, I participate, but that's the only college basketball that I watch all year. I'm not sitting down watching Super Tuesday, because why would I watch a worse caliber of basketball when I could watch the pros?
Sure.
That's the thing. To me, college basketball is just professional basketball with worse shooting and worse finishing at the rim. So to me, anybody who's I love college basketball, it's a great game, I don't know what, there's something about that just rubs me the wrong way.
But you don't love the tournament?
The tournament's fun. I said I like the tournament. I participate in the tournament. But I don't. The guys who are I love college basketball, but I hate professional basketball, I don't get that.
Daniel says he can't watch it because the quality of play is so much worse than the NBA. How do you feel about those brogans?
I mean, that's essentially what I just said.
Yeah.
So I'm with them 100%.
To me, though, it's, let's look at it as pro versus minor league. And obviously, college is even a step
How much
down.
minor league baseball do you watch?
Almost none. But I've seen hundreds, maybe thousands of minor league hockey games in my day, because I used to call those on the regular. Long before I was a sim announcer, which way is my career going? I would, spend a lot of time watching minor league hockey, and we got to run shy of the first there. 5-yard pickup, Saquon Barkley. It's 13-0. Bills in front, 3 minutes to go, second quarter. And yes, is the quality of play less than? Without a doubt. But I sort of feel like you get used to what it is relative, a team versus all the other teams, and you just kind of accept it for what it is. And I don't know, I was never down on the entire product. It was just you again appreciate a team or a player relative to the competition around them. I suppose that's true of any level, but I don't know. I mean, for its athleticism and talent, of course you hold a pro level of any sport at on a certain pedestal, but I wouldn't say that dissuade me from watching lower level.
You're not somebody that I'm arguing with about this. The people that I'm arguing with are the folks that are I hate the NBA. They're overpaid. They don't play defense. They don't care about the game, but I love college basketball. To me, that's weird. It is not true. I mean, yes, they make a ton of money, but you can't say somebody's overpaid when that's what the going rate is, right?
Salary caps and market value and all that. I mean, it all exists for a reason, because of obviously what the league makes through television agreements, sponsorship opportunities, ticket sales. The players deserve their piece of that pie. So salaries are what they are. You just need to accept that. Of course, it's an alternate universe where a dude gets paid, $40 million a year to play basketball, but that's the way their profession works. And so if the owners are billionaires, should the players not be millionaires? That's, you can't look at it that way.
Yes. I mean, I don't want to go too deep into this because I might say something that'll get me in trouble, but it's, to me, if you like basketball, the pro game should be the pinnacle.
It should be the standard. Sure.
Yeah.
No doubt. No question.
Yeah, and Captain Blood makes a good point. I didn't go to a big blood basketball school. I mean, I did attend Indiana for a year, which was fun. It was fun to go to the games. But that's not, I'm arguing against the people who are like, I just love college basketball. Not I love watching my alma mater, not I dislike all basketball. It's the people that love college but hate the pros.
Yeah, no, I've never understood that either. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Lamarca, what is the best Top Shot card I should buy? Depends on your funds, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll be honest, I haven't been doing a ton of market research at the moment. My thing that I was kind of not pushing, I don't want it to say pushing because that implies that I'm soliciting you to go buy it. But if you're asking me, like, my honest opinion, what the best card is right now, I would invest in some Killian Hayes.
Okay.
As a rookie who just came back for the Pistons, I think he's going to get plenty of burn down the stretch. Very good offensive player. I think he is going to be able to make some stuff happen. And his card will be worth more at the end of the season than it is now. That's my advice. And I did see that my guy Obi-Wan told me when we popped in, he said that he had scooped up some Killian Hayes. So
nice.
I'm hoping for Obi. Listen, I have plenty of Killian myself, so we're in the same boat now.
So I have not. You're one of a handful of people I ever talk to about Top Shot, and I am not a Top Shot investor. Not because I have some negative opinion on it or whatever. It's just not something I jumped into. Where are things at right now? Because I feel like I'm seeing a lot more on social media, Twitter in particular, about people either being just downright down on Top Shot, people who were like in love with the thing when it started, feeling, because of market oversaturation or whatever else, or the way in which they've done some of their releases, the general direction of the product. Is it in a good place right now? Like, how do you feel about Top Shot as someone who, unlike me, is invested?
So it's a great question.
Thank you.
And it requires an in-depth answer, which I'm not sure this is like the perfect place for me to get super into it about, but
that's fine.
The marketplace has been crashing, if not tanking. I have seen the evaluation on my cards essentially cut by about 60%, I would say, over the last month or two, which obviously isn't good. There are a lot of users, but I would say that a majority of them are just trying to get the packs so that they can flip the cards instantly for a profit, which there's nothing wrong with, right? Like, it's a way that there's nothing wrong with that. They're trying to make money. I don't blame anybody who's ever trying to make money. But that has kind of hurt the ecosystem of the Top Shot marketplace. That said, they did just do a round of fundraising the other day, and they were essentially valued at more than $2 billion.
Okay.
So they are, they're being, a lot of people who are much smarter than me think that this is the future of the collectible industry. Everything is going online. I mean, if you just think about the world, right? Everything that we used to do in person, we now do online. You can get food delivered straight to your house. You don't have to go to the gym to work out. Everything now is just about making it easier to do the things that you used to do without the help of the internet.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what Top Shot is doing to the collectible market. So there are some signs that the short-term market, I don't think it's not going to be like a huge growth anytime soon. Mm-hmm. But I still think that long-term, this is a very healthy industry to be a part of. We still are only at NBA. NFL is eventually going to be coming. MMA, I'm pretty sure, has already signed a deal.
A couple
UFC.
NFL players, unsurprisingly, Rob Gronkowski and Julian Edelman, and I think they're the only two, have been the ones to launch their own NFTs. But obviously, you're expecting the league overall to get involved here.
Yeah, I think the league has even come out and kind of said, like, don't do it on your own, guys. But, you know, when has Gronk ever listened to anybody else?
Right.
So, again, I'm still bullish on the product. I still think it's really cool. I mean, if a Michael Jordan rookie card can sell for $4 million, why wouldn't a Michael Jordan highlight video of him hitting the game-winning shot over Craig Elo, or a dunk from the dunk contest, or something like that? Like, I don't understand why that wouldn't be more valuable in the future. So, again, there's no Jordan moments on Top Shot currently, although he was one of the investors in that $2 billion valuation round that they just had. So, like I said, it's a complicated question that is tough to answer, but I still believe in the product.
Just curious. Yeah, it's interesting seeing a lot of people talking about it, and rightfully so. I mean, it's something that really burst onto the scene. People fell in love with it, and like you said, it's around to more than likely it's around to stay. 13-3 at the half here. Buffalo in front of the Giants. Josh Allen, 105 passing, a touchdown, 49 for Daniel Jones. Both are 8 out of 9. Neither obviously is in a great place thus far through 2 quarters, but again, not a lot of offense. Singletary, 7 for 17, 5 for 21 for Barkley. Allen, 4 for 56. Even Zach Moss involved with a 2-yard pickup on his own right. You got Lee Smith, 3 for 47, a touchdown for John Brown, 3 for 33. The only one with a score here in this one. Slayton, 3 for 33, 1 for 15 for Diggs. Ingram, 1 for 2. Toilolo, 1 for 2. Barkley is 2 catches for -2 yards, that's the wrong way. That's not the direction you want to be going in. And obviously we got a few field goals here in this one as well. So that's where we stand through 2. See what winds up happening in the second half. Hit the like button, by the way. North of 300 people watching on the old YouTube. We'd like to get to 200 likes. We're almost there, just about 30 away. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Greatly appreciate it, and all of you being with us here on an Easter Sim Day. This right here, a little more than halfway through your Dream Stream day. You got 2 more Sims after this with Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. They will be on the way. Stats are good through halftime, by the way. LaMarca, if you wind up looking for him again, and why wouldn't you? You're scheduled to be back for a couple Thursday night. Not until then. You are going to be missed here, my friend.
This is kind of my routine, my flow. I do the Thursday and then 1 or 2 weekend games, or 1 or 2 days during the weekend. I like to keep it fresh. It's like having company over. If you see them too much, you start to resent the person.
Yep. It's very true. "22 minutes from lock, people. Last minute NBA on its way soon. 13-3 the Bills. Romeo Langford hit a 3-pointer. I just want you to know that, because I know that you were really just unimpressed that he was finally going to play tonight, making that season debut.
I did not think it was going to matter.
Mike says, "Is Glass dressing up like an Easter bunny?" Entirely possible. Wouldn't count it out. I think, especially since he has 2 Sims to work with, that is a very reasonable guess for one of them. There is some theorizing going on that he may, on this day of resurrection, be bringing back Skip Perkins.
Ooh.
I don't know if anyone needs it.
Don't know if anyone wants it.
But damn it, he'll do it.
So, as a big Boston guy, Kaufman, will the Red Sox win a game this year?
It's hard to say. I can't help but, kind of laugh thinking back to the offseason. It's like, we're going to be good. They say all the right things, right? Like any team would, so I don't fault them for it. But You know, we could be sneaky good. We think we could be a playoff team. Yeah, this division's really competitive, but you know, like watch out for us. You know, our pitching is better, our offense is better. Look at our relievers, and now 3 games in, it's only 3 out of 162. It's not like 3 in 2 months last year. It's 3 out of 162. But you get swept by the flippin' Orioles, who are probably going to lose 100 games. Your offense has thus far been a joke. The pitching has been terrible. The bullpen, not good. Like everything that they were excited about so far through 3 games has gone the opposite way. And it's a tough way. It's a tough way to start off the baseball season for sure. Especially, you know, while people were so busy like debating who's the who's the worst team in Boston right now? Well, Celtics underachieving, the Bruins up and down. People are high on what the Patriots did in the offseason, but still no clear answer at the quarterback position, even if it does look to be Cam Newton right now. It's like, oh, the Red Sox made nope. Let's just calm down on the Red Sox right out of the gate. Yes, they will win a game. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the fact that they lost, it's how they lost and how they looked, you know,
right.
Like to get like basically held scoreless by Baltimore, who Baltimore has some talented hitters. You know, it wouldn't shock me if they were better from an offensive standpoint this year, but they were getting mowed down by a pretty pedestrian Orioles pitching staff.
I think pedestrian might be a compliment to that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not nearly the diehard baseball fan I was growing up, but I had never even heard of Bruce Zimmerman, today's starter.
I learned about him last night.
So it's like, what are we doing here? 1st and 10, 3 minutes gone here in the 3rd quarter. And not even just that. I'm watching with the kids after a nice Easter ham lunch. And they
love a good ham.
Like Garrett Richards, not that he's supposed to come in and be the savior or anything like that, but I mean, he's a journeyman, has been around for a decade. Like, you know, he should certainly, and may very well still be, a respectable starter for this team this year. He gave up a run before he even got an out. And it's not like it was a leadoff homer. Like the first 4 guys reached, I think. And then, you know, they go down 3-0 in the first. He settles down. You know, it's a good inning or 2. Then loads the bases with nobody out before they take him out. And then just crumble from there and lose whatever it was, 11-3. But it's like, what? I mean, at least, like, could you not get an out before allowing a run? Is that so much to ask in the game of baseball? Get an out before allowing a run. I mean, a leadoff homer, that can kind of be excused. You know, things happen. But when the first 17 players reach base to begin a game, what is happening? It's hard to get excited. It really is.
If you're looking for a silver lining with the Sox, at least JD Martinez had a good day at the plate.
Yeah, he's starting to hit the ball again. Didn't do that last year.
So that's positive. You know, he's always been a guy who just absolutely destroys left-handed pitchers. So maybe that's something to hang your hat on with the Sox. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a long year.
Speaking of hanging hats, how your Metsies doing? I honestly,
they're undefeated.
Undefeated?
Yeah, they haven't played yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. The opening series was oh
my goodness.
Oh, into the end zone, came away with it. The Bills to the 25. Oh, the Bills DST, man. Sorry if you got Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley.
Unbelievable.
Any Giants at all.
He looked like
Gross.
he was going to walk in, and then he dropped it.
Yep. That was poor. Brother Phil says, happy Easter, Saxy fam. Where's Ducey? Kind of missed busting his Cadbury eggs today.
From what I've heard, Ducey's on the vacay.
Well, he was doing Sims from Cooperstown.
I know he was doing Sims from Cooperstown. Then
now he's on an actual vacation.
Right. Then he was in the Hamptons yesterday.
Wow.
And now I'm pretty sure he's off of the DK Live, which is like the news desk.
Well, so, all right, so I'm looking right now. I have no idea what his DK Live schedule is, but I can tell you he has 1 sim tomorrow, 1 sim Tuesday, 2 sims Wednesday, and then nothing Thursday, nothing Friday, nothing Saturday, nothing Sunday. So maybe the vacation is coming after the next couple of days.
Or maybe he's just working from the vacay.
Yeah, or he's just doing a couple
We'll see.
of things.
You never know where Kenny Ducey's going to be.
Another fumble! Bill's got this one back, though.
He got absolutely flat in there. Ducey's like Carmen Sandiego. He could be anywhere in the country doing a sim. Anywhere in the world. One of my all-time favorite kid games, by the way.
One of your favorite what?
Just games as a child.
Carmen Sandiego.
Yes.
Sure. Support that. Fun game. Fun. You remember the old TV show?
There's a TV show as well?
Yeah, there was a TV show as well. And there were obviously books. 4th and inches from the 35 coming. We're going to hit the 2-minute warning of the third quarter. Nope, just going to blow past it. Okay. I know there's no 2-minute warning. The look that you're giving me right now.
I was a little confused.
It's just something I do from time to time. Keep myself entertained. Koff, you do know that that's just a end of half thing, right? Mike Bizzle says, I leave Simland for 46 days. I have no idea what I've missed. Bizzle, you were gone for 46 days?
I need Saquon to get in the box here.
Get in the box.
Guy's killing my team.
Get in the box.
He's trending towards a babysitter Billy if he doesn't pick it up.
Well, with the ownership, probably deserves it.
That ain't going to do it.
Second and 8 coming from the 22. About 90 seconds to go, third quarter. Bad Boys of Pop Ducey has a portable race car bed, bunk bed, that serves as a hotspot.
That would actually be a dope bed.
That would be a dope bed. Captain Blood says 46 days, nothing has changed.
Oh my goodness. The Bills D is just on one today.
Bizzle says Lent. Imagine giving up the Sims for Lent. I'm going to spend some time with my family. I am giving up the Sims for Lent. Oh, we didn't do our buy stream trash at halftime. I asked you guys to remind me. You got to know I have the attention span of a gnat. All right, third quarter break is in a minute. Let's do a buy stream trash at that point, okay, gang?
I'm ready. I'm so ready.
You're going to forget.
Abby Rizzle says, what's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box? 7 DVD.
John Doe has the upper hand.
See, like, I mean, this doesn't work. This is just fun. 2nd and 8. Final 30 seconds of the third. That ball complete to left side. Steps out of bounds. Stops the clock shy of the first. 3rd and 2 coming from the 20. Josh Allen meticulously, methodically moving the ball downfield. 9, I say this knowing full well I'm going to jinx it. 9 3-pointers made in a row for Evan Fournier.
Ooh.
Not all tonight, but over the last couple of games.
I did like that addition.
Yeah.
For the Celtics. I know it didn't get off to the best start.
Yeah. He's rebounded, for sure. 3rd and 2. Faked handoff. Josh, no! 8-yard loss. Spreading some mayo around the field.
Justin Harden says,
I saw that.
Flying Glash.
Yeah.
He's streaming TC.
Right.
And he's trashing you.
Right.
Sorry, Cough, you're a jinx, but I still got love for you.
Feels I'm bad luck for his lineups. You know what? If that's the reason I'm going to get trashed, I'm good with it. That's just superstition on people's parts. I'm all right with that.
Rossi's Fat Cat with a good one. Obviously,
Rossi's Fat Cat throws us out every game. Every game. Garfield, Keanu, Aristocrats for the buy stream trash.
Oh, I love it.
I have 1,000% answered it before, but you want to go ahead?
Yes, and I'll do it as Shaq since Obi's asking for it.
Okay.
Easy trash, Garfield. Nobody likes lasagna. Aristocrats. They once called me the big aristocrat, so I'm going to have to buy that one. Keanu's not bad. Chuck, we ain't talking about Keanu Neal, Chuck. We talk about Keanu the cat. I'll stream it.
All right, let me read some stats. I'm going to find some DVD.
All right. Saquon Barkley, 45 yards, killing lineups everywhere. Singletary's got 20 yards. Josh Allen leading the way on the ground, 67 rushing yards. Daniel Jones has 27 rushing yards, but 2 costly fumbles, including one as he was going into the end zone. The only touchdown we've seen in this game, scored by John Brown. He's got 4 catches for 38 yards. Darius Slayton has 4 for 41. Lee Smith, 3 for 47. Evan Ingram, 3 for 20. Shepard has 2 catches. Barkley has 2 catches. Toilolo, Diggs, and Devin Singletary with 1 catch apiece. Noticeably absent, since I have him in my lineup, Golden Tate. Speaking of Carmen Sandiego, where in the world is Golden Tate?
Yeah. Where is he? Where's he at? See all you guys in the chat. I love you too, Justin. Don't worry. All right. So I pulled 3 movies that are all pretty similar. Don't go yet. Hang on. All right. Buy stream trash. We all know how this works. You're going to own one. You're going to stream one. You're going to trash one like it never even existed. Here's what we got. Mr. Deeds.
Okay.
Okay. Down Periscope.
Never seen it.
Oh, it's a fun one. You'd like it. Sergeant Bilko.
Never seen that one either.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to just make it up then. You got to play the game. Got to play the game, folks. Mr. Deeds, Down Periscope, Sergeant Bilko.
All right. I'm going to buy Down Periscope just based off of your recommendation.
Good.
Love submarines.
Sure.
Periscope is a
Submarines.
A streaming app that I've used once or twice. So
Yep.
that's my buy.
My buy also.
Mr. Deeds is my stream. Not my favorite Adam Sandler movie, but it's got some moments. It's got some moments here and there. And I'm going to trash the Steve Martin one because I kind of find Steve Martin movies to be a little bit too silly for me. And I know that's
silly.
weird considering that I just bought or, streamed an Adam Sandler movie. But
Yep. Let's see. Randy says he's buying Deeds, streaming Down Periscope, trashing Bilko. CEH is buying Bilko. Victor, all about Down Periscope. Got trash.
Robbie Noble says trash them all.
Oh, you jerk. Mike Bizzle, streaming Deeds, trashing Periscope, buying Steve Martin. I'm going to buy Down Periscope. I'm going to stream Sergeant Bilko, and I'm going to trash Mr. Deeds.
Trash them.
That's what I'm going to do. Trashing Deeds. Love you, Deeds. I do, but I got to do it. Fourth quarter.
This is the
16-3.
Major Tom to ground control.
Don't underestimate the sneakiness. Very, very sneaky. Baby tonight.
By the way, I just redid my entire lineup against you.
Is that right? I'm thinking about doing the same thing. I think I only have one head-to-head from the SimFam today, which is fine.
You've cleaned them all out, Cough. You're a bully.
I'm a bully. You redid your entire thing, huh?
Yeah, I'm probably going to redo it again. I don't know if I like the new.
Well, lineup's lock in 5 minutes, fella.
I'm well aware.
Good. Want you to be. Daniel say coffees provide some DFS stimulus to get people back in the game. Ah, yes.
Now Rossi's Fat Cat wants us to BST different forms of cat food. Can't say I've ever had any, so.
But if you did, well, what would it be?
I mean, Fancy Feast certainly sounds.
What's the move?
Right?
Fancy Feast, it sounds pretty good. Pretty good.
I think I could get down on the feast.
Yeah, take a little Fancy Feast in my life.
Meow Mix. I don't hate a Chex Mix, so I'll stream that. And then Tender Vittles. No idea what. I've never even heard of that, so it's getting trashed.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might. We got some moves going on here tonight in the association.
In the league where they pay. Well pay. Oh my goodness.
There he is.
It's Golden
There's your
Tate.
guy, Golden Tate. Spoken into existence just like that. You needed him. You wanted him. We found him. Off the milk carton into your hearts.
I feel pretty good
like
about
sometimes
that.
I am getting dumber by the game. Just totally off my rocker.
It happens. All right, I'm doing one last update to the lineup.
Uh-oh. I gotta send out last minute NBA. All right, folks, it's coming. I gotta make the contest here. NBA, classic, multiplayer. 10, a bleeping 10.
I gotta be honest, I'm playing somebody who I just learned about.
I bet it's the same guy I've got. I bet you anything. Bet you a $5 head-to-head.
$5 gold piece.
Bet you a Tommy Freeze Pop's wooden nickel. Lineups, she's locking in a matter of moments. Oh, Harpo getting in on the act. I see a Harpo. Glass says, no one join it. Glass, that'll never happen. That will literally never happen. Fills up in a millisecond. Glass, who, by the way, already set his lineup against me. No one join it. Don't do it. Rossi's Fat Cat. Hi, Glash. Happy Easter. Feed me.
He's a hungry kitty.
Hungry kitty is a good kitty. You got 70 seconds to lock. Oh, yeah. Let's party. Let's party. Abby Rizzle, no way it filled that fast. WTH. What the heck? Oh, it does. It's a fast fill. You know what? If I had the time, and I don't, there's only 30 seconds. Flash is just giving me guff. All right, let's make another one. Want to make another one? Let's make another one. Let's see how many people can get in it.
How in the world can you make a contest right now?
People have lineups. They just got to import them. I don't think I'm even going to have time, though. No, I don't have time. Never mind. I'm going to lock in 2 seconds. Yeah, locked. Chief Chris, 72. Solo leader in the free roll. Flash, anything you'd like to promote for 8 and 10? Any special guests joining you? Returning from the dead, perhaps? $20 likes away from 200. Hit that like. Hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. Give us a follow. Appreciate that. Obviously on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings.
So the first game tonight is the Grizzlies and the 76ers.
Yeah. I have no one from that game, and you appear to have 2 people.
I have a deuce.
A deucey? A Kenny deucey?
I got Toby, and I got Firkin.
Flash, I'm not going to read that. But congrats. It's probably something you ate. First and 10 from the 45. 3.5 to go here. Regulation. 16 to 10.
Hey, man, let's play our game.
Stephon Diggs, MIA, says Boston Joe. He certainly has not stood out, that's for sure. Evan Fournier is a dozen points in the first half. Putting together a little run, maybe. You're welcome, Glash. Happy Easter. First and 14. Don't come across that often.
We'll get back
Moss.
decent chunk there.
Hopefully nobody has Birch, because apparently he was just a late scratch.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect a lot of people tonight.
Gotta love when that happens after lock. We've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
Real good feeling. Flash has been there with Steph Curry. I've been there with Paul George.
I think we've all been there with Paul George.
Ugh. Ugh. Smash Lanta. We went with Trae Young, Seth Curry, House, James Johnson, Steven Adams, Lonzo Ball, Marshall, and Joker. That's what Smash Lanta is rolling with tonight. Good on
Where's
you.
this? Let's see that. Roll that again.
Smash Lanta's lineup.
Yeah.
Trae Young, Seth Curry, House, James Johnson, Steven Adams, Lonzo Ball, Najee Marshall, and Joker.
Okay. All players that I either had in my lineup or considered at some point. I couldn't bring myself at the current time, at least. There's always the chance for late swaps and such, but I couldn't I couldn't find a way to click myself onto Steven Adams. I just don't like playing him.
I get it. Glash says, LOL, LOL. Love how Koff remembers the exact players that cause misery. Look, I mean, I think this is probably true of anyone that plays DFS, or maybe it's just how you're wired. It's definitely how I'm wired in all facets of life, unfortunately. I remember the losses, man. the wins, they don't stay with me. Like, I couldn't tell you, like, my high score in NBA on a given slate, but I can definitely tell you who burned me one night. I can absolutely do that for you.
Well, I think that's human nature, right? It's
Losses
like
stick with me.
at the poker table, you never remember when you have queens and the other guy has aces and you hit a queen on the river to beat him. But you remember when it's the reverse situation.
Yeah.
Also, the Magic are a later contest tonight, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Well, either way, it's still a late scratch. I mean, it's just a couple hours before the game.
Right, and they are supposedly, I think,
not hitting you with a goose egg though.
Down to 8 players now.
Better hope that game doesn't get called.
It's possible.
Flash is leaving to go relieve himself.
Do Glash things.
For the 8 o'clock. Thanks for sharing. 1st and 18.
This game's competitive, but it has not been riveting.
Yeah, it's going at a slog. Real snail's pace, this one. But it's more time for the two of us.
It's true. It's good quality time. So you do anything for Easter? You do like an egg hunt or anything like that?
Oh yeah, multiple egg hunts. There was the kids were up at 4:30 this morning.
That's ridiculous.
Easter excitement. They were up at 4:30. I mean, God bless
for
my
Easter?
Wife. Yeah.
Not acceptable.
It's not. It's not. And thank God love my wife, who is very much ready to go to bed right now because she has been up for the duration of the day. I got up at like 6:30. She let me sleep a little bit, but yeah, 4:30. Just ugh. So we hunted for eggs here. Went to her parents' house, hunted for eggs there. Multiple Easter egg hunts. A lot of candy. There's a real sugar high situation. A lot, big breakfast. Easter ham for lunch, among assorted other things and desserts. And something more like really more of a snack for dinner. And after the sim, like little do they know, it's bedtime.
Gotcha. All right.
We are nip this day in the bud. It's time to go to bed. Bad boys of pop, and that is why I don't think I'll ever have kids with a thumbs down emoji. Look, kids are wonderful, incredibly rewarding. I would trade them for nothing. But
nothing?
Meaning I wouldn't give them up. Not I would take nothing here, take my kids. I guess that was worded probably incorrectly. I trade them for nothing. Here, they're yours. I don't need anything. There is nothing I would give them up for. How about that?
I don't believe you.
Or better English, there is nothing for which I'd give them up.
I don't believe you at all.
You don't believe they are my blood, man. What do you mean?
You can make more.
Maybe I can't. I'm just kidding. Third and goal. Final seconds of the fourth quarter. There's the knee. That's
I was a big, like when I was a kid, it was Christmas. I was up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Although the rule in my house was you couldn't like get out of bed until 7.
Yeah.
So
Good.
It was always a long wait up there, just watching, staring at the clock. Because, of course, I didn't have like a TV in my room or anything. So it was a long couple hours.
It's a good rule. I've always liked your family.
Easter was never a big excited holiday for me.
Well, when the Easter Bunny brings gifts, baskets of toys and candy, and Easter may as well be Christmas part 2, man.
Yeah, maybe my Easter Bunny was just cheap.
Easter Bunny skipped your house. Yeah, Alana says the baby basically didn't sleep last night. I've just accepted the fact that I'm constantly a tired husk of a human being. You see, I'm with it. This was awful statistically. Jones 158, a touchdown and a pick. Allen 120 on the ground, a touchdown, or 120 in the air, pardon me, a touchdown to his credit as well. The rushing leaders, Singletary 18 for 63. Allen went 8 for 71. No rushing touchdowns, multiple fumbles, 2 for Daniel Jones, who went 2 for 27. Allen fumbled as well. Saquon, 9 for 45. We'll look at the receiving numbers also. Let's see. Adam Ted Lasso Kaufman, says Mike. You know what? We should all have a little Ted Lasso inside of us. There's no question about it. That's the right mindset right there. Slayton 5 for 68, a touchdown for Brown, 4 for 38. Nobody even flirted with any sort of bonus in any way, shape, or form. Rushing, receiving, running, or throwing anything. It was just downright bad. My lineup was relative to the competition, fine, but not great. Out of 146, I went for 55th. You were sitting top 3 at one point. Where'd you fall to, Emily?
9.
9. Okay, you're right there.
Yeah, the Saquon in the captain spot
Yeah.
was the death of my team.
Yeah, well, the projected winning lineup, Mr. Golf and more. Allen goes for about 23 in the captain slot. Ooh. Jones 10, Shepard 6, Brown 13, Slayton 12, and Bass a dozen. Heck, you could argue that Tyler Bass is the
I
is
think
the
I'm
player
gonna.
of the game.
I think I'm gonna.
I support it.
12 fantasy points at 4K and 23% ownership. Bass fishing on Easter Sunday, player of the game.
Bad Boys and Pops is along the lines of never having kids. I wish that Saquon was not my kid in this one.
He isn't.
Going? He's not.
Definitely not my kid. Cost me a win.
You and 20-some% of people. Just disgusting. So, rough. That was rough. Well, on this Easter sim day, you got 2 sims left, which is great. Good quality time ahead with Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. So you will have Seahawks Browns at 8, about 50 minutes from now, and Falcons Lions at 10 o'clock. So prime time, then Madden After Dark. Again, that tandem together. Lamarca will not come back until Thursday. We will miss him greatly, but we will make sure to shout him out on Twitter from time to time.
I'll probably pop in the chat from time to time as well.
You do, and it's always enjoyable when you do. I know I appreciate it. Sometimes we wonder if it's actually you, but I think
it's always me. I will say that I made some history on Thursday. I don't know if you heard about this.
I don't know that I did. Break it down for me real quick.
I just popped in to a stream.
Oh, actually jumped into the Zoom.
Yep. I said, Madison, unlock the Zoom. I'm coming in. It was her last day. She said, all right.
Shit, what the heck? I don't care. I'm leaving.
I showed up on Emerson and Ducey, and let's just say Kenny was not happy.
You know what? I did catch wind of this. I actually did. And I'm sorry to hear that. But we will talk more about this for sure going forward. You've got me tomorrow for the noon and the 8 o'clock. So I will look forward to being here with you with Christian and Tom for those respectively. In the meantime, you got TC for a couple tonight with Glash starting in about 45 minutes. So thanks all for hanging out with us. Thanks Joe and Game Mops, obviously. Jordan, our producer, the new Madison. And maybe he will turn his mic on at some point because we know Mads never did. And then Daniel, our technical director. Thank you all. And Lamarca, love you, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your Easter.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So what about by team, Sean? Because I know you went in and you found out how we did by team as well.
Yeah, so I just did this one more for interest's sake because I realized, so I've spent a lot of time over the past few weeks re-listening to lots of episodes, double checking everything, and quite often the theme was coming up on a certain year. Oh, well, I'm not betting on the Browns anymore because they're killing me every year, and I wanted to see, is that actually true or not? For last year in particular, I was able to look back. Ross, your best team for the year was the Panthers. So you finished up 6 units on bets on the Panthers. And interestingly, you picked every team in the NFL at least once throughout the year. Steve only hit 30 of the 32 teams. Left off the Chiefs and Washington. Never got a pick from Steve during 2020. But there wasn't really any huge similarity between the two. Ones that you did well on, Ross, like the Panthers you did really well on, whereas Steve's best team for 2020 was the Rams, returned the most. Maybe the closest, I believe, was maybe the Falcons. You both did pretty poorly. The Falcons treated you both pretty poorly in 2020. But yeah, I just wanted to see if, because quite often we listen to that anecdotal stuff and start believing that it's actually accurate that we're getting screwed over by a particular team. And so I just went through and had a look at it. But yeah, I was really surprised you'd hit every single team. So you did well. And but yeah, so Steve's worst teams were the Lions and the Jags. Cost him, he ended up -5 on those teams. And Falcons, I think you ended up about -4 on the Falcons as well. So they weren't a great team for either of you. I found it interesting. The least bets you had placed, Ross, was on the Chargers, because even listening back, I was thinking almost every episode you had an opinion on the Chargers, and it was going to be, oh, well, they're going to lose this by a field goal. And then I was actually surprised that never translated into picks, or only once in the whole season it translated to actually acting on that advice. And
that's a good point, because I said that every game. It's interesting I didn't end up betting it that much. Sean, this is really cool. I mean, I don't know how you went back through and got all this stuff, but this is really cool. My best team was the Panthers. The Panthers were good to me. Worst team, Falcons. I am surprised, Steve, that you didn't bet on the Chiefs once. Really surprised. I'm also surprised you didn't bet on Washington, because the Chiefs had so many games in a row where they didn't cover. And then I remember you saying, well, they got Alex Smith now. He's so much better than Haskins. I thought for sure you bet on Washington.
Yeah, it's interesting. I stayed away from the Chiefs. I certainly picked them to win the Super Bowl the year they did win. And I was high on the Chiefs, but I was like, the point spread tax has just gotten to this team this year. And so I was correct to stay off of them as they went through, that horrible run of 9 straight games without covering. When it comes to the Washington football team, it's an example where I liked Alex Smith. I didn't know if he was fully recovered, but I absolutely hate the organization. So sometimes you just say you have an organizational bias that says, you know what, I can't bet on this Washington team. They do the organization does so many things wrong. I want to avoid them. Just like I don't want to bet against New England because they do so many things right.
Will you take anything away from this, Steve, for next year? From, the Lions and Jags being bad for you, the Rams being good for you, or not at all?
One thing that I will take away is that historically you can make money betting on bad teams in the right spots. I wonder if I've taken that too far. It's like, I make fun of the Lions. I talk about Jacksonville being the paycheck town where players go there to get their money and to, enjoy the weather. And I think I got to take it more seriously that, there are just some teams that the numbers will say, hey, there's value catching all these points. But you want a team like Carolina that's on the come, that has a plan that you all think Carolina a couple years from now will be, a good chance for playoff contention. I don't think any of us is bullish at all about the Lions, going forward next year or 10 years from now. And I've often said, if you're a bad team in a city like Detroit, how are you going to attract free agents? You want to get Ross Tucker to block for you? Hey, he'll block for $3.5 million in LA. in he needs $5 million if you want him in Detroit, right, Ross?
I'll go wherever the most money is, but if it's tie, I'll probably go to LA. Now, this last graphic that you sent me, Sean, I don't even know what the heck this is or how to describe it. You've got 2 plots showing bet outcomes of each week from 2018 to 2020. We have a pattern emerging. Poor performances week 7 through 10. What does that mean?
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things. It's a really small sample size because we've just got the 3 seasons in there at the moment. But again, when I was looking at it, I was thinking, by maybe, week 7 to 10, you're kind of in your groove and you know what these teams are and what's happening. But each year it seemed to be showing that this led into a bit of a downturn for yourself and Steve. Lower returns and even weeks of bigger losses. Most years as well, you guys start really quick as well, where, up nudging double unit profits early on. And this seems to be a period each year where things come down to earth a little bit. Even years where you've had a really nice finish to the year, some of the years where you got up to, 20s plus 20 units, this period always ended up being a bit of a downturn and coming back to almost even before escalating again. And my initial thoughts were, well, surely this is where we know a lot about the teams, and I just didn't know if there was something I was missing in that, why that could be a period where struggles start to happen.
I have a theory. It has nothing to do with the NFL, and it has everything to do with the calendar schedule for myself. Week 7 through 10, that's November. What happens in November? NBA starts. College basketball starts. College football still going on. So now, as a bettor and a handicapper, I'm pulled in so many different directions. How can I focus enough on the NFL? But boom, by the end of November, college football pretty much is almost done with. And now I spend less time on college football, and now I can devote more of that time necessary to win in the NFL.
Thomas or Dustin feels like the highest owned to me, or Xander. That leaves Bryson, Rahm, and Rory. Do you think people will be off Bryson because of what happened at Augusta in November?
Maybe this is just me that feels like so long ago.
It does.
And since then, I truly think that any residual from that has been washed away. When people think of Bryson, they think him hitting over the lake now. Like that's just the new memory right now. So he does feel, I think, a little overpriced, and he was like third, right?
Yeah.
But I would tend to say that most people will go to JT, but all these guys, as usual, will carry ownership, of course.
Yeah, Rory strikes me as probably the one that people will get pensive about, but then everyone will talk about how no one's owning Rory. Then Rory will end up 17%. This always happens with Rory.
Talk about a tradition like unlike any other. And then he's hit in the azaleas.
Well, it's funny. Like 3 players, the past 3 Masters have 2 top 5 finishes, I think it is, and it's Rory, Dustin, and Cam Smith. So he's still good.
Cam Smith, of course. Why wouldn't it be Cam Smith? Yeah, listen, Rory, the course is made for him. It's going to happen eventually. And maybe the recent form is overblown. Obviously, he's working through some things with the swing. There's no doubt. But can he conjure it up for 4 days? I would say yes.
The 9Ks, it starts with Cantlay. He's 98. Then Morikawa, Spieth, Reed, Brooks, Finau, Webb Simpson. So that's dicey. Spieth might be the highest owned player at the Masters, especially if he has a good week at Valero. Only $9,400. The Masters, people want to. He's already down to like 12-1 to win the Masters, so everyone's going to play him on DraftKings. I don't, and I'm part of this. I don't love Morikawa at the Masters, but every time that people just get off Morikawa, he wins. I think the move is Brooks. If Brooks plays, that just gamble that his knee's okay and play him.
Yeah, what's his? That's what I was, of course, going to ask. Like everyone, is he even playing? But
we don't know.
Nope. Yeah. What about? I mean, the formula that of course, I'm biased, but Patrick Reed was in there, right?
Yeah, he's 93. So, can you describe your 6-figure win at the Masters with Patrick Reed for people who may not know?
Yeah, I mean, that was a formula that I think a lot of people. They looked at Reed's course history and they weren't really there. And this is a guy that I always feel is a little under-owned and under kind of respected because people don't like him. So I leveraged with him, and I had Rory around him and some other guys that were able to hang in, and Reed obviously got it done, led to a breakthrough for me. And of course, he's a little more priced up now, but I think that concept still holds. Like if he's around, if he's sandwiched or near Morikawa and Cantlay and those guys, Reed is someone who can win. He gets it done. And his form to me is not really relevant. He just gets going. He's a true grinder.
How much stock do you think you were going to put into that November Masters? Because I'm already hearing rumors that it's so fast and so firm right now that it might be the fastest greens and the firmest greens that the Masters has ever had. Just hyperbole because no one's there yet. Mm-hmm. But are you going to put stock into, like, when you go back and look at, like, Tiger is such an outlier with his win in 2019. But if you go back and look at all the other past champions when it's held in April, and even last year, like, it's generally the winner of the Masters is a top 30 or top 20 player in the world. Even Danny Willett was. People kind of forget that because the odds were so big, but just he was at that point because he'd been playing so well. That's the reason that people were betting him. The books just didn't catch up in time. And then they probably have won somewhere in the calendar year already, or have like multiple top 10s in the month and a half previous to coming in. Like, do you think that holds true? Because I'm looking at last year's Masters, and that's kind of the other one. Like, basically a top 30 at the Masters before is a place to look. And, Reed was 10th, Connors was 10th, Webb Simpson was 10th. Like, Connors will be popular. I don't think Webb Simpson will be popular at all.
Did you even mention his price yet?
No, I don't think so. Maybe he was 9,000 even. No. Yeah, he is 9,000 even. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the Masters, you can do a lot of, different types of builds, pricing and soft, but there's a lot of guys, who have, they haven't broken through, but I kind of like that. I think getting some experience, I mean, Reed of course has one, but you've got guys like that. Cantlay, of course, he's been pretty close. He was fine in the November one. I don't mind it. And most of these guys aren't playing. So Spieth is one of the few that I think some things will shift depending on how he plays at Valero.
Yeah, and that's the same. Like Scheffler is in the $8,000 region. He's $8,400. Like if he or Finau top 3 at Valero, like their ownership is going to spike through the roof. Or even Hideki, who's who's 83.
Absolutely.
Because I think people will be on Scheffler either way. He had a good Masters. He's coming off a good match play. But like Hatton is 89, Westwood is 88. I can't imagine people are going to use those two guys.
Westwood is 88. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't, every time I say this, he follows it up with another fantastic performance, but that seems a little much. Where is Hovland?
Hovland is next. He's 87. I like Hovland a lot here. It's funny because I like Morikawa more than I like Hovland. I just think that Hovland's game and even Neiman's game is far more tailored for Augusta than maybe Morikawa's is.
Bring it back to 2017 when you made your major league debut. What was that like? I know the journey, the minor league journey can be a rough road. And so to finally get to the major leagues, the goal that you've been always wanting to reach ever since you first started playing baseball, what were your initial thoughts when you heard you were going to be called up?
So I did 8 years in the minors. I mean, that's a grind.
Right.
Everyone knows that who's ever been in the minor leagues that for one to stay in there 8 years, there's a talent there. You just got to figure something out, and everyone sees that. Just to be there for 8 years, and then getting that call, I remember I was telling my team, I was like, man, I don't think I'm gonna get that. I'm just gonna pack my stuff up and get ready, get done with the season, ready to go home. And we were playing the Yankees, their AAA, and he came in. We got done with the game, and he called me in his office like, "Hey man, yeah, we need to talk to you for a second." And my hitting coach is crying, like he came to my locker and he's crying. So I'm like, "Yo, like, what's up, man?" Like, I'm thinking like someone died and he needs like a shoulder to, like he needs someone to hug. Yeah, like I didn't know what happened. Like, "Oh, yo, what's going on? You all right, man?" And he's like, "Man, come to the office." I was like, "All right," and I didn't know what was going on. I'm thinking something wrong with my family. And so he sat me down and he told me. I started crying. I'm like, "Yo, like I didn't think it was going to happen." Like you always feel you can do it, but you doing something so long, it's like, when is this day gonna actually come? Like, is it going to happen? And it happened. And I was crying, called my family. I'm like, yo, like, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be in Minnesota tomorrow. And then I get into Minnesota, and then from that point, I'm having dreams of oh man, I'm literally having dreams every night, like, of, all right, am I gonna start today? Am I gonna get my debut today? Like, I'm literally going to sleep, like waking up in a panic, like, oh shoot, I'm late. That type of deal. Before I made my debut, but it was just something that you can't explain. You know, the emotions, the feelings were crazy. The experiences you went through in the minor leagues, the ups and downs that you deal with, it all becomes worth it at the end. We make a debut, and then after that, you just try to make a name for yourself and see how long you can stay up here.
I can only imagine, because I know what the grind looks like in the minor leagues, and then finally getting that call. When you stepped up to the plate for that very first time, for that very first AB, how nervous were you?
Oh, hey, I've never swung a bat that fast in my life. Like, that was the fastest I've ever swung. The bat speed was crazy, but the nerves were like, it was overwhelming. Like, all those people, like, I'm talking about, I've never been playing in front of that many people. You got people all the way up around. They're going crazy because they're like, oh, debut, and everybody just leave. I'm like, oh my gosh. And you're in the box like, whew, like, all right, how can I control these, control these nerves? Like, how can I just slow everything down? But I couldn't. And I swung that bat so fast, and I ended up breaking my bat for a ground at the first. So now I have a case with a broken bat in it, my first AB, man. But it was cool, man. I can't even tell. The thing about me is I can't even tell you who the pitcher was. I don't know.
Those all big moments all feel like a blur. Like, I remember what I was doing, but I couldn't tell you anything else.
I can't tell you. I cannot tell you the details. I don't know what pitch I hit. I don't know who was pitching. I don't even know the team now. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't even know the team. To be honest, I don't know who we were playing, but because I was talking to our manager today about it, because we got a guy that's gonna make a debut, and we were just going through certain stuff during BP, and I was telling him, like, man, I don't even remember who was pitching, who I was playing, none of it.
Do you remember your first hit that you got? Who was pitching? Who was playing?
Yeah, I remember that. Because I remember that because I had one hit the whole time. I had one hit and 16 at bats. So I remember that one hit. It was the Padres were at home. I came in for Dozier at second, and the pitcher name is Mazzoni. Yeah, Mazzoni for the Padres. I had like a nice little oppo infield hit. So yeah, it's cool. Wasn't my bat either. That's what's messed up. I got my first hit bat with someone else's name on it. So it's just messed up. I got a broken bat, and then up under I have someone else's bat for my first hit. But it's all good.
I love that you remember all the details from that one. All the details. How did you control, like, as you moving forward from that first AB? I just even think, even if it wasn't my debut, when I stepped into the box, a lot of games, you have those nerves, a little bit of anxiety that runs through your body going up to bat, and it subsides maybe first pitch or maybe after the first AB. Did it subside for you, or what did you tell yourself? How are you able to control your nerves to remind yourself that it's easy, right? Just how you play defense, and all of it is just what you worked on before.
Just being up here in the big leagues, like, you gain confidence. So, as you get comfortable, I believe, confidence goes up. And then you're able to play your best baseball. You're able to be the best version of the player you are in whatever sport you are. So when you're kind of uncomfortable, don't really know, you're uncertain, I feel you kind of lack a little bit of confidence because you're not sure if you belong yet. But then once you like, oh no, I'm supposed to be here, then that goes up. Your confidence, boom, goes right up. And so those nerves kind of go away. But the butterflies of competing, that's the thing that every game is just like, boom, like I'm just like,
You're
all
there.
right, yeah. Like I know you there, but you gotta see me too. Like, it's that type of thing for me. And so I get like those little butterflies of just like, I'm ready, like I'm coming at you over and over again, like that type of butterflies rather than a nervous type thing. And so that just comes with time, I feel. Where those nerves go away, but you still get those butterflies of just going out there competing and want to, do your best.
Yeah, I get them before every AB, before my first AB. After my first AB, they're completely gone. But like, let's
Yeah,
say
you kind of get into it. Yeah.
I'm home, so I'm in the outfield. I still have a little bit of butterflies ready to go. But then as soon as I hit the box for my first AB, it's done after the first pitch. Then I'm fine the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
With being in 8 seasons in the minor leagues, as you described, what keeps you motivated to keep pushing, to know that your time will come to get the call up to the MLB? How do you stay focused on that goal? I just feel so many people give up at a certain point.
Yeah. When I was in that point, I was saying to myself that there wasn't something that I couldn't do. Like I've always done whatever it was that I was trying to do. So I never like failed at a goal that I had. And so I just kept that with me. Like, you can do this, but it gets to a point where you're kind of sitting there like, man, it's taking this long. Like, is this going to happen? And so, but I always remind myself like, hey man, everything you set out to do, you've done it. So what's the difference with this? And so that kept me going day in, day out, just like, nah, man, there's something. I'm in this position for a reason. If I wasn't supposed to be here, then I wouldn't be here. So something is, keeping me here. So what is it? And then you find out like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to be in the big leagues. And so that was for me. I just always knew that if there was something that I set out to do, I always achieved it.
Motivational speaker. You can
I
do
it. Yeah, I can do it. You got to think that.
After your first season with the big leagues, you elected to become a free agent and ended up signing with the team you're with now, the Detroit Tigers. What led up to that decision for you to want to go with the Tigers?
I felt the Tigers, the Twins kind of, you can get used to someone, you can kind of get used to what they're doing. So you kind of take it for granted, and then you kind of can't see the value anymore until it's on the other side, until you're in the dugout, until you over here. Now I got a whole nother jersey on. Now you got to throw this ball to me. And so, I remember the manager, Paul Molitor, I remember I saw an interview and they asked him something about him. He's like, I don't know what's going on, Nico. It doesn't matter what we're throwing him. I don't know what's going on with him. Because I think I hit like 7 home runs in 2018 just off the Twins. And so you're able to just, you got that thing with, all right, y'all didn't want me. Let me show you type deal. And but yeah, that was the kind of situation. It was just kind of I see the direction they're trying to go in, and the people they had in the big leagues, and it just wasn't a good fit at the time.
betting baseball. So a few things I want to go over. And the first one you and I talked about for a second before the podcast is just kind of the discrepancy in price. Like if you have a favorite in basketball that has an 80% chance of winning, that's like a -600, 700 money line type of play. And those don't exist in baseball. Once teams get to 300, we see like a few 400s a year. They're mostly the big favorites are like the Dodgers are today, -240, 250, 260, and have a very good chance of winning. So that juice deters people from betting. But I mean, give me your thoughts here on why these numbers are different and what that means for betting baseball, I guess.
Yeah, so I actually have a little write-up here for it, and so I might sound like I'm reading off a script because I am. So in my thing, I said juice isn't linear with win potential, as you were saying. So in most sports, a -300 is a 75% implied line, and it wins around 75% of the time. Like if you take a large enough sample size, they're going to win 75% of the time. Baseball is not the same way. Since 2010, an implied line of around 266, it was a sample of like 1,000 games, I believe, is a 77% win rate over 1,100 wagers, which leaves a margin of 4.5%. So 4.5% is plenty to bet, and it just shows that like those big favorites have like the discrepancy between really good teams and average teams in baseball is so different. In any day, not a Gonzaga, that's a bad reference, but like a Michigan can lose to a UCLA in basketball, but most days a Dodgers don't lose to a Rockies. So I think that it's more of a commonality for the favorites to win, and you can use that to your advantage in sports betting. So
I guess, I mean, that's the reason, I piece together parlays in baseball with the heavier favorites. It's one of the sports I think you can trust it. Whereas in like NFL, I don't necessarily parlay heavy favorites. I'll use the 6-point teasers as a way to kind of get teams that are 6.5, 7-point favorites down to what you want them. And it's more profitable. You get a better price. In baseball, I think you can parlay, but one of my favorite ways to bet baseball, I know a way that you like to bet baseball, is to take away a part of the cap and shorten the game, especially when like, man, I forgot how long baseball games are. I tried to watch some of these games yesterday, like 4 hours. Oh, like you go do something else and you come back an hour later and it's went from the 4th to the 6th inning. Like it is long. So it can also be just an improved way to enjoy the bet if you don't have the time to sweat a whole baseball game. First 5 plays, you cut out maybe capping the bullpen. You don't know who's going to pitch. You don't know what the situation is going to be at that point in time. You just pin 2 starters against each other and focus in on kind of the bats that you know are going to be seeing a certain pitcher. I like to kind of get some data before, like I'm going to be betting baseball really light right now, especially with the tournament still going on, especially with the NBA still going on. I'm a big NBA bettor, as you know. So it's going to take me some time to get into things. Let's get some first 5 data and then, get into it. But what are your thoughts on first 5 betting? What exactly are you looking for when you place one of those bets?
Yeah, so one of the criticisms that I get as a bettor, and I've gotten it over the last few seasons for a couple of years now, is I don't bet, quote unquote, I don't bet enough in the opening weeks. And it's a similar idea to you. I want data to come through, and people always say like, this is the time you can beat the lines because Vegas hasn't had time to look at the games either or adjust. And I completely disagree. I think that there's so many different variables in the opening weeks. There's no reason to bet. I think that opening day is probably one of the days that you can bet because people are more focused and want to win their first game. But then after that, it's kind of like, okay, the hype is gone. We kind of need to just chill out. You don't have to bet on the second day. You don't have to bet on the third day. There's no person forcing you to bet anyway. So I agree that probably laying low this weekend, going into next week, and I'll probably start betting for real the next weekend. That said, first 5, I agree. I take first 5 lines a solid amount, but typically it's for a reason of you can get, so I can't remember the exact number. I think it was 65 cents. So if a line to a full game is 65 cents less to the first 5, it's technically a good spot to play no matter what. And it happened a good bit last year with the White Sox. And so we were on the White Sox a lot first 5 innings, and that I feel like is due to the fact that the White Sox bullpen first off sucked, so it was easy there. At the same time, you can find value in the fact that bad pitchers can do well versus batters in the first 1-2 go rounds because the batters haven't seen them. So I can't think of the guy's name. The White Sox pitcher, I think it's Cease, Dylan Cease. I think I have no clue. I could be butchering that. He was a really good pitcher for the first 2 go rounds. First 2 at bats, I believe he was sub .200. Good pitcher. And then the third go round, he lost it all. Every single time that he was a pitcher, he lost it all. So you were getting a quality pitcher for the first 2 go rounds, and you had the White Sox bats to back you up. So you're getting a good price no matter what. And I think we hit the White Sox first 5 probably 10 games in a row. So every time he was in the mound, you get a cheap price, like -115, because who is this kid? And he comes out and he throws a gem, and then third go around, he walks everybody. So there's definitely angles in first 5s. I've been told by people that it's not the sharp way to bet because they don't care who's winning through 5 innings. At the end of the game, people want to win the game. So I have to disagree. There's pros and cons to everything, and I think that, as you were saying, it's a very easy way to first off enjoy watching your bet, because who wants to watch the 7th inning with 40 pitches? And second, there's a lot of data that can be used to find good spots in the first 5.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi. How's it going? Happy Easter.
My
Happy
ears
whatever.
fell. My ears fell 1 second into the broadcast. One
Nice.
second.
Anyone want to throw out a number? How long that? How many times that's going to happen tonight? While we're on camera. Glash and Freeze Pops with you. We have producer Jordan with us tonight.
Yes.
Daniel on the ones and twos, and Joe from the Game Ops team. It is Easter. Hi, happy Easter, everybody. All right. Well, lineups have locked. What's your lineup looking like? Seattle, Cleveland.
Okay, so my lineup for this one, as I pull it up here, Russell Wilson in the captain spot, $16,200, 22.1 a sim. I know you got to pay up to get that guy in that captain spot, but he's worth it. You know, he brings it every single time. Then I went with Seattle DST. They bring the pain every now and then. They were my punt play, but they're listed second here, so that's why I said them second.
Okay.
Then I went OBJ, Nick Chubb, Austin Hooper, and Philly Dorsett, another punt-ish play. So I kind of like this lineup, not going to lie, Glash. Sort of into it.
I'm glad you're not lying. That's good. Look, DK Metcalf finally had a good sim the other day.
Okay.
On Friday.
So you're a believer.
I'm a believer. I told everyone to play Metcalf the other day. And the first play from scrimmage, 75-yard touchdown down the right sideline.
Wow.
It was pretty awesome.
So I'm not going to let myself get hurt like that again. You know, I've invested a lot in him in these Seattle sims, and he has never come through for me. So, but hey, I'll let him prove me wrong.
Yeah, there was some weird flexibility, though, at this one. I see what you mean. Like, putting Russ in the captain, you weren't totally, buckled to not do other stuff. So right. OBJ's in there for me, Metcalf, Lockett, Landry, and Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt was only $2,800.
Kareem Hunt has impacts in these sims, and I know he's the running back too, but it's weird. It's one of the few teams where the Madden team sort of mirrors how the offense in real life runs, right? Where it's this dual threat running back thing that Stefanski has going in Cleveland. Hunt and Chubb, both guys that can have an impact at the same time in Madden. Not a lot of other teams have that.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, yeah, the AI sometimes can really bother us and not run an offense that's similar to what we see in the real games. It's totally true. Should be fun, and that's why they play the Sims. And then we find out to see who wins, who loses, and who totally didn't help our lineups or helped our lineups. Janovich, fire everybody up. That's right. Yep, get on your feet. It's prime time in Simland.
Most of the time, people aren't helping my lineups, if I'm going to be honest. It's fine.
You're not alone, though, in that category.
No, yeah. Many people are towards the bottom with me frequently, and that's fine. We have our own little club down there. We hang out. We do our thing.
Sure
We're
do.
proud.
All right. Well, I hope you all had a great holiday weekend. I guess.
What you have for brunch?
I had some ham today. Honey baked ham, mashed potatoes, asparagus. Then I had some meatballs and sausage later.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Sarah's mom makes a mean meatball and mean sausage.
You feeling a little full right now? You got sweatpants on? You get the elastic band out?
Oh yeah, elastic band, gym shorts.
Yeah,
I did. 100%. I will say I went for a long 1 hour walk before. Oh, that's
good.
You consume all that food. You got to keep the blood pumping.
100%. Got to help you digest. Got to get all that blood that's rushing to your stomach moving around the rest of the body. Totally get that.
Mm-hmm. How about you? What'd you have to eat today?
So Morgan's family brought us to a nice socially distanced brunch at a establishment here in Greater St. Louis called Vito's.
Okay.
Delightful. Had a delicious crispy chicken sandwich that had pickled onion, some arugula, had this really, really nice aioli. It was like an herb aioli. Delicious sandwich. Feeling great. And then just ate a bunch of cookies back at her place. Just so many cookies. Morgan stopped at this amazing bakery here in Soulard, where the neighborhood her and I live in, and picked up a box on Saturday. These things, they fly off the shelves like hotcakes out here. So luckily we had those. And yeah, great day. played some board games. But you know what, guys? You know what I'm ready to do to celebrate Easter with everyone here? I'm running back the microwave peep situation. It's coming back, so halftime, tune in. We will be microwaving 2 peeps again, this time pink. So get ready, guys.
Myles Garrett just picked up a fumble. Who fumbled the ball? Chris Carson. It was Chris Carson who fumbled. Oh, we get a booth review, though.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It was bound to come. Let's see. Down. Ah, wait a minute.
Wait, and the knee hits there. Okay, where's the ball? Oh, he was down.
Yeah, he's down.
We're running that one back, folks. Daniel passing along some footage for you to view at your leisure. Flash of the peep situation.
Terrific. Who are you with for this?
I believe that was a Rossi broadcast.
Very good. In or out on peeps?
Out, totally out.
Good, same.
Out, and here's an interesting, you know how Koff just kind of just takes a side sometimes just to do it? This was my proclamation yesterday, and you tell me if you agree. More people hate peeps than people hate candy corn.
Agreed.
Yeah. I feel like, and I said this last night, and I stand by it, I know one person in my life that likes peeps. One. And I know lots of people, guys. I've been around for almost 30 years. I have met probably thousands of people in my life. Only one of them likes peeps. One. Big carry. Koff said 2 of his kids really like peeps.
Oh.
So I said he was biased.
That other one's way cooler. Hey, so how about Chris Carson there, just like totally maximizing an opportunity, hit with a fumble call, he gets called back, and now he puts the Seahawks at the Cleveland 27.
Taking advantage.
I love candy corn. Like, you know, it's not my first candy, but so in on the candy corn. But the peeps.
I like candy corn too. I think candy corn is wicked underrated. It's crazy.
Jordan Lindenbaum says that microwaving the peeps, it was so good you want to do it a second time.
It was so cool. I don't even want to spoil it for those that didn't see it.
Yeah, don't tell me what happened.
I'm not telling, dude. We even have a special spy cam setup that's going to allow people to get up close and personal with these microwave peeps.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, 1st and 10 from the 13. We're 3 minutes into this first quarter. Russell Wilson delivering to Carlos Hyde. He's the power back, but he'll make an impact in the passing game. Top 5 highest owned in this free contest. The $250 DraftKings free contest. Wilson, 84% owned. Baker Mayfield, just shy of 61%. Metcalf at 55.93. See, everyone saw that last game against the Giants, and they're in. That was a doink off the helmet of the Browns defender.
A little recency bias here for DK Metcalf.
Freak of nature. Make the peeps explode. I want to see the microwave explode.
You're going to see everything. You're going to get up close and personal, man. Got the spy shot ready to go. We're going to see up close and personal peeps in the microwave. Get ready. Oh, pick!
Oh, my goodness. Ross throws a pick.
Come on, he's not going to, he's not letting him get to the end zone there. He DK Metcalf'd him.
Neil Harris. Tom Carroll is the most jovial DK commentator and has such an infectious smile.
Wow.
Rossi, you're cool too, I guess.
That is a very nice thing to say. I appreciate that.
Wow.
Here we go. Browns offense. Get back on the field. Let's do something.
Broby-Wan says, what was that, bro? Good question.
Mike Bizzle on YouTube saying, my local deli has a Peeps smoothie. It looks suspect. Okay. I don't think a Peeps smoothie would actually be that bad, because the thing that's the worst part about Peeps is the texture and the mess that they create because of the weird sugar film that's kind of on them. A Peeps smoothie or a Peeps milkshake, whatever you want to call it, that would sort of neutralize that problem. And also, Peeps are marshmallows in theory, and marshmallow is a delicious flavor. So, I don't know. I think I'd give it a shot.
Hey, we're only 5 likes away from 200. Smash the like on your way in for this 8 o'clock primetime sim on a Sunday night. Nick Chubb, useless. You played Chubb, right?
I did. Useless.
Just my opinion. We had 130 entries in the Seattle at Cleveland Clash and Freeze Pops free roll. Freeze Pops free roll.
Free.
Matt Silverman, I feel like Peeps are sponsoring this sim. Well, if we get to that point, Tom will have to take back everything he said.
If we get to that point,
first down.
I will eat a peep on every sim. If that happens, I will do the pregame peep of the day.
I would expect Donovan Peoples-Jones to have a big day on Easter.
I will buy a Donovan Peoples-Jones jersey and eat peeps on every broadcast.
If he scores a touchdown?
No.
Oh.
Nope. Only if Peeps becomes our presenting sponsor.
Oh, okay. I think you should do it if he scores a touchdown in this sim.
Okay, you know what? I like this. If Donovan Peoples-Jones scores a touchdown, I will eat a peep.
Ooh.
But I only have 2 peeps on the plate, so if it happens before halftime, it will sacrifice one of the peeps that was going to be in the microwave. If it happens after halftime, I will have to scrape the peep off the plate and eat it. But I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for the holiday. I'll do it for the DK Sim fam. You are with your family on holidays. That is what Glash and I are doing right now.
Second and 8, Kareem Hunt up the left hash. His second carry does have a catch. Jordan says, speaking of useless, at Glash, I remember when you drafted Joe Reed. Why did you draft him? Did someone recommend him to you? LOL.
You got a hot wreck?
Yeah, I know. I know what he's talking about. We can't go there.
Okay.
R.I.P. Third and 3. Speaking of R.I.P., Easter, the resurrection. There is a rumor going around Simland. Big rumor.
Okay.
Big rumor. This isn't an Emerson Latzia rumor that is going to last a week.
This has real legs.
This rumor might only last 5 minutes because it could come true any second.
Okay.
I don't need to confirm or double source. Okay. Kareem Hunt. Okay, very good. Daniel says, we may witness the resurrection of Skip Perkins tonight. That would be the second most famous person to be resurrected today, said Brandon Cristal during the 4 p.m. sim. And he must have found it in the Sunday Simland Times.
He's back.
So, we have to hit a like plateau.
Okay.
I think 250 is reasonable.
Fair.
We're at 203.
Totally fair.
We're on the next sim together.
That.
We're here for the rest of the night. 250 likes. Skip Perkins comes back, but only tonight because it's the resurrection.
Yes. Fair.
All right.
I am with you.
Bring back the man who died for all of you. The 107-year-old writer. His life matters too. And the likes go down.
I was just going to say, are people starting to take away their thumbs up?
And the dislikes. Oh, it's so funny.
It's engagement nonetheless.
Perkins, but you might need Skip Perkins.
Probably didn't think about that.
We need Skip. I can see him speaking. Like, help me. Bring me back. So we'll see if people deliver and help bring back Skip. If picture Imagine you were Skip Perkins. I'm looking you all right in the eye right now. What if you were Skip Perkins? You wanted to be resurrected. You'd want people to resurrect you. Or you might be fine being dead.
I don't have the skill of Skip Perkins. I could never pull that off. His pros are just way too impressive for me to duplicate. One of the great writers of our time. Respected journalist.
He's got another solid column in him tonight. A column that will just, it'll come out and the words will flow. But you have to give him a chance.
It is Sunday. Columnists thrive on Sunday paper. Maybe an Easter afternoon edition here.
Yeah, man.
Late edition.
Yes. Yes. So 250 likes and we'll get the resurrection of Skip Perkins.
Okay, we're about 40 away, brother.
Something tells me we're not going to get there. But I could be wrong. Be fair to Skip Perkins, all of you. You might not like him. You know, it's like they say in The Dark Knight, you know, it's like Gotham needs its true hero. And Gotham needs, what's the line again? It might not be the one you want, but the one it needs right now, you know? Something like that.
Something like that.
Barb says Skip is busy at the club right now in heaven. Vid always says, tonight I'm going for the $1,000. All right, the paid contests, those are available on DraftKings.com. Mike Bizzle, what's up? How are you?
What's up?
Earl Sparks, you'll get there. How about Seibert's kick? Sure will. 4-3.
Cybird reminds me of a wing place here in St. Louis, Cyberg's. Delicious buffalo wings. They have this sauce. It's sort of like a mustardy, tangy buffalo sauce. It's very unique. If you're ever here in the Lou, grab some Cyberg's. Your taste buds won't be upset.
Must be. I will like it if I don't hear peeps again.
Peeps.
All right, that's it.
Beep, 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 beep.
Wow.
A little Morse code action. Skip knows something about that.
Derek says, I miss Madden commentators. That's saying a lot. All right, Derek. Well, I hope you enjoyed the Cybert kick and how majestic the ball flowed through the air.
Glash, you know what that means. We're about to go heavy play-by-play for this series. Strap in.
Derek, as I like to remind you, we have to come on camera, not by choice, but it's really just an opportunity for Joe to get caught up on the scoring because it's manual. That's all.
1st and 10 from the Cleveland 31. Russell Wilson hands the ball off to Chris Carson. He's gobbled up for a short gain here. 2nd and 6 for Seattle as the clock winds here in the second quarter. 7:38 remaining. Russell Wilson in the huddle.
You already threw a pick? Tom. Hey, Tom.
Russell in the gun. Chris Carson in the backfield with him there. Looking, finds his man, DK Metcalf. That's a first down.
DK.
Seattle at the 40-yard line. Trying to get their first points of the game. Clock winding here. 7:07 in the second quarter. Cleveland up 3-0.
Time and score. First thing you learn on radio, time and score.
Russell Wilson in the gun. 2 wide. Hands the ball off to Carson again. His second carry of this series. Gobbled up for a short gain. 6:45 to go here in the second quarter. 3-0 Cleveland. 2nd and 8 coming as Cleveland's rush defense continues.
Wait, how much time's left and what's the score?
6:25 remaining here in the second quarter. Russell Wilson takes off.
Oh,
going to take a decently hard hit there. 3rd and 3 for Seattle. Wilson looked like he was going to the ground for a slide, but was unable to make it in time.
Wait.
3rd and 3, 6:03 to go here in the second quarter.
Thank you.
Russell Wilson in a
how much time?
Interesting package here. 5:42 remaining here in the second quarter. Hands the ball off to Carson. That's a first down. Oh, he breaks a tackle, and he's down to the Seattle 40-yard line. He is gassed, my friend, averaging 8 yards after contact, which is shocking to me. Did not think that number would be that high. It is 5:32 remaining here in the second quarter. Cleveland leads 3-0. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his left. Shotgun formation. Carson in motion. Out wide to the left. Shotgun snap. Wilson. Incomplete pass. Had Greg Olsen, his tight end, open. Looking to his left. Missed him. 5:12 here in the second quarter. 2nd and 10. 3-0 Cleveland. 5:12 remaining in the second quarter. Wilson in the gun. Carson to his right. 5:12 remaining in the second quarter. DK Metcalf in motion. Wilson looks, finds DK Metcalf. Looking at about 3rd and 4 here. Seattle threatening, clock winding, 5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. 3rd and 4, Cleveland leads 3-0. Wilson in the gun, Carson to his right, 3 wide. Greg Olsen on the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, finds his running back, running a wheel route. Looks like Carlos Hyde with the catch here. 1st and 10, 4:33 remaining in the second quarter, 3-0 Cleveland. 1st and 10, Seattle is driving, looking for their first points of the game. Russell Wilson in the gun. 4:15 to go in the second quarter.
Score?
Hands the ball off to Chris Carson. It's 3-0, and Chris Carson barrels ahead for a few yards here. 2nd and 8. 4:04 remaining in the second quarter here. 3-0 Cleveland. Wilson in the huddle, talking to his
What's
men.
he saying? Paint the picture.
He's saying it's 3-0 Cleveland. Shotgun, 2nd and 8. Carson to his left. Fires to his right. What a catch. DK Metcalf down to the 9-yard line. First down, 3:37 to go here in the second quarter. 3-0 Cleveland. 1st and goal for Seattle. Clock winding here. 3:27 to go here in the second quarter. 1st and goal. Wilson under center. Carson.
What's the score?
In the backfield.
How
It's
much
3-0 Cleveland. Carson barrels ahead. It's 3:10 remaining in the second quarter. 2nd and goal. Seattle behind 3-0 to Cleveland. In virtual Cleveland, mind you. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his left. 2:47 remaining here in the second quarter.
I was sneezing.
Chris Carson gets in the end zone. That's a touchdown. The running back won. Chris Carson, his first rushing touchdown of the game. That makes it 6-0. Excuse me, 6-3.
You idiot. Be
6-3
better.
Seattle.
Be better.
Extra point coming here.
How much time?
And the extra point is up, and it's good. 2:42 remaining here in the second quarter. 7-3 Seattle here in virtual Cleveland. Kickoff coming shortly. All right, there we go. You got your play-by-play for a full drive. I hope you guys are happy.
I say you keep going. This is great.
All right, we're going to keep going here. 2:42 remaining in the second quarter.
There you go.
Jason Myers getting the ball teed up here.
Ball standing tall.
Wind, not a factor here.
Nope.
Able to have that ball stand right on the tee.
Only on Wednesdays.
Myers back. The kick.
Wow.
High sky
End over
kick.
end.
Going to force him to come out of the end zone here.
Careful.
Cleveland to the 24-yard line. 1st and 10. Cleveland
Jarvis.
coming here.
That's Jarvis.
2:39 remaining in the
Good hustle,
second
Jarvis.
quarter. 7-3. Seattle.
What down?
Leading. 1st and 10.
Thank you.
Baker Mayfield getting his men on the field.
Look at that eye black. Wow. Looks good in the dark.
Baker in the huddle.
Wow. Good crowd.
Virtual Cleveland. Sold out crowd. 2:39 remaining here in the second quarter. Baker in the gun. Kareem Hunt to his left. Baker takes the snap. Looking.
He's number 6.
Looking. Firing. Kareem Hunt with the catch. Big gainer here as Kareem Hunt is taken down at the 46-yard line. A 14-yard grab.
He's really
for the running back to Kareem Hunt.
3. Third down.
With the catch.
He really reeled that one in well.
Baker in the gun. Kareem Hunt again to his left.
3 wide, right?
3 wide to the right.
How much time?
Baker back. 2:03 remaining here in the second quarter.
What's the score?
Kareem Hunt with a catch.
Yes.
Did he get full feet in? No.
You need 2
Second
to
and
get
10.
It. You need 2 for it to count.
1 second remaining before the 2-minute warning here in the second quarter. That means 2:01, people. 2:01 remaining in the second quarter. 7-3 Seattle. Second and 10. Baker hands the ball off to Kareem Hunt. They're really giving him the load here as we hit the 2-minute warning.
What's that mean?
7-3 Seattle. 3rd and 7 coming. 1:57 to go in the second quarter. Again, 7-3. 7-3. It is 7-3. Baker split backs.
Can you please talk about the Pats or the Celtics?
Baker takes the snap, finds his man, Nick Chubb. 4th and 2 coming. Cleveland probably bringing out the punt team here as the clock continues to wind.
You don't get points for that.
1:44. We're going to probably see more time come off the clock. I will update you on that when that occurs.
Thank you.
As we watch a replay here, Baker finding Nick Chubb. Not enough room.
No.
Get upfield there.
You need room to run. Nice hands, though.
The clock continues to run here. 1:37 to go in the second quarter.
Oh, wait, 1:20.
1:20 to go. 4th and 2.
80 seconds.
Browns.
Wow. I can't even see the ball now.
Skies a ball. Back of the end zone.
Nice
This
moss.
one going to be taken out at the 25.
Talk about the Celtics or the Patriots.
Chris Carson with a big first half here. 10 rushes, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Trending towards the bonus. That's right, people. We are on a Madden simulation. Oh, looks like that was a graveyard punt. Seattle deep in their own territory here.
What's the point differential?
It is 7-3.
4.
Seattle.
How much time?
From their own 5 minutes, 12 remaining here. Second quarter.
Thank you.
Russell Wilson.
1st and 10? Okay.
Scrambling to his right.
Protect the
finds the first down. Oh, with a juke move. Continues to run. Gobbled up there at the 25-yard line. Timeout. Seattle.
Take a breather. Wait, what's the score?
7-3 Seattle here.
time's
Minute 1 remaining. 1st and 10. Second quarter. Just over a minute to go.
101.
Cleveland with the lead. Russell Wilson with his running back to the right. 2 wide.
That's right.
To the right, 2 wide to the left. Looking.
Is he gonna throw?
Looking.
Nope.
Scrambling. That's going to be a first down for Russell Wilson. Another
Nice job.
timeout coming here from Pete Carroll. 7-3 Seattle. Second quarter, under a minute remaining. 54 seconds to go. 1st and 10.
How many timeouts?
Seattle has 1 timeout remaining. Cleveland with all 3 of their timeouts.
What color is Seattle's uniform?
Seattle with the navy blue bottoms, the white tops. Cleveland with the brown classic shirts.
Nice.
Russell Wilson
Oh, they were in
taking a
shirts.
sack. Myles Garrett gobbling up the former Super Bowl champion.
Ooh, there's
Second and
Pete Carroll.
16 coming.
Is he chewing gum?
The clock is winding. Under
What should we
40
do?
to go here in Cleveland.
What's the score?
It is 7-3 Seattle.
Who scored the touchdown? Give me the score. I'm checking my lineup. Who scored?
Chris Carson.
Thank
with
you.
your only touchdown in this first half. Second and 16, 20 seconds to go. Seattle in the gun. Chris Carson to his left. Receivers all over the line of scrimmage here.
That's how it
Takes the
works.
snap. Finding his
Whoa.
man.
Whoa.
Fires it.
Get
He's
him.
open. He found his man. The 10, the 5. Touchdown! DK Metcalf.
Give me the score.
69 yards to the house. That's 13-3 Seattle with 4 seconds to go in the second quarter. An extra point away from being up 14-3, but it's currently 13-3. With 4 seconds to go in the second quarter, DK Metcalf, 69-yard touchdown. 4 seconds to go. Extra point on the way. Stefanski is furious. Jason Myers back for the PAT. The snap, the hold, the kick is good. Seattle 14-3, 4 seconds to go. Russell Wilson 1 for 1. 69 yards on that drive. Only took 1 toss.
Wow.
Get him to the end zone.
Just 1. How many seconds? 4?
4 seconds remain here for the second quarter. 14-3 is your score. Seattle leading the Cleveland Browns in virtual Cleveland. Let's see if we get a return here. Jarvis Landry back to return. Jason Myers skies one.
Nice ball.
Brown's going to field this ball from the 4. Jarvis Landry takes it to his right, and he's going to be gobbled up there at the 25-yard line. That's going to do it.
1 second.
1 second here.
Finish the play. Finish the play-by-play.
We have 1 second here remaining in the second quarter. 14-3 Seattle with the lead. First and 10, Baker Mayfield has enough time for one play.
He's going to take a knee, it looks like.
He's going to take the knee. Cleveland's going to regroup here.
Which knee is he kneeling on? Oh, the left. Okay.
And Cleveland gets to halftime. Trailing Seattle 14-3. Now we're going to throw it to Tommy Freeze Pops for his Peep halftime special. Wow, thank you, generic play-by-play guy. That was excellent. We're going to switch here to our spy cam here.
Who scored? Is it halftime?
So, Daniel, I believe I am on my phone as opposed to my laptop. Can you confirm? Glash, am I good to go here?
What's the score?
So here we go, guys. We got Peeps.
Yeah, you're fine. You look fine. I want the play-by-play. Give me the play-by-play of the Peeps.
All right, so here's the microwave. Peeps are going in. We're going to separate those bad boys. All right.
This isn't stopping. I can't help it. This is so good.
You guys see it? Here we go.
Yeah, dude. Wait, you sound like the play-by-play guy we just had on. Wait, this is creepy. There's 2.
1 minute to go. Let's see if you guys can see these Peeps. Glash, you got a good image of the Peeps there?
Yeah, it's 14-3, 8 minutes left in the third.
So as you can see, the Peeps are expanding, looking like small pink biscuits.
Ooh.
In the microwave. Wow. As they continue to expand, they look less and less like whatever a peep is. Is it supposed to be a duck? Is it supposed to be a small songbird? No one knows. Maybe I just don't know. Maybe it's a chicken. The peeps are expanding, people.
Wow.
17 seconds remaining here.
What's the score?
In the peep period. Peeps expanding. 7 seconds remaining.
7. How about, what's it now, 5?
The microwave period. 3, 2, 1, and the clock expires as we go into the microwave to see the Peeps. Look Look at these things. Did Donovan Peoples-Jones score? Do I have to eat one of these clumps? Wow. What a great holiday. Look at these things. Look at these peeps. They kind of smell. That's no good. All right, I'm going to put these aside. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here for stats? We're back.
Are we? Holy crap.
I don't know if we're ever coming back from this.
Wow.
Daniel, should I put my phone down? Which camera should I look at now? All right, he says okay.
It's 14-3 with 8 minutes to go in the third. Stud 2 with 2 Ds. 2 Ds and stud. First place in the contest. Chris Carson's captain with Wilson, Chubb, Metcalf, Olsen, and Seahawks defense. I want you to do play-by-play.
Okay.
6-way tie for first in the free showdown. This is the 8 o'clock. We have another one together.
How is our audience doing with my play-by-play? Are they enjoying it?
They love the generic play-by-play guy. It's not yours. Remember, it's the generic guy.
Correct. Not me. Let's make sure we get him back in the booth.
Forget Skip Perkins. Just give us the robot play-by-play guy.
Hey, talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Daniel, should I close out my Zoom on my phone, or would that mess things up?
Wow.
All right.
That just
what an adventure, guys. What a ride.
Yeah.
Happy freaking Easter. These things smell gnarly.
A tradition
today.
like no other.
Way gnarlier than they did yesterday. Okay, anyways, generic play-by-play man back in the booth. Jason Myers kicks the ball off here. It's the third quarter in virtual Cleveland. 8 minutes to go here. 14-3 Seattle. As Cleveland gets gobbled up on their own 23-yard line. Today. Fiance Morgan entering the kitchen, feeling the microwaved beep, looking disgusted, and confirming its warmth.
Everything all right there, Morgan?
Everything is fine as she exits the kitchen / living room. Baker under center hands the ball off to Nick Chubb. Scampers for a 12-yard gain. That's a first down for Cleveland.
Cleveland! This is for you!
1st and 10. Cleveland trailing 14-3. 7:43 to go in the third quarter.
Chronic says this is better than 99% of the crap you have to pay for to see.
Baker in the gun. Kareem Hunt to the right. Looking, firing, finds his man.
Who is it?
Odell Beckham Jr. with the snag. Second catch of the game. 14-3 Seattle with the lead. 7:13 remaining in the third quarter. Second in inches to go. Cleveland trailing 14-3. 7:06 to go in the third quarter. 7 minutes remaining. Baker Mayfield under center. 14-3 Seattle. 6:55 to go. Cleveland. Oh, Baker with the fake handoff. Finds no one as he rolled to his left, throwing into the ground. 6:51. The clock stops here in the third quarter. 14-3 Seattle. Third and inches for the Browns, trailing in virtual Cleveland. 14-3.
Metcalf
Baker
is 6
in the
yards
gun.
from the bonus.
Baker in the gun. Kareem Hunt to his right. Gives it to Hunt.
Ooh.
Bottled up in the backfield. Cleveland unable to take advantage of 3rd and inches. Stefanski is furious on the sidelines. 4th and 4. Cleveland forced to punt. Trailing 14-3. Clock winding here in the third quarter. 6:27 to go. As Cleveland readies to punt. Fires this one off. That one to the back of the end zone here for a touchback. Seattle coming in for their second half, up 14-3, their first drive of the half. Seattle, the away team.
Can't even get a word
in their white tops, their blue bottoms with the green stripe, navy helmets with that Seahawk on the side. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his left. Looking, firing, almost picked off by Denzel Ward. 2nd and 10, 6:14 to remain.
You let me know when you want to throw the towel in.
I'm gonna try to make this. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his right, 2 wide. Looking. Russell Wilson takes off. Able to slide. 3rd and about 7 to go here. 3rd quarter, 6:04 remaining. 14-3. Seattle in Cleveland. As the clock continues to wind, Russell Wilson in the gun, Chris Carson to his left. Shotgun snap. Looking, firing, finds Greg Olsen for the first down here. In virtual Cleveland. Old man Greg, now retired, but still doing things here in Simland as the clock winds in the 3rd quarter. 5:19 remaining. 14-3. Seattle. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his right. Pump fakes. Taken down by Myles Garrett, the Pro Bowl defensive end with the sack. Absolute beast. 2nd and 15 to go here in the 3rd quarter. 5:01 remaining.
Really Garrett.
Absolute grit by Garrett. As Russell Wilson goes down. 2nd and 15. Russell Wilson in the gun. Chris Carson to his left.
He might come up and with a helmet.
Wilson firing to his right. Greg Olsen bottled up immediately. For a minimal gain, 3rd and 14 here in virtual Cleveland for Seattle as they lead 14-3 with under 5 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 4:22 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Russell Wilson in the gun. Running back to his right. Looking. Firing to his left. Incomplete pass off the hands of one DK Metcalf.
Earl Sparks, this is so much better than the Red Sox game.
4:08 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 14-3 Seattle.
Captain Blood Freeze Pops is going to take over for Romo.
Down coming. 4th and 14, I should say. Sorry. I don't know how I completely made that mistake. 4th down.
You suck.
Quit. Seattle with the punt. That's a deep one as Cleveland has enough room to field it, but they are bottled up at their 15. 4:01 remaining in the 3rd quarter. And I'm going to throw it back to my colleague and friend, Brendan Glasheen, as I'll be calling it quits for the evening. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. Death pause. If there's one silver lining, no one will ever complain about the announcers not talking about the game ever again.
Whew. All right. I am going to have a sip of water.
Do that. Okay. Let's all start over. All right. Hi.
Did we get enough play-by-play in, guys?
Here's Baker. Now I just feel like I gotta call the game now. Just to shout out our great team. Yes, Daniel, this was an experience to remember. Feels like it. We're almost at 250 likes to resurrect Skip Perkins. If you haven't had enough fun already.
If you get to 300, I'll bring back the play-by-play guy.
Whoa. Wow.
Generic Madden play-by-play man. That's my new character. Talk about the sim, 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 talk about the sim.
I hope everyone had a great weekend, for real. You celebrate Easter. Thanks
God, these smell awful.
Thank you for being with us here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're here for the next one, too, so hope that doesn't upset you all too much. We'll be here for the Lions. The Lions, what an experience. The Lions hosting on Easter. A tradition like no other. Against the Falcons. Baker running for his life. First down. There you go.
Hey, wait, let me look. 3:13 remaining in the third quarter.
14-3. Metcalf. He had a great call. The Metcalf touchdown was fantastic. Generic play-by-play guy.
I was proud of that one. Not gonna lie. Although,
put it on the reel.
Although it was me poking fun at said job, I think I carried the mantle well there.
Oh. Looking at the leaderboard right now, Stud 2 remains in first place, 66.64 points. Two-way tie for first place in the large public free roll, 9,170 entries. Kev Mike 15, the Phillips 2-1-2-1. Wilson captained, Baker, Metcalf, Carson, Seahawks D, and Kareem Hunt in the flex. Baker to OBJ, good for the first, and into Seattle territory.
Third quarter, 2:32 remaining, 14-3 Seattle.
Twitch fam, how you guys doing?
What's up, Twitch fam?
Wes. White. Something like that. Truffle. Mega. What's up, guys? How are you? Scotty Too Hottie sitting in third place. What's up, Scotty?
Scotty.
I see him, third place. Metcalf captain.
Been so busy calling this sim, I haven't even checked where I was in the contest.
You were very focused on honing your craft.
Sim focused, just trying to get my 10,000 hours in. I'm an 80th.
Action, Baker. Come on, Baker, chuck it. Chuck it.
Ooh, I thought he was going to throw after he ran past the line of scrimmage, not going to lie.
90 seconds to go, third quarter.
14-3,
Zach Morris is
Seattle.
trash. Zach Morris is trash. There's a good energy in the sim. A lot of play-by-play in this sim. Probably our most in almost a year.
Yep. Tried to keep it as much play-by-play as possible.
You did especially when you started describing the uniforms and the crowd and the kicks. Just very eloquent, descriptive, detailed.
The atmosphere.
Felt like I was there.
That's the job.
Vid always, yeah, he was looking at Higgins. How's Higgins doing for you guys? Has he done anything?
Nothing.
Goose egg.
Nothing,
0.
nothing.
Jarvis Landry has 1 reception, and hey, there's Scotty Too Hottie now hopping into first place. Second and 10. Baker. All right. To Jarvis for really no gain. 2 yards. 2 for 2. So, what do you think about the Patriots this year?
You know what? Before we get to that, let's talk Celtics.
What about Cam Newton as the starting quarterback in New England? Baker. Oh, intercepted!
Oh! Wow. Here we go. Seattle with a chance to make this a blowout here, people. Give me that. Seattle defense, owners, what's up? I'm one of you guys.
Smash Lanto, what's wrong? Oh, he's talking about his NBA lineup.
First and 10. Wilson with the handoff. Chris Carson having a hell of a day.
He's actually having a great sim, and Carson's a guy that does not do all that much in these sims.
He's so inconsistent. So inconsistent.
Right.
I also just took my hat off my head without remembering that the bunny ears were on, but they stayed on. Oh, I spoke too soon. They just fell.
Good looking.
When you
ears.
have things like that on your head, you kind of forget sometimes, because they're kind of fuzzy. You don't really notice it. How do you guys feel about it?
About you wearing that on camera?
Just life in general.
Oh. Weather's getting better.
Dude, it was so nice out today here.
Very nice.
So nice out. Gorgeous.
14-3. No scoring in that third quarter. Falcons, Lions next to wrap up your Sunday. Russell Wilson, not a well-played game by really both of these guys. Wilson, 8 of 13, 116, touchdown and a pick. Baker, 9 of 16, 89 yards and a pick. Carson has been the best guy in the sim, 98 yards and a touchdown. When's the last time Chris Carson hit the bonus? I mean, has he ever?
DK Metcalf.
I did against Houston a long time ago. He had 99 against Arizona. But the closest he's come as of late was like 7 sims ago with 70 yards.
Your boy DK with 4 catches for 94 and a tud. So
Metcalf's been good. That's true.
We're looking at a possible B word here for DK, as you predicted.
Boston Joe, the guy with the bunny ear hat, calling Carson so inconsistent.
It's true. Look at the numbers.
The numbers don't lie.
Numbers never lie. It was a show on television for a while. That must mean it's real.
All right. Well, want to hit up our pal Jordan, who's our producer tonight. Jordan stepping into some big shoes. Producer Madison, no longer with us.
What's up, Jordy? Do you like that nickname, Jordan? If not, I'll never call you it again.
Wow. Put you on the spot. He doesn't like it.
Okay. We'll pass. J-Dub,
do you know a lot of Jordies?
I know of Jordy Nelson, the former
Jordy
NFL
Nelson.
receiver. I know of him. Heard the name from him.
I've heard of Jordy I've actually met him once. Barstool Jordy.
Okay, there you go. We got 2 Jordys. Should we search Jordy in our phones, see if we have anyone? Why don't we play the name game with Jordan? Let's see how many Jordans we have. This is always a fun game.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Jordan.
7:30 left. 14. Jordan. I have 3 Jordans, including the one that's producing tonight.
I have 12.
12?
I have 12 Jordans. Some of them are last name. Some of them are last name Jordans. 2 of them are last name Jordans.
That doesn't count.
So 10. So 10 people with the first name Jordan.
Wow.
Yeah. Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants. Jordan Rogers, former Bachelor contestant and SEC Network analyst. Jordan Ta'amu, former Battlehawks quarterback. Shout out to the Battlehawks. Caw-caw! The rest of them are people you wouldn't know. My future sister-in-law, Jordan Menner. What's up?
Yeah. She's watching.
100%.
Broby1 says, my bro's nickname is Jordy.
There you go. That's another Jordy in the mix. We got 3.
Mike Bizzle, Madison does not have a story. She just simply moved on to another opportunity. And we're all very happy for her. Relly Rel, what's up, man? Good to have you with us. Matt Silverman says call the sim. Also, the purpose of that game is you guys go through your phones too, and you can shout out how many Jordans you know.
Yeah. It's a fun game, guys. It's called the name game. We play it from time to time.
Yogi Dead says, I'm thinking big points next game, fellas. Big.
Rossi's Fat Cat saying the bunny ears do make Tom look smarter. I think that's probably just because he's a cat and he wants to eat the bunny. Stephen Roche, I do not have Michael Jordan's number.
Would rather eat a smarter bunny.
Wow.
Kareem says, I only have Michael Jordan, so I'm out, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't count, apparently. Last name Jordans don't count.
That counts for like 50.
One of my last name Jordan people was former Major League Baseball outfielder and former NFL safety Brian Jordan, one of the great two-sport athletes from the 90s.
Here's the bonus for Chris Carson.
Jordan Lindenbaum wanting us to talk about the sim. 1st and 10, 5:08 remaining in the fourth quarter, 14-3 Seattle in virtual Cleveland.
Monster 01. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani just pulled up that clip of his home run. He's also pitching tonight? Pitching and batting in the same game. Pretty cool.
I saw him accidentally throw towards Jose Abreu's head.
Okay, I thought that sentence was going a really different direction. I saw him accidentally. I'm like, did you run into this guy on the street?
I was like, hey, Shohei, funny seeing you here.
Hey, want to come on Great Dane Nation?
Speaking of which, Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, we've been over this, but like, why do we have to say that? Wherever you get your podcasts, just tell them where it is.
Because I can't list every platform, Glash. There's like 25 of them.
Just Google it. Carson again.
Touchdown. How cool must it be to be a guy like Shohei Ohtani, where you are good enough to be a starting pitcher, but you are also good enough to be an everyday hitter in an MLB lineup? Like, that's awesome.
The guy belongs in New York. He LA Angels.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Anytime anyone's playing up for the Angels, I mean, him and Trout, it's just Pujols has been hiding there for the last decade.
Right? No one cares. Are there any? Okay, let's use this. We surveyed 370.
Anthony Rendon.
Does anyone in the chat? Are any of you Los Angeles Angels fans? Please, someone back up the Los Angeles Angels fan base. Speak. If you don't care, say you don't care. Just say don't care.
Don't care.
Thank you.
Did not expect a big game from Chris Carson, not going to lie.
No, not at all. Like
Did not see that coming.
You got to go back like 7 weeks ago, the last time he scored this well.
Mike Ross saying took Hooper instead of Carson. Huge mistake.
Mike Bizzle says the Dodgers ate the Angels.
It's true. It was gross.
It's just like they held on to Mike Sosa. Sosha. Mike Sosha.
Sosha.
For a long time.
Yep.
And they're very irrelevant. They're like, they should be more popular.
Well, now they got Joe Madden. And
didn't even, now that you just said that, I forgot that. But that's a more
But it's created no
figure.
buzz, really. No buzz.
He's a good manager.
A great manager.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were going like nitty-gritty baseball talk, people could nitpick Madden, but generally speaking, the guy has been a winner both with Tampa and Chicago. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you want Joe Madden in the mix, especially if you're a second team in a city, you know?
Jordan Warren, don't care, go Sox. Guru says, hell no, Dodgers, and from the LA area, played on the Angels in Little League for 3 years. Never would I like them.
Jordan Warren, are you a White Sox or Red Sox fan?
Oh, it looks like we have an Angels fan here. Joe Mallett, all my life.
Wow.
Joe Mallett, how much, be honest, how much do you care about the Angels?
Sounds like he's a fan.
Because he put all my life in all caps.
It's got to be a bummer to be an Angels fan knowing that you have one of the best baseball players ever in Mike Trout, and yet they haven't done anything during this prime that he's had, which looks like it's going to just continue. I mean, this guy's pace is ridiculous. There's some really smart baseball people that say Mike Trout is possibly the greatest player of all time when you look at what he's done through the early part of his career. Already, people say.
That looked like it hurt. Baker looking for OBJ. 2nd and 10. 3:02 to play, fourth quarter. 21-3. 2 touchdowns for Carson. A touchdown for DK Metcalf. And just 3 points for the Cleveland Browns. Didn't the Browns take the lead 3-0? 21 unanswered by Seattle.
Wow. Good point. Joe Mallett saying he's their biggest fan.
Bad Boys of Pop. The co-host of the Bad Boys of Pop is an Angels fan. His brother-in-law is their attorney.
Huh.
Wait, teams have their own attorneys? I guess they should, right?
Oh, yeah. Most big corporations have internal legal counsel.
Right, a council, but not one person.
Yeah, it's usually a group of people.
So part of the council, the guy, like the go-to council member.
Go-to guy. Jordan Warren saying not a Cubs hater, but he likes the Sox more. So there you go. He's a White Sox fan.
Tim Anderson's a fun guy to root for.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting storyline with La Russa coming out of retirement at, what, 76, 77 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of cool. And the White Sox are such a young team. It's interesting to see how that all meshes.
In a division that I feel like is really in no man's land, right? Like,
yeah, AL Central. I mean, the Twins have been good the last few years. Tigers have been rebuilding for what seems like, since the Red Sox beat them in the playoffs in 2013. You got Kansas City that has been in a rebuild since they made consecutive World Series. It's a weird division, no doubt.
It feels like a division any given year someone can come out and win it. I don't know.
I agree with you. It's a wide open division.
Oh, touchdown.
That's a tud.
Jarvis. There you go.
He's in my lineup.
Barely got that up. I have him too. It was only 5,800 to roster.
Hey. Yeah, White Sox are supposed to be really good this year. I know they lost that young guy, blanking on his name, Aloy, and they acted like he was dead. Did you see that? Did you see that story? It was like opening day. He had tore something, so he was going to miss, a significant amount of time, maybe even the whole year. And they hung his jersey in the dugout and had everyone sign it and like bring it out on the field. And people on the internet were like, "Dude, this guy's not dead. Okay, he's just hurt. You need to relax."
Yeah, Jordan, I thought the same thing. I thought Baker was going to pass the line of scrimmage.
Rob Rand saying, "No way, Trout is great, but I have to let it all play out. Like LeBron, he's still playing. Same with Brady, still playing." I agree with you.
What's the argument?
I was saying that there are some really smart baseball people as Seattle picks up the onside kick attempt there from Cleveland.
No dice.
There's some smart baseball people that already call Trout the greatest player of all time. I am not one of those people. And baseball's a difficult sport to say who is the greatest player of all time because you have pitchers and catchers, and there's such different pitchers and hitters, I should say. There's such different skill sets, so you just need to decide, like, okay, what are you valuing more, dominant pitching or fantastic hitting? So I don't even really know who I'd say. I guess I'd say Hank Aaron would be my pick for greatest player ever because, I mean, some Hank Aaron numbers you look at are just ridiculous. Like if you took all of his home runs away, he'd still have an insane number of hits. Like he was just incredibly good for such a long time. And in an era where it's perceived to have been a clean game. I almost look at, 50 years of baseball with skepticism because of just the way players are and always looking for an edge. But Hank Aaron, to me, still the home run king. And I'm not the type of guy that poo-poos the steroid era in that, like, I want it to be not in the Hall of Fame. I think all those guys should be in, but it's one of those things where I don't think that we should pretend like those games didn't happen, because they did. And it's not like, it's not like they were committing crimes out there on the field. They were just using substances that they weren't supposed to, within the game. They still were hitting these home runs. The accomplishments happened. So I'm fine with having guys like that in the Hall of Fame.
Seattle is going to try a kick from 54. No good. This sim just doesn't want to end. For 21-10, this has been taking like kind of forever.
You know what? I'm okay with it, though. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I ate a few jelly beans before this broadcast. So I've got a little bit of a sugar thing going here.
Yeah.
A lot of energy, and I'm happy to have a human being to interact with here and DK Sim fan to take that energy out.
There you go. Good.
That's why I was okay with talking for like 15 minutes straight without taking a breath.
Bad Boys of Pop. Dale Murphy is the best player ever. He didn't have steroids, just had those gross little button candies where half of the candy stuck to the paper.
Those are gross. What are those called? Are they called like candy buttons, or is that just called like paper candy? Like, what is that?
Gross little button candies.
Yeah, like what the heck is that?
I'm going to Google that. Gross little button candy. Button. Candy buttons. Not the gumdrop buttons. Yeah, it's candy buttons. That's the name of them. Candy buttons. Oh my God. About this item. Ready? Here's the Amazon description.
I'm so ready for this.
1 pound bag of candy buttons. Bullet 1. Bullet 2.
Who's buying these?
A very fun candy to play with, decorate
Oh my God,
with,
they're so fun!
and best of all, it tastes great.
Says who?
Let me read that again. A very fun candy to play with, decorate with, and best of all, it tastes great.
Okay, I want to talk about these points line by line here. Give me the first one.
1 pound bag of candy buttons.
That's fine.
Bullet point number 2.
Yes.
A very fun candy to play. This is all one bullet. This is all one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
A very
all
fun
right, so
candy to play with, decorate
the very
with,
the
and
very
best of all,
fun
it tastes great.
The very fun and decorate portion. I could see the candy buttons being useful in the creation of like a gingerbread house, because you want like different shaped stuff, and maybe those work well as a doorknob or something round as you're building the house, right? So like, I'm not going to push back too much on those, because anything candy related, when you get the gingerbread house involved, that all sort of plays. So they could be very fun to some people that love making gingerbread houses in the holidays. But the delicious part is just absolute blasphemy. Those things taste like chalk. Like, hey, can I have that piece of paper that's covered in edible chalk? I'm going to bite them off of the paper and have a snack. Hopefully I don't accidentally eat some of this wax paper.
Hey, we're fewer than 10 likes away now from 250 on the stream. And if we get there, I won't tell you. Only if you remember what I said earlier.
Flash, I got to be honest, I've never done a broadcast with the person that you are not revealing. So I guess I'm just sort of along for the ride, like I don't know how to play off. I mean, maybe we can talk before we bring this guest on, if we reach the threshold, about how I should interact with him. But I mean, he's so old. I want to make sure I'm approaching him respectfully,
Well, it's the resurrection, so might need a little time to ease in and remember how to write and write, the words will just come to Skip.
Okay.
So, all right, let's look at the contest here, and then
let's do it.
We'll give everyone a break. I think everyone needs a break.
I definitely need a break.
Yeah. Bama Jones, first place, 105.69. Sounds like a radio station. 105.69, the leading lineup. Carson captained, Wilson, Beckham, Metcalf, Landry, Higgins, Big Fat Goose Egg. I would like to think he's the Not My Kid Award winner.
He is. Congratulations.
Great. And Chris Carson won Player of the Game?
There you go. The wooden nickel going to Chris Carson with an honorable mention to DK Metcalf.
Wow.
He gets the free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis.
Because of all of the great generic play-by-play, Leo 43 was just following his lineup. The time, the score, the scorers, the time, what down it was. Won the free roll. Paid attention so well. Metcalf captained, Wilson, Mayfield, Carson, Landry, and Kareem Hunt, the winning build in the free public showdown. All right, we're back for Lions and Falcons. Only 5 likes, 5 to get to 250. And then hot off the press, back from the dead, the resurrection of Skip Perkins. Think about it for a second. If you were dead and you had a chance to be brought back for likes, you'd want it. So hit the like button. Skip would do it for you. That's it. See you guys at 10.
Reed T. Fowler, and coming on back, Jeff Ulrich. How are you guys? Ready for a little golf talk?
No.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's start with Jeff then, because he has come prepared. Guys, the Masters is next week. I'm excited. You're excited. It's all you guys talk and think about. You dream about it. You eat, sleep, you dream. Masters talk. So let's go. Price check, guys. 10K and above. Who stands out in those price ranges, that price range specifically right now for you, Moose?
Bryson, man. It's Bryson DeChambeau. 10,800. Third most expensive player on the slate, but you just look at the start of the year that Bryson's had, no one's been as dominant. Just racking up top finishes, obviously grabbing the win there at the Arnold Palmer as well, almost grabbing the Players win. He started a little bit slow, but again, you're just seeing the form with Bryson. Everyone at this point last year was like, well, look at Bryson's, insane off the tee strokes, like strokes gained. What happens when he starts hitting his irons well? Could he just dominate? Well, he's hitting his irons well, and he is dominating. He's getting wins. He just about won at the Players, which is a completely different course than what we're going to see this week. But that's a good thing because the Masters sets up so well for Bryson off the tee, big driving areas. He's going to be able to dominate the par fives. I think Bryson, to me, just from a non-predicting standpoint, he's got to have the best upside here. He's $800 cheaper than DJ. He's my favorite play over 10K.
Reed, are you also going to go with your best buddy Bryson here in the 10K or above slot?
Best buddy Bryson.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the risk of showing a little bit of parity here on the show, I'll go one step above John Rahm. I do think Xander is properly priced. Jeff and I mentioned that earlier this week in our golf show, that I do think his price tag at 10K, right at that split between the two tiers, I think it's finally where he should be. But John Rahm, you look at course form, and Jeff sort of alluded to it. You take a guy that has played well on these other American style long courses, right? And course history, Rahm is second to only DJ since 2016 in strokes gained total, I believe, here at Augusta. No worse than a top 10 here over the last 3 years. Came in 7th last year. A few years ago, he came in 4th. And it's just a matter of can he put the entire game together? Can he keep his emotions in check? I think that's sort of an out for a lot of us in the media that, oh, he's just highly emotional. Well, so is Bryson. So is everybody else who wants to win and wants to be the best. So give me John Rahm at 11K. I think that's a great price tag, even though it's the second highest. I think it's right there between the two guys that a lot of people are going to go to with DJ and Bryson.
Okay, guys, that was a very limited, of course, 10K and above. Well, now we're going to really narrow our field here for the Masters next week. Reed, we stay with you. 9K range. Who do you like?
Yeah, I know where Jeff's going to go, so I'll leave him that guy. But I'll go to Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed at $9,300. He kind of has this Scotty Scheffler, and I use that because that's what we've seen from Scotty over the last 2 weeks, is that when everybody shows up at a course, right, when all the big names are here, a guy like Patrick Reed, he goes unnoticed. He kind of goes under the radar. That's what happened when he won Augusta not too long ago. He's a guy that knows this course very well. Short game is fantastic. Putting is great. And we know when he gets up there in the lead, whether it be Friday or Saturday, he usually keeps it or he's in the mix. So I like Patrick Reed at 9,300.
All right, Jeff. Well, of course, Reed went with his namesake. So what are you doing here?
Yeah, obviously. Look, Reed thinks I'm just going to get up here and talk about Patrick Cantlay, and I do like Cantlay this week. But let's talk facts. He's 9,800. I think there is better values in this range. I think Reed is actually a very good pivot down there. I also think, just to play the shocker role, Tony Finau.
There we go.
You should probably just play him. Look, reports out of Augusta, this course is going to play a little bit harder than we've seen the last few years. I think that's going to favor the bigger hitters. I think that favors a guy like Tony Finau. I really do. So 9,100, I'm okay paying this price. Again, you've got to look at everything in context. I do like Cantlay. I think he's got a real good shot of competing here. He looked better in the match play after the poor players performance. But, the value is really at the end of the 9K range with Reed and Finau for me.
Just want you to know, you saying Tony Finau was an everybody drink your water moment for the crew. You're up now with the 8K
Jeff,
range.
Really quickly, Koff. What do you think, Jeff? If he misses a cut this week, does that matter to you at all? Tony
No,
Finau?
I don't care. I mean,
me too.
The Valero Texas Open. I mean, if anything, it's a good buying opportunity. Like you look at Finau's record.
Right.
I mean, plenty of good early season performances. I'd go off that than one missed cut.
Right.
All right, Moose, 8K range.
Okay, 8K range is interesting. I I think a lot of people are just going to gravitate to Sung J M and Daniel Berger. I'm going to go with Lee Westwood here. It's the Masters. It's Augusta. Course history does factor in here. Knowing the course factors in here. Lee Westwood playing with just a ton of swagger right now. Just loosey-goosey, got his girlfriend on the bag, playing well, hitting it well. Now he's coming into Augusta. Kind of the talk of the town for a few weeks. The sizzle's burned off a bit, but he's playing good golf. I think he's a great pivot in this range. 8,800. I don't think many people are going to go to him at all. People are, like I said, just going to pay down for the younger players, maybe get in Scheffler. Give me Lee Westwood in this range. You look at his Augusta record, this guy gets it done. And when he's playing well, he can absolutely still compete. I expect him to win, probably not, but I do think he's got a great chance at another big finish.
What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, first off, that's his fiance on the bag, not his girlfriend, Jeff.
Same thing.
He put a ring on it.
Trust
It's not
me.
the same thing.
Trust me, it is
Tell her
not the
that's
same thing. It is not the same thing as any of our significant others. But yes, I think that does help a lot. I love that call. Victor Hovland is interesting, but he's not been playing extremely well of recent. We saw him kind of blow up at a couple of different courses, but still a great ball striker. But I'm with Jeff here. I think if you want to go a little bit contrarian, you can definitely go to Lee Westwood. There's guys like Sanjay. Don't get too twisted where you have to pivot in this range. I think going with Sanjay, even when we saw him play well, right? He's a guy that plays well on courses that usually suit players with course history. He plays well when he doesn't have course history at those courses because he's a great golfer. So I do like Sanjay in that range. If it's not guys that we're just going to completely pivot because the ownership is low on them.
Fellas, we got to go quick with these last couple. 7K range, Reed.
Yeah, top guy is Justin Rose. He's at the low 7K range. Talking about course history, I really like him here. Current form is not there, but I'm not worried about it. In this 7K range, you got to take some chances.
What do you think, Jeff?
Wow, Reed was doing so well, and then he brought up Justin Rose. Give me Harris English in this range. I think a lot of people are going to be on him. He hasn't played Augusta in a while. Cooled off a little bit. He actually looked better at the match play. I'm in on Harris English. I like the way Augusta sets up.
Ooh, okay.
All right, you've thrown him off his game. We need uber value now, fellas, looking below 7K. Jeff.
Give me Kevin Na at 6,500. And people forget this guy was on fire at the start of the year, has a win already. Now everyone's off him because, oh no, he made fun of Dustin Johnson or he got mad at Dustin Johnson. Who cares? He's 6,500. He's a great putter. He's got massive upside for that price, in my opinion. I like Na this week.
Reed, you gonna go Kevin or no? I'm not.
I love Kevin.
Yeah, who do you got, Reed?
Oh God, worse. You belong on a Geico commercial.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mark Leishman, I like him at I believe $6,900. I think he's going to be popular in that range. And how about this, Shep? I know you're going to balk at this and completely throw up at it. Henrik Stenson. Henrik Stenson is extremely cheap. This is a complete dart throw. This is I want to get two guys in the 11K or above 10K range and fool around a little bit with some other players. Stenson at $6,200, I believe. Just do it. Close your eyes. Click the button because it's going to give you a lot of salary relief.
He's going to lose to Fred Couples. Sorry.
Probably. But come on. Like a Bernhard Langer, Fred Couples, Henrik Stenson lineup. Just one time.
So I might be wrong, John. I mean, I am really surprised that the first two receivers to sign who got like the most money other than Galladay were Corey Davis and Nelson Aguilar. I mean, I guess my takeaway there is that your draft status never leaves you. Davis, correct me if I'm mistaken, is essentially like a one-year wonder playing opposite A.J. Brown, who's a total stud and took all the coverage, even though he was hurt last year. And then Aguilar is a human roller coaster of a football player. And that's who the Patriots targeted right away. And that's who the Jets targeted right away, as opposed to the Galladays, the Jujus, Will Fuller, I know has health issues, whatever, but so does Galladay. Like, I don't want anything to do with Corey Davis and Aguilar for fantasy next year. I'm not buying, especially when you consider what I think their quarterback situations will be.
Yeah, totally. I do like the fact that the Patriots do what I kind of like to do, and that is try to acquire as many high draft capital guys as possible. Former number one pick. What's that? You're a bust, Philip Dorsett. We'll give you a shot. Why? Because you're number one pick. So I think that's part of it with Aguilar. I think the inside-outside versatility that it brings to the table was appealing to them most likely with Julian Edelman. We just don't know about his status. But at the end of the day, when you take a step back and you mentioned the experience, and I do believe that really does help me because I'm drawing on a base of knowledge that I don't even know I have. Basically, from doing this for so long. But at the end of the day, you take a step back and you're like, oh, well, let me get this straight. Nelson Aguilar, a borderline bust as a 2017 first round pick, going to the Patriots where veteran receivers go to die in a run-based offense with Cam Newton or a rookie at quarterback. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, we just added arguably the best 1-2 punch at tight end, and there's only one football. It's a run-based offense. Like, good luck, guys, with that. I'm with you. And then Corey Davis, everything you mapped out was perfect. I do think he's talented, great route runner, good hands, but I think we've kind of learned over the years, he can be taken out by good press man coverage. So I don't think he's going to get much help playing with the Jets. And we don't know about the quarterback. So yeah, I'm totally with you, but I did love the Galladay move. Not exactly for Galladay, but for my man, Danny Dimes. I think Danny Dimes, Ross, not to steer you in a certain direction, but I think Daniel Jones was the biggest winner thus far in free agency.
I can see that. It's funny. I mentioned this to Joe last week. I did some digging on Galladay just because I had heard some people talking about him. So I talked to some people about Galladay. I thought it was a little weird that there wasn't more of a market for him. Yeah. So it was weird that these teams all wanted him to visit first and that he got
injury stuff. Yeah, I think was a problem.
So there's a few things. One is on the purely football side, there's question about his ability to separate, and there's some concern he's mainly just a bigger bodied contested catch guy and not a guy that gets a lot of natural separation.
Yep.
Then, there were a few things that happened in Detroit last year off the field, even when maybe his injuries were behind him, but he still wasn't out there on the field.
Yeah.
And look, maybe he did the right thing. Maybe he's like, I'm not feeling healthy enough. I'm not going out there and re-injuring something for this terrible team when I'm going to be a free agent. But there were just people that were concerned about him. So I'll be very curious to see how that works out for him with the Giants.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's like a chicken or the egg thing too with he's a great contested catch guy. He's great. Why? Well, he has a lot of practice because all the catches are contested because he doesn't get separation. But, on the other hand, the guy's never been under 15.2 yards per reception, and a career number of 16.8 in 4 years is pretty hard to argue against. He can make plays at all three levels of the defense. He can stretch the field from that X receiver spot there on the outside, and then he knocks everybody else down a peg in terms of his Danny Dimes, this guy Shepard, who I've always loved, and then Darius Slayton. You can kind of move him to Z. and Evan Ingram, of course, as well. Now, all these guys are injury risks. This could all blow up, but certainly on paper, Ross, it really does look great. I thought that Jason Garrett kind of found his way working with Evan Ingram as the season progressed. You noticed different routes that he was running, and he was a little bit more productive. I know he was not wonderful. You bring in Kyle Rudolph, who's a good blocking tight end. Obviously, you get Saquon back. That's huge. The offense should really go through him. You get Nate Solder back as well. I give him a lot of credit, too, for at least trying to upgrade the offensive line. We'll see about Thomas and Hernandez and Solder. It's not a great line, but maybe it won't be terrible. But at the end of the day, I'm a Daniel Jones believer. I know people like to make fun of him and all that, but Ross, the man is 23 years old. 23 years old as we sit here, and a lot of people are already writing him off, which I think is absurd. I believe he's got the talent to be a star. It does have to all come together. We need some fine tuning, and we need a lot of things going well, but show me where he's deficient. He's athletic. He's got a good arm. It's a live arm. It's not a cannon, but it's good. He makes all the throws. Ball location's good. Accuracy is very good, very athletic. Obviously, the deficiencies are ball security, of course, but at least he did improve in that regard, improving the interception rate, and he fumbled fewer times. So he's shaky, man, but there's a reason you can get him 200 picks into a draft too. I'll take him 1,000 times out of 1,000. Like right now at like 190 overall in best ball, which is like where he's going off the board. Nothing but upside there.
2019, you talk about a game that I remember where you went 5 for 5 at the plate against the Atlanta Braves. When you're in the zone, what does that look like? When you just are just smashing, you can't get out. What do you feel in those moments?
Oh, everything is in sync. You're on time with every pitch. You're not off balance. They don't have a pitch that can get you out. You're taking those tough pitches. You're not swinging at balls. You're swinging at strikes every at bat. If you do come out the zone a little bit, you squaring that up somehow. And so it's a mix of just tough at bats and hard hits. And when you're in the zone, every pitch is the same speed to me. Like everything, it doesn't matter. Like you could throw a curve all up here, I'm on time for it. throw your fastball 95. I'm on time for that too. What else you got? Change up? That ain't working. Boom, I'm on that. You know, and it turns into that. And then when you're on the bases, I got that too for you. You know, everything is in sync, like your whole game. And then that's when you started to see that it's not a lot of people that can take over a game. You talk about baseball, it's like, how can one person take over a game? And you started thinking like, oh, that's tough. Like, you impact the game how many ways? And so then you try to find players that can do that. And you know, when that player like that can have everything aligned, then you know, the team's in trouble. It don't matter who you throwing. You know, if you walk me, I can steal second, and then I can steal third. And now we're in scoring position, fly ball. Now it's 1-0. So I don't have to hit. You know, it's that type of deal. You try to, you know, I think you know, the guys, the big leagues, they're trying to find, you know, players like that can really impact a game in different ways.
Yeah, I think the athletes that you don't want to ever face are the ones that you just know are going to compete. And like how you said, everything is in sync. I feel like when I hate the word slump, when people say someone's in a slump, the way you call it in sync, I feel like it's just a rhythm, right? You know how like in baseball, softball, they say it just takes that one hit to get back. And it just, that's how you find your rhythm again. You get back in sync just to kind of feel it.
And that's that confidence. Like if anyone tells you they don't lose confidence, they're lying. Because everyone has everyone has a thing where it's like I don't want to say self-doubt, but like you have something you're going through is like, whoo, you know, man, it's rough. Like, dang, I can't even get a blooper, or I can't even get a swing and bunt right now. And, you know, it just takes that one to be that confidence back, and then you back on track. And then you got that swag where it's like, all right, cool. I don't care what you're doing. And then you start to build on that. And then once that's going, you could not have a good swing and still get a knock because you're just confident in what you're doing. You're not thinking up here. And most of the stuff we get in our way by just thinking. And this, you can't do that at that plate. You can't block yourself up here. You just gotta go, boom, I'm gonna let it go. And we're gonna see what these abilities can do rather than me thinking about what I need to do.
Yeah, one of my favorite coaches, he's always tells us you can't think and hit at the same time. So pick one.
Oh yeah, you're in trouble. If I think and try to hit, it's gonna be in the glove.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be hitting some. I ain't gonna be able to swing the bat if I'm thinking. So
exactly, I freeze if I'm thinking too much. So I was like, well, it could be just a meat pitch, and I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
You go inside, you throw right down the middle, and I won't even swing.
Yeah, if I'm thinking, I'll swing anything. I'll swing about I just hand. Oh, that's strike, and then I'm like this. I'm just out in front and like, what is going on? Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna let it travel now, and then you just sit there and I let it travel. It's in the glove now, and then you go up the R&B a little bit early. Then you just, you know, you doing stuff that you're just not who you are. Yeah, so when you get in your own mind, you're gonna do some stuff that's not even right.
Hey, when you do hit though, when you feel like you're in sync, I think the term we always say, it looks like a beach ball or a watermelon. I feel like when I hit, it gets like blurry, or whenever I feel like I'm in sync or in the zone, like everything around is blurry and I just see the ball. And like, as you said, it doesn't matter what speed, it all looks the same. And it's just floating in there. Are we on the same vibe?
Yeah, for me, a little bit. For me, it just slows down. Like everything kind of just slows down, and everything's like the same speed to me. And then when I'm really feeling good, like my takes are just like, oh, you came with a cutter in. All right, I seen that one. I saw that one out here, dude. Like I saw that out here. Like when I'm going good, it's that boom. I'm locking on my one zone where you put that ball there, that's what I'm going to. And for me, it ends up just being a slow, and then my takes just like I'm just spitting on stuff or a change. I don't care how nasty it is. It wasn't where I wanted it to be. So then I control the strike zone. So then at that point, you know, you really don't have, it's in my hands. You're not really doing anything. So that's when I'm in the zone. Just every pitch is just slowed down. So, but when I'm not, every pitch is 110. I don't care what you're throwing. You could throw a curveball. I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't even get to that, even if I wanted to. So, you know, I just try to keep the ball as slow as possible for as long as possible.
So let's pause for as long as possible. Is there any tactics you use to get in the zone? Like when you feel like you're overthinking, right? Or you're just not seeing the ball that well. What do you do to get yourself in sync?
You got to find a way to build that confidence back up. That's the biggest thing. And so when you're out of sync, like for me, it's just me thinking. So you may be thinking something wrong with your swing when you really just swinging at bad pitches. So no one can hit it. But now you going into that, oh no, my swing is this. I'm like, man, you were so worried about this cutter that he throws that how did he get you out? On two seams, changes away, right? So that's why you swinging stuff in the dirt, because you're so focused on that, cutter. And so now you going back to the cage trying to work on your swing. When it's really up here, it's just you weren't recognizing what it was. So how do I recognize pitches? Maybe I start a little sooner. Maybe I just need to get out of my own head and just let my eyes tell me what I need to do, So you just got to figure out what works for you. But for me, it's just, if I'm out of sync, it's just me thinking a little too much.
I love that. You just get back to the mentality of baseball, softball, the failure in this game. I tell people all the time, I think it's more mental than it is physical. And I've spoken to that eloquently, where you have to get that confidence, which is really the number one thing.
Yep.
With the confidence that you have, what confidence do you have in the Detroit Tigers finishing this year, going all the way to the playoffs and all the way to the World Series? What is the team looking like this year?
Yeah, I think as a competitor, if you're not saying that you're gonna get to the World Series, then you don't need to be at this level. And that's just as a competitor. I'm never backing down from any team. So I have all the confidence in ourselves to go out there and make that happen. But getting the playoffs, push for the World Series. That's just, I feel everyone is supposed to have that in them. I shouldn't have to tell or convince anyone that that's what you need to be. Anyone on my team, that's the only goal, is to win for today. We're gonna win this game today, and then that game is gonna turn into let's win tomorrow. Once you get to that day, though, don't get too far out in front, type deal. So if we continue just to win each day, you're gonna turn around, you're gonna have a winning month, and then you move on, and you keep having those, and then it's like, oh wow, okay, we in this. But I think a lot of people mess up. They get too out, far out front, talk about winning a series. It's like, no, let's just win today. We got 4 games. Let's win the next one. We're gonna win the next one. Now, boom, we won a series, and that series started to turn to, okay, we keep on winning this series. We win this month. I think we take it, that mindset, and we'll be just fine.
I love that mentality. I agree with you. It's so easy to look so far into the future, to think about how we have to win. All right, this is what we have to do. This is who we have to face, instead of remaining present and focusing each day at a time.
Yep.
Other than, of course, the Tigers making it to the World Series, as you've said so confidently, what other team do you feel like we can expect to see in the World Series? Who will you be competing against?
That's what's it's so tough. It's literally so tough, especially with baseball, because you can have a team on paper that's like, on paper, oh yeah, this is supposed to be, who's there, like, but you gotta go out there and perform day in, day out. So that's why it's so tough to even say, like, okay, these for sure guys gonna be there, because if you don't show up, then we got you. That's kind of how sports are. But on paper, I guess you gotta say the Dodgers. I guess because they won it last year, right? So there's your NL team, and then your AL team. Detroit Tigers.
Oh, hello, everybody. It's good to see the resurrection. Oh, the resurrection. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Oh, okay. The Sunday Simland Times. Time to bring you the sim between the Atlanta Falcons and the Detroit Lions. My name is Skip Perkins. Let's move this sim along. Producer Jordan, I'm on deadline. Daniel, I'm on deadline. Let's move this along. Who'd you play, mister? What's your name?
Freeze Pops.
Freeze Pops, huh?
Freeze Pops.
It's a funny name. You can get yourself a Freeze Pop down at the market. 5 cents per Freeze Pop. And also, while you're there, pick up a Sunday edition of the Sunday Simland Times. I love Easter. Love your ears. Very, very cute.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, what's your lineup?
Okay, sure. TJ Hawkinson in the captain spot, $12,300. Rest of the lineup, Amendola, Gage, Gurley, Hurst, Matt, Ryan. Does that all make sense to you, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, it does. Very good. Love it. You want mine?
So Mr. Perkins, you and I have never met. What brings you back?
Jesus. The resurrection. Just today.
Okay. That makes sense.
I am 107 years old. I lived a great life. Was actually born a writer. Started writing at age 1. Actually, month 1. And I just really enjoy the Madden Sims. That's how I got my start in reporting. So I'll be taking notes throughout the sim. Love Detroit. Love Sim Detroit.
So you've been writing before the age of 1 year old?
Yes, that's correct.
That's incredibly impressive.
Thank you. I work very hard.
What did your family do? Is it something that runs in the blood? Is there ink in the veins?
Well, let me tell you my backstory.
Sure.
Speaking of my back is killing me. I'm 107 years old and always had a back problem. Anyway, way back when, I was born with my twin brother, Chip.
Okay.
You know, Chip, he just wanted to be just like me. Wanted to report on sports. I beat him to it. Entered the sim bubble before he did. I had my father. His name was Pip Perkins. And my mother, her name was Lip Perkins.
Lip. Interesting
Lip.
name.
Great parents. Pip worked in the market. Make sure all the drinks were nice and cold. The very expensive $2.99 milk.
Wow.
Yes. Very, very good milk. No milk can be our milk, though. Maybe, though, I can make an exception on this Easter Sunday. And then my mother, Lip, she organized all the finances. And she actually gave me my first ever quill. That's where I started writing.
Before the age of 1, she gave you your first quill.
My first quill, which you can buy at the market, only for 1 cent. 1 cent per quill.
So you had a quill sold for 1 cent, but your milk was almost $3?
That's right. It's very good milk. Good milk.
It's almost a month's pay.
It's okay. Drink milk, play Sims. You'll be successful. And read the Sunday Simland Times.
All right. Okay. I like where you're going here, Mr. Perkins. So
please call me Skip. Call me Skip.
Well, I want to just show respect to my elders here.
Thank you.
Not calling you old or anything.
Speaking of old, this guy still plays quarterback, huh? Matthew Stafford. This guy, he's not very good. Not very good in Sims sometimes. I've wrote many columns about Mr. Stafford. How do you think he's going to do in LA?
You know, Stafford is a guy that I think has been a victim of circumstance a lot of times, right? He's a good quarterback. He's got skill. But Detroit is one of those franchises that's never really been able to figure it out for a sustained period of time. And, you know, he's a guy that's got talent, and now he's on a team that surrounds him with talent on both sides of the ball, so he doesn't really have an excuse anymore. What do you think?
Let me tell you something. Talent Talent always rises to the top. I got my start back in 1914, lived to be 107 years old until I was murdered by Mr. Adam Kaufman.
Really?
Crusty boy.
How'd that go down?
You see, it's called the like button.
Yes.
When you tap the like button, you have a lot of power. But with power becomes great responsibility. Like me and my quill. Good journalism. Learned that at a young age. Anyway, back to the question.
Yes.
Matthew Stafford. He'll have the cup. Maybe a cup of milk with Koopa. You have the Woods. First name Robert. I like the Woods. That's where a lot of my first experiences came from. My quill
in the woods.
And a piece of wood.
Is that where you would go to write?
Only 2 cents per piece of paper at the Malka Market. You can also get the Sunday Simland Times. Then you have Deshaun. Never understood people that have the D-E in front of their first name. Just go with Sean Jackson. Why, duh. Duh. Deshaun. Just go with Sean. Deshaun.
Yes.
I'm forgetting someone. Oh! And yes, every good writer needs a good minivan Jefferson.
Of course.
To get from assignment to assignment.
Yes. Need a
It
good
all
teammate.
connects. The cup, the Woods, the Sean, and the minivan Jefferson. So I think he has a lot to work with. He better not fail.
What happens if he fails?
I want to buy that minivan in heaven.
Wow. Okay. All right. Interesting. So you've covered a lot of sports in your day. 107 years worth of sports. What is
very sporty.
What is the sporting event that you are proudest to have covered in your extensive career?
Well, got a lot of cribbage. It's a card game, but I love my paper. Cribbage is good.
Was there a time where cribbage was a prominent sport?
Sure was. Anytime someone made a move, everyone would just stare at the board.
How many columns did you write about cribbage in your career?
Too many to count. By the way, what's the score and how much time?
Oh, we're looking at 4th and 4 here. 1st and 10. 4:38 and counting.
Thank you.
On the scoreboard, 0-0.
Thank
is
you.
the tied score here. But Matthew Prater back for the field goal.
Nice guy, Matthew. He's a good quote.
He's up.
Good quote. He
And
was a good knight back in the day. UCF knight. His nose so bright.
Do you remember when UCF was founded as a school, Skip?
No. Was it 1914?
I think it was probably at some point during your career.
Huh. I have to go back through the archives. Sunday Simland Times, now available on the internet.
What was it like when you first started using the internet after years of writing with a quill pen and using tree bark as paper?
You know, growing up, I was very afraid of mice. Didn't like them. They would interrupt me squeaking as I'd write my column. Now I've come to find out that the mouse is your friend. The mouse helps you navigate through the internet. Through stratosphere of the internet. And let me tell you, this mouse helps me navigate. Helps me get on deadline. Very much. So, yes. I have a lot to thank. I'm very close with my mouse.
So you're a big fan of the internet. You're not one of those people that thinks the internet ruins society.
Correct. It will not ruin you. Just use it well. What's the score? How much time?
3-0. 4:13 remaining in the first quarter.
I thought you did play-by-play.
It's intimidating to work with a legend.
No. Be yourself. Breathe.
It's hard, Skip.
Okay.
Who was a mentor? Who was a mentor for you, Skip?
Good question. Any suggestions?
Well, I have to assume your father was a mentor for you.
Pip. Oh, Pippy. That's what his friends called him. He was such a Pippy Pip guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds like he had a big influence.
He had a way with words. And of course, my mother. Lip. Just one lip. Very kind woman. And just the way she was so committed to her craft. And by crafts, I don't mean, paper mache and crayons. I mean the way she kept up the market and the finances, where you can find the Sunday Simland Times for only $4.99. Price went up.
What nationality is Lip? You don't hear a lot of people named Lip these days.
No.
Where'd your family come to America from?
Simland.
Oh, so you guys are some of the founding members of Simland.
That's correct. I
Interesting.
helped build Virtual Ford Field. Matt Ryan, you know you're playing? Julio! Julio!
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So for a very old man who was dead a few minutes ago, you have a lot of energy. What keeps you so peppy?
Well, Easter. The resurrection. There was a shining light. And I knew this day might come. But just one day. Don't look at me as a figure. I'm just a voice inside your head.
Interesting. So you're not actually here right now.
Or am I? Hey, buddy. On YouTube. Just logged on. What do my ears hear? If you cannot hear, by the Sunday Simland Times, you can read about the touchdown, Calvin Ridley. Da-da-da-da!
6-3 Atlanta. 1:13 remaining in the first quarter. Extra point attempt coming here shortly.
It's good to be back with all of you. I feel right at home.
7-3 Atlanta.
Smash Atlanta, I cannot confirm what you are saying on Twitch was legal at the time. But I'll take it. You see, Skip Perkins, when he finds his sources, not much is required to be legitimate.
You're just looking for the story.
Being first is great. But being fun, that's what Skip Perkins wants to do. Oh, Noah Moon. Noah, I've heard about you. It's funny, Noah. You're high up in the sky, shining brightly. You know, Noah, when you're high in the sky, Mr. Moon, I see you. You don't sleep well at night. You need to smile more. You, Mike Ross, you get a free newspaper because you captained Ridley.
A free paper?
Hard to come by.
Very hard to come by. Hard to come by anything free in this day and age.
Sure is. Ask me anything. Ask me another question.
Skip, what was it like when you were covering sports during the war?
Good question.
All of the wars that you covered sports through. World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, the Cold War, Desert Storm, the Middle Eastern conflict.
Been through it all.
Been through a lot of wars here.
Well, I will say, I'd like to thank my good friends over at Staples. Those little bitty notepads that I would go and purchase, and a little notepad would fit inside my button-down shirt with my quill. And, I would skedaddle through all the chaos. Boom, boom. Pa, pa.
So you were a war correspondent, Skip.
Yes.
You were on the ground.
On the ground, trying to dodge from Sim Stadium to Sim Stadium to Sim Stadium to Sim Stadium.
All around the world.
You must get everything done on deadline. So,
deadline's crucial.
Instead of this thing we call the game center on the internet, I would make my own game center with columns and charts on my little notepad. So I'd be tiptoeing along, say, for example, from virtual Cleveland to virtual Detroit. Pip, 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 and I would pip along, as my father taught me. So his name was Pip. And I would pip along, and I'd say, oh, DeAndre Swift, I think he might do okay today. Do. Whoop. Hey, watch my man. Calvin Ridley, superstar traits. He's going to make an impact on Madden After Dark on Sunday, April 4th, when I return due to the resurrection. Thank you, Jesus. So that's a, total encapsulation of a day in the life of Skip Perkins. But,
so
I'm dead.
That's right, Skip. You did, unfortunately, pass away. So my question to you, Skip, is of all of the athletes you covered in your time writing sports, since before you were 1 year old, who do you have the best memories of, best stories about?
There's always a way to capture best, because sometimes it might not be very good memories for that person, but I got a chuckle as I would write in my little notepad, Mr. Jared Goff. The galloping chicken, as they like to call him. One of the commentators here in Simland. Oh, Jared Goff, he's just, that's why Matthew Stafford, he has a cup of milk, $2.99 at the local market. The Woods. Deshaun, again, just call him Sean, but he needs duh. And Van Jefferson. The Jared Goff, nice guy. Really is. Nice fella. Stats are good through the first quarter. What's the score? How much time? I'm on deadline.
It's 4th and 1 as we start the second quarter here. 8 minutes left in the quarter. 7-3 Atlanta. So of all the athletes you covered, a recent athlete, Jared Goff, is the one that you have the most stories and memories, and the first one that comes to mind, huh?
And we will bury him here in Detroit, just like me. Do you think he'll make it out of Detroit?
Well, that was going to be my question for you here, Skip. So obviously you have covered so much. You don't think Goff's going to succeed in the city of Detroit?
No, of course not. What are we talking about? He needs. See, the only way Jared Goff can have success here in Sim Detroit, potentially in real Detroit, but we're talking Sims. He needs someone like me. A dead voice whispering inside his soul, giving him guidance. Like Sean McVay once did. You say, hey, Jared. Tyrell Williams is open. Every single time. Jared, that throw sucked. Jared, what are you doing? Jared, look at that really ugly fan in the second row. That was a test. Don't look at them. Throw to the open Tyrell Williams. You idiot. Things like that.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, if you could go back in time and cover one sporting event that you already were at, because you've been at all the big ones, if you could go back right now and cover one, what would you choose and why?
I'm thinking.
It's okay. You're an old man. It takes time. No one will begrudge you for taking your time here.
They do. Randy W., I am not Dumbledore. Nice guy, though, Dumbledore. Met him way back in the day in Hogwarts.
You guys went to high school together?
Oh, Dumbledore. Just the way he boarded his broom. He could really fly, that Dumbledore. He was always keeping little Snapey in line.
Never easy.
But see, like me, Dumbledore died and helped Harry find his way. I will help Jared Goff find his way. Favorite sport? Cricket was a good one. Love the good old cricket games. Have to watch your lips, though, watching the cricket.
Skip, look, you're an elderly man. So
I am looking. What?
I don't want to offend you, but that definitely wasn't the question. But yeah, cricket's a fun sport.
What was your question?
What event that you covered in your extensive career?
Exit screaming, somebody kill me, please. I don't encourage you dying. You only get to come back one time a year, and that's Easter. The resurrection. Kareem says, I apologize for the first-time viewers. Kareem, don't need to apologize. They can pick up the Sunday Simland Times and get the recap tomorrow, if they choose to tune out. Favorite event? Well, I go back to, I was born 1914. Long time ago. I was in my 16th year of covering sports. It was 1930. And my brother Chip was trying out for the marble team.
Okay. Competitive marbles.
Chip had a couple of teammates. Teammate name was Hip. They would train together in marble race. And while it was only exhibition, they would roll those marbles with so much force. It was just admirable, the amount of training, decisiveness, and effort to roll the marble down the road. And I think Chip became a better marble player because of it.
Marbles is a very difficult game.
It sure is.
Which athlete today do you think could be the best marbles player when it was one of the prominent sports in America?
Paul Pierce. That's the last thing I'll say.
Oh,
Hayden Hurst. Hurst with the best. That would be the headline in tomorrow's newspaper.
Speaking of headlines, let's talk deadlines for a second here. What is the toughest deadline you ever had to make?
Well.
I know deadlines are all over the place always for you.
Todd Gurley. Touchdown. Nicely done. Bad boys a pop. Some would say they didn't roll marbles. Some would say they shoved boulders.
Well, that's a lot more difficult than marbles.
Brother Phil. Glash, this is so lame. Who's Glash? Brother Phil. Can't please everyone, Brother Phil. My brother Chip doesn't like me either, Brother Phil. And it's just one day, Brother Phil. It's the resurrection. Happy Easter.
Just one day.
Just one day.
Let the man enjoy his one day.
Please. Now go away forever. Deadline. Thing about deadlines.
Most difficult deadline you ever had to meet.
Talking about a sporting event.
course, like let's say
not when my
you're
not when my
at it,
first
you're-
child was born kind of deadline.
It could be that. It's whatever was going on. What was the most difficult deadline you had to meet? Was it a game story where you had to hit a 3 a.m. deadline and you were up against it because it went into OT? Was it just a regular weekday column, but you had a lot of stuff going on with your family and you're working deep into the night, a lot of things happening? Was it during a crazy storm? Was it when you were covering one of these wars? Was it, one of your quills ran out of ink?
I'll tell you.
What was the toughest deadline you ever had to meet?
Long time ago. I've been a writer since 1914.
Yes.
Day I was born. It was a Wednesday. Wild weather Wednesday. At noon it rained. At 2 it snowed. At 4 there was wind. And then there was wind. And then there was rain. And then there was snow. That day that I left for the Simverse from my Sim apartment, I did not bring the proper gear to protect my parchment or my quill. I'll give you an example. It was pouring rain in virtual Tennessee. I was covering Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, like Grable, AJ Brown, the whole gang. We're just knocking it up out there. Giving it their all. And Derrick Henry hit the bonus. Derrick Henry was smashing. But my quill ran out of ink. And I had to get the article in by lunchtime. 1:30.
Wow,
1:30
p.m.
For the noon sim, in which it was raining. Virtual Tennessee. Struggled mightily. Did not get to put the proper stats or eloquent display of running and beast mode of Derrick Henry into the Sunday sim 9 times. Oh, he let me hear it.
Did you have to phone that column in to your editor? Dictate it to him verbally?
Yes. Oftentimes my editor was out helping my father Pip at the market to sell the paper. So the editor was not always in on time. But I take pride in being on time and being on deadline.
So your editor still, when those Tennessee Titans, so we're talking recent, was still holding down a part-time job at the market. Wow. 2 jobs.
It happens every Wednesday. I don't get it. Everyone hates it. I hate Wednesdays. Stupid wild weather.
Hump day.
Bruiser B. Why don't you just be Bruiser B? This is getting annoying. What is this?
This is Skip Perkins.
Would you like me to do a reader for you for your dream stream? This is Skip Perkins, and you are watching the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm on deadline. We have Tom Freeze Pops here with us. Producer Jordan. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Joe from the Game Ops team. How's your lineup doing?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Skip.
I try.
Always asking the hard-hitting questions. Let's pull up my application here. I am in 119th out of 152. Not great.
Wow. It's too bad.
Still time, but yeah, not my best performance. Rob Rand with a question here. How did you come to meet the sweet young maiden Sarah?
Sarah with an H. It's important to point out. Can't trust those people that don't have an H at the end. No disrespect to those who are just, like if you're John with no H, I don't trust you.
Same as Sarah with no H. Understood.
Let me find some other examples here in the chat, just before I move on to make my point.
Like a Michael with no H.
Good one. Good one I made.
By the way, time and score here. There's a minute 20 remaining in the second quarter. 14-3. Atlanta on top over Detroit.
Miss Sarah. What a great name. With an H. Long time ago, I was writing a story. Sitting in the stands was Patriots and Jets. And boy, the game was just awful. Terrible game. Terrible game.
Awful.
Awful. It was 7-0 Patriots. Of course, the Patriots were winning. In the third quarter, all of a sudden, Mark Sanchez butt fumbled. Everyone went crazy. Crazy, I tell you. All of a sudden, as I was trying to write my article in the stands, at that time you didn't get a press box seat as Skip Perkins. No
They
one
didn't have a
trusted me.
press box.
For some reason, no one trusted me in the stand. No one trusted me to cover the team. They thought I was some crazy man.
Did you lose media privileges, or did you at one point have press credentials?
That's a story for a different day.
At one point, did they just think you were too crazy to be in the press box?
Again, a story for a different day.
Next Easter.
Next Easter.
We'll shelve that one.
So, there I was, writing about the butt fumble. And just to... Sometimes what I do is I like to draw what I saw to help me find the appropriate words. Because we didn't have what was called replay at the time.
Yep.
So I was drawing a butt.
Some would call it a keister in your day.
Yes. Drawing the keister. Cursed with the burst. And it was a very large keister.
Yes.
And Sarah was walking up the stairs, minding her own business. And she was an artist herself, you see? Loves art. She looked over. Piece of popcorn fell out of her bag. Said, "Excuse me, you dropped something." She bent over to pick up the popcorn. And she started to lean back up. She came across the butt art and was just blown away.
And she said, "Hey, nice butt."
Yes. She could not believe how good of a butt I drew.
Wow. So your butt mesmerized her. Sarah was mesmerized by your butt.
You could say that.
Sarah is here asking what the heck is happening.
Sarah? Good to see you. You missed my funeral last month.
It's a fair question, Sarah. We're all sort of wondering it.
Matt Ryan. Score! Engage!
Yes.
Wow. This feels like the last sim we did. I mean, the last sim you and Glash did.
20-3 with 21 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Atlanta on top of Detroit. Extra point attempt on the way.
I'm going to make the DK Sim fam a deal. And if you do this, I will give you all a free edition of the Sunday Simland Times.
Wow.
This is all you have to do. All you have to do is hit that like button. And if we get to 300 likes, I will vanish. I will leave and go away.
Wow.
For another year.
Guys, don't do it. Don't do it. We need this.
Skip Perkins will go back to heaven or hell, whichever one you prefer. And I will leave.
Does Skip Perkins
me and my butt drawing will leave.
Does Skip Perkins work on columns in the afterlife?
Sometimes.
What are deadlines like in heaven?
Very
still strict?
relaxing.
Okay.
Skip Perkins will leave if we get to 300 likes. Till next Easter. I've noticed that the views have gone up, so people are leaving their stream, maybe on DraftKings, to come hit the like button. To which I say good. Very good.
Sarah is wondering who drew the butt picture.
Me! I drew the butt.
Interesting. She's not corroborating. So are you being a dishonest journalist here, Skip?
Of course.
Who's your source?
I don't have one.
Sarah's supposed to be your source here. Bad look.
Brent says, please stop talking. Hi, Brent. How are you tonight? My name is Skip Perkins. Nice to meet you.
9 seconds to go in the second quarter. 21-3. Atlanta with the lead.
21-3.
Third in inches.
Bomber 44, first place in the Detroit hosting a sim on Easter. A tradition like no other. You're looking forward to the Masters this week, young Tom. I'm really sad I have to watch up in heaven or hell.
Do you remember the first Masters?
Yes, I do.
Were you there?
I think so. I've covered a lot of events in my time, Freeze Pops.
It's true. The memories, they all blend together at this point. I understand. I apologize for putting you in a bad position.
Matthew Stafford for all the marbles. I love marbles with chip. Incomplete.
Do you miss Chip?
He's still missing. Do you know that?
I did not. Please explain.
Well, after
if it's not too hard. I know it might be difficult.
I was hoping after Adam Kaufman, Christian DeAndrea murdered me, that Chip would continue my legacy. But now he's missing. No one can find him. Even me. And I can see everything from up there.
You've got a good view.
I do. So, Chip is still gone. Too bad. It's a very emotional topic. Talk about the sim.
I'm sorry to laugh here.
Talk about the sim.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, Julio Jones already hitting the bonus here at the half. 6 catches, no tuds, but already at 105 yards. So early candidate to win that wooden nickel. By the way, Skip, you probably lived in a time where the wooden nickel was a very important piece of currency, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Wooden nickels. Only a nickel. At the market, led by my father, Pip.
How many wooden nickels would it cost to buy a gallon of milk?
Good question. 80 wooden nickels.
Wow. It's a lot of wooden nickels. It's a lot of wood, Skip.
But we do have coupons. Go to page 12 of the Sunday Simland Times. You'll find the list of coupons. On the next page, you'll find my obituary.
Which I'm being told you wrote your own obituary. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
At what point did you decide to write your own obituary? Was it after you died or before?
I always had one ready. I'm a pretty easy target. Probably knew I'd die after 107 years.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. So did you update it regularly?
No.
Like how many years did your obituary stay the same? Like you finish it at age 92 and it stayed the same until you were 107? You make any tweaks?
Well,
is there any events that happened in that time that decided you need to add to your obituary, take out? What's that process like? I'm fascinated.
Oh, hello, Sarah. How are you? Good to see you again. You remember me? I'm your husband. I'm your husband. Don't leave me again. No, Sarah, no. Don't leave me again. Please don't leave me. I love you. Pay me.
She will pay Skip to stop if you did not hear that.
Well, the market could use the money. No, the obituary was not often updated because we needed to save money on paper and quill ink.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
By the way, I will go away forever. If you hit 300 likes.
For the right price, I feel like you'd also go away immediately. How many wooden nickels would it take for you to go away?
I don't know. Why are you laughing at me?
I don't know if I should give this away, but you did just try and flip your beard on top of your head, and it flopped down immediately, and it was quite amusing. And now it's just sitting in a position that looks insane.
If you hit the like button, I will go away forever. Oh, shit.
Skip,
Let me keep you all updated on the leaderboard. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Have you ever been told that you sound a little bit like our friend Glash's Bane impression?
Oh. Morning, Julio Jones. Out of the ashes.
Similar impressions.
Keeper.
I mean, no, yours isn't an impression. I'm sorry to offend.
Oh, none taken. I've been called worse. People want me dead. With a like button, can you believe that?
It's unfair.
It's very unfair. What have I ever done to them? Except
Nothing.
give them the Sunday Sim 9 times.
That's it. You just produce. That's all you do.
That's right. I would like to shout out the 9 people tied for first place in the free showdown in Bomber 44, leading our contest. How about the late classic? I love a good classic. Here's Matty Ryan. Hurst with the burst. I really hope Sarah will come back and love me before this Easter ends, until I go back to Easter. I mean, back to being dead.
18 likes away from Mr. Perkins going away forever.
18 likes away, and I will go yell to Sarah, bye, I miss you.
Everyone do your part and send this man away. End his misery.
This might be my favorite comment of the night. Brent. I almost read Gotham, but it's not Gotham, it's Gorham. Hi, Brent. I don't understand whose idea it could possibly have been to give you a microphone to ruin all of our evenings. Well, Brent, if you hit the like button, I will go away.
I have a feeling Brant already has.
Brant, what would you like to talk about? I've covered all sports, Brant. Bruce Harding, I am not an alcoholic. I am a simaholic. Mike Bauer says, remember, if Skip goes, then it's Glash anyway, so not a big upgrade. But it's an upgrade. Using your words against you. Thank you. Love you, Mina.
Always.
You're all so kind. Not really. You're all very vile.
It's tough to have such a big platform like yourself, Skip. You're gonna have haters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone hates columnists that are at the top of their game.
Part of the gig.
Part of the gig.
Skip legit sounds like the reporter from that Rex Banner episode of The Simpsons. Wonderful.
Do you remember when The Simpsons started?
Sure did. Oh, the Falcons are winning 28-3.
Oh yeah, remember? Were you there?
Yes, I was there.
What was it like from your perspective, Skip?
Oh, I don't think people like talking about the Patriots.
So talk about it from the Atlanta perspective.
Well, I took my quill and I stared at Mr. Quinn.
Yes.
And I thought, what are you doing? Run the ball! Run the ball! Run the ball! Mr. Quinn.
What did he say?
Mr. Quinn chose not to run the ball. Chose to put his quarterback in the shotgun. And boom! Strip sack! And everything went to hell.
Did you have to start over? Did you have to re-quill everything? Were you ready to write a game story that had the Falcons winning the game?
I sure did. Thought they would run the ball.
What was your headline at that point before things got messy?
Let me think.
Yeah, I do apologize. I know you're an older man. These things don't come as easy.
Brady eats dust.
Wow. Then what did you change it to?
Brady beats dust.
Wow. Just one of the great writers of our time, guys. You should be so honored that he's here.
Thank you. I love being here.
By the way, 16 likes away from getting rid of him forever.
Just get rid of me. I've had enough, Skip. I want my job back.
I think he's here until postgame.
Guys, that's Glash talking. Glash, what do you want? Skip, I want my job back.
Glash, go away.
Okay. Glash, leave. I've got this under control.
Get out of here, Glash.
Wait, hold on. We have an update from Brent. Brent says, my dog is repeatedly climbing onto the table, jumping off. I can only assume that he can't take it anymore either. Mr. Brent, let me make your dog's night. What is your dog's name, Brent? Brent, I've covered very many dog events over the years. Many doggy races, doggy obstacle courses. Please, Brent, give me one more chance, please. And if you don't like what I do next, I will never bother you again. Brent, what is your dog's name? Let me speak to your dog. I promise.
In the meantime, Skip, did you ever own a dog in your many years covering
sure
sports?
We had a door dog at the market.
Wasn't his name Dip?
Correct.
Door dog.
Hey, Dippy. Come on, Dippy.
What type of dog was he?
Cocker Spaniel. Oh, Brant answered. His dog's name is Kevin.
Kevin is a good dog name.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Kevin. Yes, a good boy, Kevin. Yes, a good boy.
Does Skip partake in the buzzword?
Good question. I don't know.
I
might
would
be
say
gone by then.
I would say a moment of silence for the buzzword in honor of Skip and his resurrection.
Hey, Kevin.
I would also say for a buzzword, we could just say deadline. I think deadline is a good buzzword.
I am on deadline. Bruiser B says, good thing this wasn't done in a live studio audience.
You'd get booed off the stage?
Fair enough. You're probably right. Brant says you're making it worse. He's now attempting severe head trauma at an alarming rate.
Oh, no.
That's awful.
It's just so bad.
Wow.
Take your dog for a walk, man.
Not well. Stafford. Talk about the sim. Swift. I like to move Swift on deadline.
Bruce Harding is accusing you of theft, Skip, on YouTube. Saying you stole some
Cantaloupe off the
cantaloupe.
fruit salad. I like this one from Fernando on Twitch. Hi. Does DraftKings read the comments?
Sometimes.
You want to comment that Skip Perkins should be murdered or fired?
Or what you could do is hop on YouTube. 14 more likes will get rid of this fool forever. I mean, legend. Geevers Golf saying, Skip, don't call Deucey buddy, bro. Did people use the word buddy as a team of endearment back in the day, Skip?
Oh, yes. Very much.
Did you have a lot of buddies?
A lot of buddies. Chip was my buddy. Dippy,
Yeah, what
little
happened?
Dippy. Rough Dippy.
What happened to Chip?
Still missing.
If you
Really
had
too
to
bad.
guess, what's your best guess as to where he is right now?
In the desert.
Why? Why the desert?
He likes it there.
Okay. Yeah,
Why are you
I mean,
laughing? I can't find
I
him.
guess people enjoy a nice dry heat. Good for golf. Is Chip a golfer?
Oh, brother Phil, that is awful. Don't do that. I promise I'll stop doing Skip Perkins if that... Stop. This is getting out of hand. Wes on Twitch, can we go back to the play-by-play announcer?
First and 10 here, 19 seconds to go. It's 28-3 Atlanta, third quarter. Stafford under center. Three
Under center.
stacked to the right. Stafford back, looking, firing, finds his man here, down to about the 6-yard line. 2nd and 4. Fourth quarter is here. And so is Skip, still.
Still here. Oh, no. Craig Martin. This is the first time I've watched with the sound on, and wow.
Wow. Wow is right. You know what, Craig? We are 11 likes away from getting rid of this guy. So if you want to help us contribute to that, smash the like button, because I think Skip is getting tired. He's an older man. It's hard for him to have the stamina to last a whole game. I understand that. So this is no knock against him. He's a legend, a true legend, but I think it's time for him to retire. Go back to where he came from and never come back. Maybe shave.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Craig. Hi, Craig. Craig, where are you from? I've probably covered a game in your area.
We are now 6 likes away from removing Skip.
Get rid of me. You won't.
From this broadcast.
Don't go back to the game. Don't go back to the game yet. Get rid of me. Get rid of me.
We have now lost 2 likes. We are now 8 away. No, guys, we're moving
You
in
will
the wrong
not go
direction.
back to the game until you get rid of me. We're not going back to the game. Get rid of me. Do it.
We are moving in the wrong direction here, guys.
Just get rid of me. Get rid of me. You won't do it.
4 away. We're 4 away, guys.
We're not going back to the game until you get rid of me.
Slowly,
do it now.
but we lost a like. We lost a like.
We might have to be able.
This is such a roller coaster.
Okay, we're back to the game.
Well, Skip is still here with us, guys. Oh, here we go. We're getting close, guys. We're 3 away. Come on. Like button, not... Oh, wow, we just lost a bunch. Guys, like button, not the dislike button. This thing is fluctuating. We're going in the wrong direction, people. It is all over the place.
Oh,
you know what?
No.
We are trending in the wrong direction. He's getting stronger, people. He's getting stronger. The closer we get to 300, the more he melts. The further away we get, the more he becomes the abominable snowman again. Oh my God, we're so far now. Oh no, we're back to 293. Oh, it's like watching the stock market.
Touchdown Lions. Marvin Jones. Marvin. Starving Marvin. Marvin, if you're starving, go get the Sunday Simland Time to the market and a gallon of milk.
What would the headline be right now?
Marvin no longer starving. Nice catch. One-handed. Terrific.
Wow, that's good stuff. Marvin no longer starving. 31.99% owned in the free contest.
Oh no, we need a buzzword. We need a buzzword. Deadline.
Deadline.
Brant Gotham, or Gorham.
We got the microwave ready.
You are now Brant Gotham. Because Gotham is yours. You are losing likes because they are deleting YouTube and launching their computers against the wall. You don't need a computer anyway. Back in my day, I watched The Sims without the computer. Just a notepad, a quill, and a parchment. Pip, pip.
All right, we're getting close here. On your mark, when you let me know.
Oh, you mean to the buzzword. I thought you meant me leaving.
No, I wish.
The way the like button is being fluctuated is just a work of art.
It's truly incredible.
Up and down, up and down.
I've never seen anything like it.
It's actually pretty fun. It's like they want me to stay.
It's remarkable.
Okay, everybody, we are on deadline in 3, 2, 1, go! Deadline.
Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline. Deadline.
Excuse me.
Deadline.
We are on
Deadline. 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 Deadline.
Skip Perkins here.
Deadline.
My name is Skip Perkins. I am
Deadline.
deadline. I'm on deadline.
Deadline. Get out of my way. I'm on deadline. 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 Deadline, 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 deadline. Whew.
Deadline.
We're on deadline.
Very good. Still 6:54 to go. 28-10 the score.
Deadline.
Sorry, you're the play-by-play guy.
Skip, I don't know if you've noticed this, but this game has got the pace of someone who's 107 years old.
I've watched many Sims in my life. None quite like this. My first one on Easter. Back from the dead.
Skip, I have a baseball game on in the background, and they just did a crowd shot, and it showed someone crushing some food.
Nice. Very cool.
What was your favorite ballpark snack back in the day?
Good question. I love myself some Cracker Jacks.
Did you know the actual Cracker Jack? Was he a colleague or a student in school?
Wait a minute. I've come across some before.
Did he love crackers?
Oh, he sure did. The way they crunched in his teeth.
Cracker Jacks are a highly underrated snack.
Got them all jacked up, so he called them Cracker Jacks.
Are you Cracker Jacks, popcorn, or peanuts guy? As you sit here at 107 years old.
I like all the Jacks.
All three. Only one of those is a Jack, but I understand.
Alex Fox is here. Hi, Mr. Fox. Lucius Fox. Like Bane says. Mr. Fox. Alex Fox, Skip, where do you get your hair done? Thought you'd never ask.
Evan, or hell.
I have a friend. Her name is Mip.
Mip, you say?
The name of the salon is Mip's Mop. Because she had a head of hair like looked like a mop.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Mip's Mop. She'd
mop.
Clean up everyone's mop, you know?
Would she use a mop to clean the mops?
Sure did. Mip loved mops. You have a great haircut.
Did she mop the floor with her mop as well?
Good follow-up question. She did.
With her the mop that was on her head, or with her physical mop?
Mip's Mop. I noticed we still haven't got 300 likes. Still here.
We've trended away from that, actually. We were very close. I believe at one point we were at 299.
Maybe everyone wants to stick around, because if you check out the Sunday Simland Times on page 10, you'll find a coupon to Mip's Mops to get your haircut.
Haircuts here, get your haircuts here.
Is she a lunch lady?
You know what? Mip does sound like a lunch lady.
Hey, Mip. My name's Pip. Here's my son, Skip. Can you give my son, Skip, the use? Sure thing, Pip. Hey, Skip, my name's Mip. Take a seat. You want to let it go long? Or do you want me to give you a fade? Excuse me, Mip. Just please give me the usual. I need my sports reporter hair. Okay, we'll leave it long.
Sports reporter hair, you say?
Yes. Sure
Explain.
Did. There's the hawk.
Understood.
Stephen Roach, that was a test. The coupons are on page 14 of the Sunday Simland Times. That is correct. Oh, we're getting closer. 5 away. 5.
5, you say? Gone. A wooden nickel away.
1, 2, 3, 4,
and
5.
we have now 6. It is now 6, my friend.
Number 5.
Did you know Lou Bega at any point?
I did.
Did you guys have similar hats at any point? I feel like I can see you rocking one of those hats, Skip.
Yes, it's in my treasure chest.
You have a treasure chest, you say?
I do.
And where would that be buried? Touchdown!
Chip in the desert. Touchdown. Touchdown. Carry on, son. Carry on.
We now know why Chip is in the desert. He's looking for the treasure chest.
Looking for the treasure left by his brother Skip.
That includes a hat similar to Lou Bega's. I understand. It doesn't make sense, but I understand.
Nothing makes sense. Nothing.
It only makes sense if you want it to make sense.
Correct. That's the only way.
Carry-On Johnson only owned in 13.3% of free contests.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim.
Earl Sparks asking if Teddy Roosevelt was a Rough Rider.
I'm not sure.
Did you know Teddy at all?
A little bit.
You guys run in the same circles, or was it more of just a professional you cover him type of thing?
He'd run, I would walk. No dice.
PGZ Man 666. The answer to that question is the ball goes from the stat goes from the ball's line of scrimmage spot. So if a quarterback takes like a, X amount of step drop or lines up in the gun, he does not get the additional yards for that throw.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Way back in my day.
Yes.
You watched the Michael Jordan Space Jam. Did you see the trailer with LeBron James?
I did not watch it yet,
James?
my friend. I did not watch it yet.
Oh!
Didn't. One of the few people on earth that has not watched it yet.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I will, though.
Okay. Lawrence needs a bomb to Jones to put them away. My brother, not my brother Chip, my brother Phil. Mr. Phil. 5th place in the $10 Classic. Brother Phil, if you win the Classic, you can buy the Sunday Simland Times.
Whatever happened to your Uncle Blip?
Mr. Blip. Always getting himself in and out of a blip. Mr. Blip. He was that fun uncle. Oftentimes, too much fun.
What was he known for?
He liked to skip rocks. Sometimes the rocks would skip and hit windows and break the windows and glass would shatter everywhere.
Skip, I have to imagine that you are an accomplished skipper of rocks or skipping at all.
I thought you'd never ask.
Tell us about your skipping abilities, Skip.
Skip to my loo. That's what I used to sing as I'd skip the rock. But, yes. Rock would skip very, very calmly along the calm waters.
Interesting.
Thank you. Was there a grandson named Trip?
Of course.
Yes, Trip has bad knees. Not from playing sports, but from always tripping.
That's nowhere you want to be.
Brother Phil. Sorry to hear. Bruce Harding, Skip. Who was the first rock star you ever met? Jack Black in School of Rock.
Did not expect that. How was he in person?
Pretty good.
So it took you a long time to meet that rock star. I mean, that's late in your career. If we're looking at this thing as a whole.
You should read the whole Sunday Simland Times, which comes out any moment now. Peace of mind. What is your thoughts on therapy? Well, I'm dead. It doesn't matter. I'm gone after tonight. Only 3 likes away, and I'm gone.
Wow. Come on, people. I know there's less than, minute and a half to go here, but let's send this guy out of here for any amount of time would be good.
Do I get to say goodbye?
No.
When we hit 300?
As soon as it happens, our friend Brendan Glasheen rejoins us, and you poof away.
But I would like to say goodbye.
Well, you should say goodbye now, because we were at 299 and it went back down.
Let me just say.
No. Get him out of here before he finishes.
It was a very nice time to see you all again. I was murdered by Adam Kaufman.
Oh, no.
Christian DeAndrea.
We're moving further away.
You all want me to stay, don't you?
That's what it sounds like, guys.
I appreciate you. I really do.
The next time you and I are together, we might need to have a poll to decide if this should ever happen again.
Ah, very good. Nicely done. I hear that Tip Perkins is the one that always had the hot news, and Skip would always steal his scoops. Skip Scoop Perkins. R.I.P.
Scoop your middle name?
Sure is. Bad boys of pop. Thank you. You're always a nice man. My name is Skip. It's great to see all of you. Thank you, Easter. Thank you, Resurrection. For giving me life on this one day. We made it through the whole sim without getting kicked out.
Congratulations.
Hit that like button to get rid of me forever. Do it. Over $2.99. It was great seeing all of you. Love you. Oh, back down to $2.97. Oh, no.
They want you to stay.
Wow. I promise the next time I'm here, which is a year from now, I'll talk more about the sim.
God willing, it's a year from now. Skip.
Good thing there wasn't a live audience. So true. Giggle Pig says Christian DeAndrea would murder you out of jealousy for being almost as obnoxious as him. Christian's not obnoxious. He's a nice man.
He has a lot to say.
Nicholas Pride. I like Chip and Skip more than Glash. Very good.
We're one away, guys. We're one away. There, done. 300 out.
No! No! I'm being forced out! No! I need my microphone and my quill! No! No! Back to hell I go!
Glash, is that you?
Oh. Dude.
Where have you been, dude?
That was nuts.
Dude, do you understand what we just went through?
I mean, did you do this all by yourself that whole time?
No, it's a long story, man. There was a guy in here yelling at me saying he was like 150 years old, looked like he hadn't shaved in years. He needs help. There's no question he needs help.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Just trust me on this one, okay?
You must have had a bad dream.
I know I have eaten a lot of candy today, but I know what I just witnessed, and it was scary.
You sound nuts. Like,
hey, you know
good
what?
One man.
I'm gonna cut you off right there and give Julio Jones the wooden nickel. Congratulations. He gets the free ice cream cone at Lions Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. And I'm giving the Babysitter Billy Award to Skip Perkins in hopes that he takes that shame and never returns. Ever. As long as these Sims exist. And as long as Glash has a job with DraftKings. And I mean that wholeheartedly.
Wow. That was I hope people have video of Skip Perkins being forced back. Like that's if anyone was ever wondering what resurrection looked like, that's what it looks like.
Dude, and now we're at 310 likes, so people are loving the fact that he's gone.
Just the way he was abducted back to heaven or hell. It's good to be here, guys.
Hi.
But like I said, I
missed you, bro.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, you should get a good night's sleep. Let me give the schedule for tomorrow so you can leave, because
okay,
I'm not sure. Yeah. Good luck to you, man.
All right.
Well, hold on. Let me just give this out quick. The winning lineup: Bomber 44 wins our contest. Nice job, Julio Jones captained. Hit the bonus. Matt Ryan, Gurley, Jones, Gage, Johnson in the flex. Johnson was the correct play at $2,600. Looking at the free public showdown, 9-way tie, first place, Julio captained. And Paw Sox wins the free classic contest.
Shout out to the Paw Sox. We miss you.
Brant, who's Kevin?
That was the dog.
What dog?
Oh, man. You need therapy, bro.
I haven't been here for like an hour. Like,
Glash, I think I might need to bring in the professionals on this one.
Wait, no, hold on. I promise. I'll wrap. Who's Kevin?
It's a long story that we might need to rewind to this YouTube to explain to you.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Here's here's a schedule for tomorrow. You guys all need to take a deep breath. All right.
Death pause. An experience that can't be described or explained and will forever scar us all. Appreciate Glash and Freeze Pops for a truly memorable sim.
I wasn't here, but give all the credit to Tom. I guess you did a good job, man.
I want no credit and no part of this.
All right. Wow. Noon Eastern tomorrow, April 5th. Steelers at the Browns. Koff and Christian will get you started. 2 p.m. Me, Glash. I'll be here at 2 okay? You guys got that? I'm not sure what you all are talking about. I'll be here at 2 for Saints Washington football team with Christian.
You'll be here though, right? Just you.
Just me.
Clean shaven, well, tight beard.
Yeah. What do you
Kempt haircut.
Yeah. Why wouldn't?
Okay. Just making sure.
At 4, I'll be here with Rossi, Broncos, Panthers. 6 o'clock, Rossi and Koff. I love how they put Rossi's name in first, then Koff's name second. That's good. Make Koff 2 color. 8 o'clock, Ravens, Chargers, Koff and you. You're here tomorrow. Dude, I'd sleep till 7:40 tomorrow.
Might have to.
Eastern. And you can think about what you're
I might take tomorrow off.
Okay. You probably should. You seem really messed up right now. And then 10 o'clock, Eagles and Dolphins. With Jeff, you and Moose tomorrow night, Madden After Dark.
Me and Moose. Love Moose.
All right, everybody. A lot of our production team, they've got deadlines to meet. So they've got to get out, Deadline. Big emphasis on the deadline part, Important to meet the deadline.
I hate you.
All right, guys, pray for Tom.
I hate you.
I'm not sure what his problem is. Good night.
I hate you.